This took place about 10 years ago. So, there I was in my beat-up Jeep Wrangler, rolling home from my girlfriend's house at about 2 a.m. It's pitch dark on this twisty back road with forest on my left and a Christmas tree farm on my right. The road is pretty narrow and has very little shoulder, but not much bank either, just gravel and grass really. I'm going way faster than I should be when I come around the next bend and there's a grey Camaro with black racing stripes. Looks like maybe an SS from the 70s, but it's hard to say. Parked completely sideways, blocking nearly the full width of the road, headlights shining into the tree farm. And there's this guy, leather jacket and jeans, slicked back salt and pepper hair, leaned back casually on the side of the car smoking a cigarette. I slammed my brakes and managed to bring it to a slow roll. I'm too trusting of a person, so I think, oh wow, must be having some car trouble. I'll roll my window down and pull up to see if he needs help. Before I can even start rolling my window down, this dude tosses his cigarette to the ground and full-on starts walking at me. Not along the side of the road or toward my driving side conversationally, but straight into my headlights, straight at my still-moving Wrangler in fact, and he looks furious. So at this point, I'm like, alright, forget this. He's either angry for how fast I was going, or a plainclothes cop, or something like that. So I gun it, and yank the wheel over, jumping off into the grass on the side of the road, whip around the tail of his car, and I distinctly recall, for some reason, the taillights feeling extremely bright as I passed. This angry red just sort of filling my vision, and lighting the whole cabin of my Wrangler up. Eventually, I pull back up on the road and check my rear view, afraid that I'd hit him, or afraid that he might be after me now, or just plain afraid, who knows, but when I do, there's nothing. No car, no man, no illumination on the tree farm, nothing. Now I do stop. I pull over and I get out, thinking that I must have gone further than I thought and around another curve or something. But no. This is definitely the curve. I've only made it about another 50 feet, if that. In fact, I can see my torn up tracks in the grass from where I went, both where I got back on the road and where I went off initially. To this day, I wish I had the sense to go back and check for that cigarette butt or anything, any sign of him. But I was way too creeped out at that point. So in the end, I got back in my Jeep and I got out of there. So I moved in with an old roomie, Cassidy, and her 2 dogs back in August of 2021. We had an apartment for a year prior to moving to the duplex. The new place was on the south end of Columbus, not the best area, but I can deal with addicts and persistent homeless people, no problem. What I couldn't deal with, though, was whatever was actually there. Move-in was normal chaos. Boxes, sleeping on a mattress with your bed frame next to you, painting, etc. Nothing out of the ordinary happening. After a few weeks, I was constantly misplacing things, though. This is far from unheard of for me, but it was sort of out of control. Keys I put in the middle of an empty table wouldn't be there 10 minutes later. I'd start looking for them and then eventually they'd be back where I left them. This wasn't daily or anything, but enough to mention for sure. Duplex was 2 stories, terrible creaky floors, thin walls, and I could hear my neighbors' farts. And for a bit, it sounded like somebody was walking on the 2nd floor, but nobody was home up there. In the end, I just assumed it was the neighbors and I could hear them. That assumption, though, was disproven when my neighbors were out on their shared porch and I was inside, and I heard the footsteps and thought, oh, okay, so we really do have a little ghost here. I mean, whatever, I can deal with that. The footsteps were light and always in a sort of quick patter, like a little kid who doesn't know how to skip trying to skip or whatever. I'd get a tap on my shoulder here and there as well, but all harmless stuff. Soon I started hearing my roommate ask for me or say my name when she wasn't home. I never said anything to her in fear of sounding bonkers, but fast forward to like November of 2021, roommate comes to me in the morning and asked if I had anything spooky happen in the house beyond the footsteps and such. I told her then about hearing her ask for me when she wasn't home. She paused and did one of those eyes slightly closed, okay sort of soft nods, told me that she's been having the same thing happen, but obviously me asking for her. She never wanted to say anything for the same reason, but as she was falling asleep last night, her mirror fell. One of those cheap Walmart floor mirrors. Well, it didn't fall technically because it started to tip over, paused for a second, cracked, and then fell. She got freaked out by this, but didn't know if she was just lucid dreaming or what. After she mentioned this and we both acknowledged hearing stuff, it was then that things began to pick up a smidge. The footsteps became more frequent. I had a few taps on my back and would occasionally catch something just in the corner of my eye, but never full on. And I mean, things like this happen, but nothing crazy happened for a bit. But late January, Cassidy is out for the night and I'm passing out in my bed. I'm in that sort of juicy spot, part comfort and cozy levels reached and where you know you're about to fall asleep. But then, I feel breath in my ear, and here, I'm downstairs, come on. At that, I get covered in goosebumps. I am now even thinking about it. My phone dings and there's a notification from my security camera downstairs. I immediately text my roommate and surround myself with her dogs. We chat about it the next day and agreed upon, yeah, spooky for sure, but like, what can we do? And we move on. Everything stays the same for a while, until Cassidy moved out mid-April of 2022, and obviously took her dogs with her. And then, everything got wild, fast. But within the first week of solo house life, I'm in my room laying in my bed. The foot of my bed faces the door, TV is to the right of it. I'm not sleeping, just sort of chilling watching TV. And from the top of the doorframe is a smack 3 times, like undeniably, like an open palm hitting it. Not like, oh, what's that noise, but more like, to heck with that. That night, I go and sleep downstairs. I then move out of my bedroom and into Cassidy's empty room the next day. No issues for a night or two, but I'm on my bed, which is on the floor, not about to take my bed frame apart and reset it up and all that. I think I was either doing nonsense on my phone or something on my laptop, but either way I was doing nothing important. The door to the hallway is across from me in the left corner of the room, and from the hallway, an unfamiliar, wildly uncomfortable noise. The quick little footsteps that I became accustomed to were not like this. They got heavier and slower, pacing down the hallway. Not constant, but enough for me to just hate everything about this. I stand up and go to the door, poke my head into the hallway, and it was then that I have my chest brushed. Not like shoved or pushed, not caressed, but just like, yeah, I can touch you sort of thing. Message received loud and clear. Out loud I say something like, okay bud, I'll go. I go to the bed and start packing a bag. My back is at the corner of the room, like against the wall, and I can feel something there with me. Like right there. My feelings are confirmed too when over my shoulder, suddenly, I hear a growl. Not like a dog growling, but a distinguishable sound. The best way that I can explain it is if you asked a tired, overweight guy to impersonate an empty stomach. And at that, I dip so fast. I stay at my art studio and I go back during the day and try to push it to the back of my mind while I start packing my stuff. At this point, I'm moving or attempting to. Credit score and financial situation aren't ideal, but I've seen enough horror movies and I know staying helps nothing. After staying at my art studio a few nights and spending the days there packing with no activity, I decided to stay another night. After all, my studio is not the most comfortable place to sleep. First night back, nothing, just the overwhelming fear that it's going to happen again. Second night, nothing. Third night, same. Okay, so maybe I have carbon monoxide poisoning or something the other night. I try to breathe easy, but that stuff was terrifying, so easier said than done, right? Once I somewhat settled back in while continuing to pack up, that was when the footsteps started back up. Things progressed like a heroin addict's tolerance after a quick stint in rehab. Then I started catching little glimpses of it too, where it will be like right at my shoulder, just enough in my peripheral for me to notice that it's there. As soon as my eyes stop focusing on that area and my head turns, there it is, in that corner. A bunch of creepy stuff started happening too at this point. Here are some examples. So I was showering naked, as most people do, right? Recently removed shirt was on the floor leaning on the closed door. I rinsed my face and then my shirt is halfway under the door. My leg was grabbed, like legit pulled while walking up my steps. My little closet door got slammed shut at one point. The house got unbearable, especially upstairs. Like the second that I go up there, it would be right on my back. Not touching me, but like just right there, right out of sight. You could feel it. Every step that I took, it took with me. This wasn't just at night anymore too. It was constant. Keep in mind too that I'm packing up to move, so I really don't have a choice but to be there sometimes. I never go at night anymore, and if I do have to go upstairs to pack, I'm supermarket sweep styling that stuff. But my final to heck with this was at the end of May. I was in my room finishing up packing. My room was hands down the worst spot in the house too. It just did not want me there at all. Its presence in there was so intense, but this time I ended up sprinting out of my house and I just never went back. Looking out of the windows from my room while closing a box, in the reflection, I see it. Sort of like when you look down a well and it's just sort of pitch black. It's like that. It's at my wall, like 7 feet tall, just looming. I turn around, but then it's gone. I'm certainly a bit uneasy to say the least. It was like a magician coming up with new tricks to wow the audience. Just replace wow with terrify and audience with me, I suppose, but throughout this nightmare, I would often set up my phone along with the security camera. I just wanted to get something to prove that I wasn't bonkers, and this was the last time that I would have to do that. So, like I had done in the past, my trembling hand sets up my terrible iPhone 6 and hits record. I go downstairs and when I come back to check if there was anything there, I run the recording back, and although I can hear footsteps and floor creaks from myself moving around and all that, I hear, "Get out." And so, at that, I certainly did. On my birthday in May of 2014, I went to the bar with a friend to celebrate. We were sitting on the patio when another of my friends, Steve, showed up at the bar. We were laughing and having a good time. Steve got excited and pointed to his new motorcycle parked across the street. I looked over it and it was like somebody dragged a dark black blanket over my eyes, like a dark storm rolling in over the ocean. I literally saw it. I felt like he was going to die on that machine, and it even slipped out of my mouth to him. He promised me that he would be okay, and so I dropped it. 29 days later, he was driving home on that motorcycle and his front wheel went up on the trunk of the person in front of him. He spun out, and unfortunately, he died there. It's been 10 years and I still think about this. Honestly, I wish I pushed harder about keeping him off that motorcycle, but I didn't. I lost a great friend that year, and I no longer remember his laugh, which was my favorite thing about him. On the other hand, I feel partially responsible for putting that into the universe, sort of like I killed him. I get to live with this the rest of my life, and I'm really sorry that I didn't press harder. I'm sorry that I lived longer than him, and I'm really sorry that he didn't get to see his little sister get married too. I'm sorry that I couldn't face his mother about this. So I work at a bar that has a back alley that then leads into a small secluded parking lot. There are several large trash cans, and many small ones there too, and there are some addicts, homeless folks, etc., who will come to the alley pretty often. Usually they're pretty harmless and just look through the trash or ask for $1. But sometimes they aren't. and tonight was one of those times. So I went out to the back to throw out a bag of trash when I noticed a man walking quickly by the farthest group of garbage cans from the back door, which also happens to be the one that I use. He looked in my direction. I don't think that he knew that I could see him, and then as he saw me walking toward him and the trash can, he quickly and quietly hid himself in the dark behind the trash cans. I didn't see where he ended up, but it scared me a lot. I mean, I was the only one around, and I knew that he was hiding there because I would have seen him walk past if not, and it was the only way to go, so really, he was hiding there waiting for me to do, well, I don't want to think about that. I left my bag of trash right there where it was, and I immediately walked back inside. I hope that he left soon after I went back in because I would hate to see somebody get hurt. If you're familiar with the Denver area, I lived in the Clayton neighborhood on York. As with all millennials, the rental market crippled me and I had to find a place with charm, aka a 1920s brick duplex with 1970s updates in the year of our Lord 2022. But as a recently divorced man with 50-50 custody, my bank account dictated my residence. To give you a sense of the space, it was a shotgun adjacent style home, 900 square feet, upstairs, with an unfinished basement that was really only used for laundry and housing spiders. My daughter and I had rooms on either end of the 10-foot narrow hallway, with the world's smallest full bathroom splitting the distance. For the first few months, it was just an old house on a busy street. Fire trucks, ambulances, and cop cars flew down the street each night. So much so that I had to get blackout curtains or my room would legitimately look like a knockoff disco of flashing lights. My daughter was 5 at the time and she had a hard time adjusting to living in 2 houses. She would frequently climb into bed halfway through the night because something had woken her up and she was scared. I would feel her crawl in and over me routinely, hands, elbows, and knees, feet even, all haphazardly crawling all over me. Now one night, around 2 in the morning, I felt her, but this time not crawling into the bed, but crawling out. I felt her tug my shirt, pulling me to the side to crawl out of the door, and I don't know why the change in direction woke me up, but it gave me an uneasy feeling, so I rolled over to grab her so she wouldn't fall off the bed. I murmured something like, "Kiddo, do you need to go to the bathroom?" But as I turned to grab her, I felt nothing. My arms folded into each other and my eyes shot open instantly, thinking that she tumbled off the bed. As I sat up groggily, I saw her standing in the doorway, but that was when I realized that it wasn't her. I can still remember the face, close to my daughter's age, a slight smirk, innocent and playful. She wore a yellow sundress with white flowers. She's burned into my memory, but not in a frightening way, I suppose. I turned to look at my daughter, passed out cold, snoring on the other side. When I quickly snapped my head back to where the little girl was standing, whoever she was gone. I've told that story a million times, and it wasn't the last experience that I had there, and the little girl certainly wasn't the only person that I saw. Now, for some time, it was unsettling thinking about the little girl. I hated scary movies. The jump scenes always made me flinch, but seeing her that night was different. There was no smash cut to a twisted face, no loud sound, just a little girl standing there looking at me with a soft smile. If anything, it felt like a roommate messing with me maybe. I felt her, I felt my shirt being tugged. I felt the weight on my chest, which means that it wasn't a dream. It was a physical experience. Honestly, I felt like I was losing my mind for some time after that. I hadn't told anyone yet. There wasn't a way that I could share it and not make it sound like I was just dreaming. And honestly, I had started to convince myself that it probably was just a dream. Unfortunately, or I don't know, perhaps fortunately, the next day would make it much harder to convince myself that I was dreaming. So if you know anything about rec hockey, then you know it's hard to find open sheets of ice. My beer league games mostly started at 9 or later. I had leaned into playing and as a single dad, needed help with my daughter on the late weeknights. My mum offered to come over and watch her while I played, which was a nice break from the week and a good way to distract me from the night before as well. When I got home at around 11, my mum was in the living room reading a book. She walked over to me and almost hugged me until this stink of the hockey gear caught up to her. I still remember her looking at me and saying, "So it was kind of a weird night." I put my keys on the table and asked her what she meant, and she said, "Well, your electric razor turned on in the bathroom a few times." I chalked it up to just a weird coincidence, but then she said, "And I kept getting up to check on Lou. It was weird because I thought I was hearing her run up and down the hallway, and I could have sworn that I heard her giggle, but every time that I got up to check on her, the door was closed and she was asleep." It was real. She experienced it. I didn't tell her about that night too. Honestly, I didn't want to admit it to myself because it meant the night before, the little girl, that it was all real, and that she wanted to play or something. Anyway, I've since moved in with my girlfriend in a house that feels quiet and calm. Sitting outside now, it's a lot easier to process through everything, but after the experiences I had with seeing the girl and my mum telling me that she had heard the little girl running up and down the hallway, laughing and trying to get her attention, the house felt open to more activity at the time. The summer in Denver is warmer than most people think, and this house had no air conditioning. Even with fans, it was easy to climb up to 80 inside with even the best fan setup. This was honestly my first step for my debunking too, because I thought that I was having some type of, like fever or heat-induced experience. I bought several swamp cooler style fans, and while I felt comfortable temp-wise, it definitely didn't help. My next thought was carbon monoxide or black mold or something. I became obsessed with trying to find out why I was hearing, seeing, and feeling things, but in the end, I couldn't find an answer and nothing helped. That summer too was a cluster of experiences. I can't recall each one in order because it was easily weekly, sometimes almost a daily feeling in fact. The main feeling though was what I could only describe as, like static energy. I tried to explain it to people like standing next to one of those electrical towers. It wasn't audible, but I could feel it walking in the hallway, in my bedroom, and the kitchen steps down to the basement. Like, for instance, the basement steps, they were old and creaky, and initially I would think that it was the house settling, and to a degree it probably was the case. However, there were two very specific instances that it was not the case. One night I was brushing my teeth and I heard my cat's ping pong ball bouncing in the kitchen and down the steps. This happened 3 times. A steady bounce, bounce, bounce on the tile floors, and then a hit off the wall leading down the steps, bouncing down one stair and hitting the door to the backyard. After the 3rd time, I called out to my cat to knock it off, and I remember so vividly sticking my head out of the door and looking into the kitchen, and there was my cat, not in the kitchen but laying in my daughter's room, in a very cat-like pose of not caring. But there was just no way that she could have made it over there and lounged in the time that I had heard the last ball bounce down. On another occasion, I was working from home and had my computer set up in my dining room. Again, in shotgun fashion, the house basically was a straight line from the back door to the front door. My desk was set up in a way that I could look out the front window of the living room to my back room. I was on a team call with an employee, and that's when I heard footsteps running up and down the back stairs, to the point where I had to tell my employee to give me a second. I leaned back and told the cat to knock it off and looked back at the screen when my face went white, and I did a double take down the stairs, because when I had looked back at the screen, I had noticed my cat, again in a very casual pose, sitting on the couch in the main room. I had told my employees about it, and when this particular one experienced it with me, I felt very validated by this because the steps were clear enough that they were audible but quick and playful, and they had heard it too. And if it wasn't a cat, then it was something small and curious, and I really don't know how to explain it. Now, this next one is hard to describe, but I'll try. So, as more things happened, I started talking about it more, generally on the phone or on team calls. If I was in a room, the hallway or kitchen and started to talk about the little girl, I could suddenly feel her around me. What this felt like was a sort of quieting of surrounding noises. If you can think about the sensation when you faint, the noise kind of muting or to a quiet ringing, almost like a tunnel hearing instead of a tunnel vision, that was a trigger for me. The next sensation would be a classic goosebumps, and then kind of like an inner radar where I'd just see a part of the room in my head. A lot of the times it was the hallway, but I'd just have this feeling of like, hey, look here. All three of those would intensify, and I would have to intentionally say no and walk away to sort of break it off. Honestly, I don't think that I'm doing it justice to just how constant the feelings and the little sounds were in this place. I only slept with headphones there. Nothing ever felt evil, I guess, but I just couldn't keep up with the constant movement and energy. I needed to sleep, and things were too curious with me, and it got to the point where I'd pretty regularly feel a little tug here or a pressure there on my bed. I stopped letting my cat stay in my room to try and debunk that, and it persisted. I told my mum about all of this, and she, for my birthday, told me about her friend, who apparently was a medium. Even with all of my personal experiences, I had serious doubts about this all, and I made sure not to give him any info prior to and told my mum to do the same. When I showed up to his house though, we sat down and I did a tarot reading, first time I'd ever done it, a little cleanse and then dowsing rods too. This was when my inner skeptic certainly kicked in. I mean, here I was holding 2 rods apparently communing with the dead. Nothing happened. I held them in my hands and asked a few questions and they limply moved, but nothing of consequence. I remember him asking me to ask a general question about anything, so I paused and asked if I should leave my house. The rods didn't move, but he looked at me and said, "I want to talk about your house. There's a girl there, isn't there?" I nodded and said, "Yeah, my daughter," and he smirked. "No, you've seen a little girl. She's like a bedroom, a hallway, stairs or something. Very playful." At that, I remember putting the dowsing rods down and just asked, "What does she look like to you?" At this point, I was trying to see if it was a tell I was giving off or something to make all of this make sense. "She's not from now. I see her in like a homemade type of sundress. She's probably close in age to your daughter. Flowers. I see flowers." I was lost in the vision of the girl that he was describing to perfection. "She likes to play at night a lot, doesn't she? You have balls that she throws for you or a pet or something. She's not evil, she just likes having nice people there. And she isn't the only one there too." Honestly, whether I had fully understood it or not, I was at terms with the little girl that I had seen, but there was something else in the house, something older and bigger. At times, the movement that I heard and the energy that I had felt was different, heavier and not as playful. I really did not like hearing him say that. He told me that the girl was someone to talk to, basically to talk to her like a parent if I was over her playing and needed a quiet space. But as I told him what I experienced with feeling the tunnel hearing, the inner vision of where people were, he told me to be careful. It sounded like I was sensitive and that thinking was one thing, but talking directly to something, allowing them in, could lead to attachment. I can assure you that that day was a long drive back home. 2 nights later, I was laying in my bed, and I heard books on my shelf being flipped through. At first, I sort of chalked it up to the fan, but after about 5 minutes of the noise, I turned the fan off and it kept going, like somebody flicking through books. I sat up quickly, 2 or 3 times flashing my phone's flashlight to try and catch something, but there was nothing. After one more attempt, I turned off the flashlight and I sat in my bed and said, "I need to go to bed now and I need you to be quiet in here. Please, go to bed." All the sensations suddenly hit me. The quiet noise, the goosebumps, seeing where she was, and then it was quiet and stayed quiet. After that, I said thank you, and then I fell asleep. August 11, 2001. It's easy to remember the exact date because it was the same night as the premiere of Samurai Jack on Cartoon Network. I was 8 years old at the time, and this was a big deal. So of course I had a sleepover with my best friend Kay at her mum's house. We slept in the living room so that we could watch TV as we fell asleep. I was showing Kay my new favorite movie, Titan AE, and around 3 a.m., we were woken up by decorative indoor wind chimes. For whatever reason, they were going crazy, like there were actual wind gusts in the house. At the same time, it sounded like a whole pack of cats fighting in the front yard. Being children, it freaked us out, and we decided to go tell her mum that we were going to move to the bedroom for the rest of the night. When we opened the door to the room that her mum and 12-year-old sister had been sleeping in, we couldn't see them in the bed. Kay climbed into the bed and was like, "What the heck? There's no one here." So we assumed that they had moved to one of the other bedrooms, but there were 3 after all. So we began the search, but they weren't in any of the rooms. We started turning on every light in the house and getting a bit frantic. Doors were locked, keys were on the rack, car was in the driveway. Kay was freaking out because she thought that her mum's stalker got out of prison and abducted her mum and sister. Now, the next thing that I remember was the sunlight was what woke me up in the next morning. We were back on the living room floor as if we had never gotten up, with no memory of going back to sleep. But the weirdest thing is that we both recalled vividly looking for her mum and sister. So, naturally, we interrogated them the second that we saw them. Luckily, my bestie's mum is pretty open-minded and she actually believed that we weren't making it up, and that was pretty strange as well. Her mother, to this day, continues to recall the details of that day, but unfortunately my friend has somehow completely forgotten that it happened. I usually get a bit of a dismissive reaction when I share this story. My husband believes that it was a dream or sleep paralysis, which I have no problem considering, but I mean, come on, it's not that. I do wonder how Kay would forget something that we used to talk about obsessively as we got older. Others have suggested that I ask her mum and sister if they still remember our story. I will soon, but they're dealing with something at the moment, and it would be a bit inappropriate to bother them with this at this stage. But like I said, the last time that I talked to her, she recalled it, and she remembers that night in detail. This is a bit of a weird story that I actually just learned about last week. So I'm 26 years old and asked my parents why I'm the only one out of my siblings that knows Urdu. It's a Pakistani language. We all know our parents didn't teach us, and they barely speak Urdu around the house, but only when they're talking to family overseas. But even that didn't happen with regularity enough that I would have picked it up. My mum said that my great-grandpa taught me, and I said that I don't remember him, and she said that he died slightly before she was born. Apparently, when I was around 2 years old, I had an imaginary friend named the same thing as my great-grandfather from my mother's side. It was a fairly unique name, and growing up in America, I'm sure that I've never heard that name anywhere else before. My mum said that I would talk to him in English allegedly, and he would speak back to me in Urdu until I learned, and I was near fluent by the time that I was 3. Mind you, I don't remember any of this, but after I found this out, weirdly, I had a dream last night where I got to meet my great-grandfather, and he explained to me that he taught me this because he was tired of watching all of his family lose their culture. I tried speaking back to him, and he was speaking in Urdu in the dream, which has never happened before to me, and I promised him that I would try to learn more about my culture, and asked if he wanted me to tell his family anything from him. He mentioned my youngest uncle by name and asked me to tell him not to ride his motorcycle too fast, since that's how his dad died apparently. I woke up a few hours ago and I asked my mum how her dad died, and she said that he was in a motorcycle accident when he was driving too quickly, and apparently slid under a garbage truck. I immediately called my uncle after this in Pakistan, and I told him not to drive recklessly and that his grandpa came to me in a dream and explained that to me. I don't know what he thought about that, and I don't know what's going on or how or why this is happening to me, but it's so weird and intriguing that I just feel like I have to share it. I am absolutely confused and simultaneously amazed by this whole thing. I want to be able to learn more from him and talk to him again, but I don't even know how I would go about it. Has this ever happened to anybody else? And if it has, what did you do? So, I had an experience about 10 years ago that I'm still searching for answers about. I'm mostly curious to know if anyone else has seen a humanoid similar to the ones that I'll describe, as I haven't been able to find any accounts describing anything like them in all these years. This happened around late winter, early spring of 2015 in upstate New York. Early one morning, after my husband and child left for the day, I was tired and went back to bed. This was about 8:30 in the morning. I have a distinct memory of having been dozing off when the bedroom door, which I was facing, quietly opened and 2 or more humanoid creatures entered. They made absolutely no sound and approached me so quickly that I could barely register what was happening. All I remember is one approaching close enough to my face to make out how they looked. Next thing that I know, I'm waking up in my bed and over 3 hours had passed, which I remember just didn't feel possible. I also remember the beings right away because I was so baffled at how it had gotten so late in the day. But after a few minutes, I remembered what I'd seen before falling asleep and was instantly filled with just dread and confusion. I almost instantly started gaslighting myself about it, convinced that it was just a simple case of being in and out of dream state. But I still remember what these things look like and feel confused about it to this day. Here's how I would describe these things. They were a light off-white color with absolutely no distinguishing features. No eyes, ears, nose, genitals, nipples, hair, nothing. Just average male height, average male build, while humanoids with skin or some type of outer covering that looked almost like, I don't know, like wide white ace bandaging or something. Basically like a tightly and freshly wrapped mummy almost, but there was their skin, or I'm assuming that it was their skin at least. Perhaps they were disguised. The craziest thing to me though is still how they simply had no eyes, not even slits in their fabric like skin. I will add here that this is not my first encounter with the otherworldly, but it is the one that has baffled me the most, and the one that makes me wonder if maybe I've been abducted. So, can anyone relate to this experience or sighting? Have you ever heard of anything like this, or seen anything like this? The last few days when my daughter wakes up, she tells me how Grandpa is dead right away when she opens her eyes. Why is Grandpa dead, Mummy? Or, Mummy, Grandpa is dead. My dad passed away 6 weeks ago. I just calmly say, yes, Grandpa is in heaven now, sweetie. Last night, though, she wakes up at 2 a.m. hysterical that something bit her. We sleep together, and this hasn't ever happened before, but I just figure that she's had a bad dream or something. She was hysterical, though, saying, Mama, I don't want to stay in this room. Let's go downstairs. I'm scared. Today, she was on the toilet going to the washroom, and I hear her saying, You're bad, stop it. I come around the corner and I say, Who are you talking to? And she's like, This boy here, he's a bad boy, and just points and sort of stares. I'm like, What boy? And she looks at me and back to the same spot and says, The boy here, Mama, he bit my toes. Now I'm just like, this is weird, but okay. I'm like, okay, is he tickling your toes or biting them? And she replied that he's biting them and he's so bad and naughty. Anyway, our imaginary friend's comment at 2.5 years old. Like, here I am thinking, do I need to burn some sage in my home or something? This whole thing has me a little bit freaked out. This happened to me back in October at and around my university, the Thursday prior to the week before Halloween. So I went to the student union at my university for lunch and spotted this couple around my age I haven't seen before in front of me in line. I felt something was off about them immediately too. I made brief eye contact with the girl while I was ordering, and she seemed to be waiting for her drink. The weird thing though is that I saw straight black from her eyes. I went back to my apartment a bit shaken up by this, but forgot about the experience later on in the day. Now, later that night, I decided to go out to a bar with my roommate. His nickname is Prop, and there are 2 rooms in the club that I frequent. I walked into the second room to grab a drink, and as soon as I entered, immediately after obtaining my drink, I saw the exact same couple that I saw at the student union earlier that day, just seemingly dancing the night away. And this was my last full memory for the next 4 hours. I had bits and pieces of consciousness, but they were blurry and lasted only like 10 seconds each time. My next full memory was me slumped on a park bench while Prop and his girlfriend ordered us an Uber back to our apartment. Keep in mind, I only had a few drinks throughout the night, nowhere near enough to black out or throw up even once. But what followed was the worst vomiting spell of my life that lasted into the following evening, even worse than the near-death food poisoning as a toddler I had, and times where I drank way too much. Anyway, the next day, Prop told me him and his frat brothers were looking for me at the bar for over an hour, and I was nowhere to be found. They assumed that I'd gone home, but I wasn't answering my calls, obviously. He also stated that he ordered an Uber as soon as he eventually found me, after over an hour of waiting. And apparently, here I was standing and rambling with my eyes rolled in the middle of the bar as if I was possessed or something. Prop said that he had never been so confused or frightened in his life, even though he is one of the largest skeptics and tough guys out there. I haven't seen this couple since then, however, I have a few distinct eerie memories or dreams that they've appeared in. I believe that this may have been a black-eyed human encounter, an entity who followed me, or an alien abduction in human form, something like that. This is not the only peculiar phenomenon I've had, as a series of astounding events on Sunday has led me to share this here. I also have a friend who had a similar experience at his university, but I'm unsure if they're actually related or not. For the first time in our home last night, my wife and I experienced separate things within about 30 minutes of each other. We just returned from a week in Miami Sunday night. My wife was pretty wiped out still yesterday and went to bed at about 9 p.m. last night. I stayed up until about 11. Our master bedroom has the bedroom itself, the bathroom, and a reading room that we have a treadmill in off of the bathroom. The treadmill itself faces away from the bathroom and towards the window, so the screen on the treadmill is visible from the bathroom. The screen is pretty large and it's basically a small TV in the unit. When not in use, the screen dims to a standby mode and it's still lit, but it's very dim. Now, when I entered and turned the bathroom light on, I'm facing the room with the treadmill. It's maybe 25 feet from the doorway that I'm standing in to the treadmill. In the darkness of the treadmill room, the perfectly rectangular screen is partially eclipsed in the bottom left corner by a round object. It looked as if someone was holding a balloon in my field of vision directly between my eyes and the treadmill. There was no discernible features of whatever was blocking my view, just round in the dark. I flipped the second bathroom light on, and when I look back into the treadmill room, nothing is there and I can see the full rectangular screen perfectly. I investigate the room and I find nothing. Putting this out of my mind and assuming that I was just seeing things, I brush my teeth and eventually I get into bed. I never felt any sense of fear or dread, but perhaps 30 minutes later, I put my phone on my nightstand and roll over to go to sleep, and my wife immediately shoots up and cries out in the dark and frantically crawls into my arms, stuttering that there's a bear in the room. At this point, I'm thinking, I did see something, and there's somebody in the house. Flashlight lights up in the room, and nothing, of course. My wife even got up to look around and under the bed. We calm down eventually, and we go to sleep. Today we discussed it, and she said that she saw a black bear walking towards her side of the bed, although couldn't say if it was from the bathroom or the hallway. It apparently crouched down next to the bed, and that's when she freaked out, and was then, obviously, gone. For reference, we bought this house in 2021, and we've never experienced anything like this. But what do you guys think? Coincidence? Seeing something in her sleep? Was it just nothing as she was half asleep anyway? Does seeing a bear have any meaning? Any and all thoughts are welcome, as this one honestly has me stumped. For context, I was probably about 11 or 12 at the time that this happened, and I lived in a tiny town in Florida called Mulberry. We basically had a McDonald's, a local corner store, and then a couple of mum and pop shops. They were all about 10 to 20 minutes apart by car. My neighborhood connected to Highway 60, which is a pretty infamous spot for bad accidents. Now, one day, it was around 11 p.m. when we decided to get McDonald's for dinner that day. But my dad was a truck driver, so getting dinner late wasn't too uncommon. Me and my brother, he would have been around maybe 18 to 20, tagged along, and we drove over to the restaurant. Streets were pretty dead, and the drive-thru was thankfully empty. We were all talking about something on the way back when it went silent. On the right side of the road was a woman, walking. Something about the way that she walked was just odd too. Her arms didn't raise or move with her steps, they just sort of hung there. Her pace was slower than a normal walking pace, and she wore a super long white dress that was practically untouched. I remember my dad kind of had a weirded out laugh like, why was she wearing that at this hour? The weirdest part was the moments after we drove past. We couldn't recall what she looked like at all. We all could recall long hair and the long dress, obviously, but we all collectively sort of blanked out on facial features. When I turned, she was still walking in the same direction at the same pace, and she quickly faded out of view into the dark. But it was almost like she just sort of disappeared. Now, I'll admit that it's 100% possible that we all just got spooked due to the time of the night, but it's something that's always stuck out in my memory to this day. I mean, it was rare to see anyone walking on the side of the road there, and especially so at night. There was really nowhere for her to be going at that hour, besides the McDonald's, I suppose, which was a drive-thru only at that hour. The direction that she was walking from, it had no houses or structures for like several miles, meaning that she would have been walking for at least an hour to be where she was when we saw her. On top of that, not many people even walked near the highway like that due to the rate of accidents that I mentioned earlier. I don't know, something about this event always stuck out to me. The way that she was walking, the fact that we couldn't remember her face, the way she sort of just disappeared in the darkness like that. It just feels off to me, even all these years later. The only other person to hear about this directly from me is my wife. I told her the story when we first got together in 2021. I was recently reminded of it because we just had a baby at the hospital that I used to work at when all of this was going on in my life. It's the first time that I've been back there since 2020. Now, my ex-wife and I had separated during the pandemic, making divorce and custody of our 3-year-old at the time an absolute nightmare because courts weren't open, everything was telecourt on Zoom calls, and things got dragged on all the time. I had just received a job offer from a new hospital, but because of COVID, it had a start date that was 10 weeks out, so I gave my old hospital a 2-week notice and took 8 weeks off to myself. In that time to myself, I realized how nasty the divorce battle was getting, how expensive it was, how much my ex was also manipulating people around me that I started cutting off a lot of people close to me. I stopped talking to people who weren't my attorney, even my 2 cousins or the woman I was seeing at the time. The gyms weren't open and I couldn't work out. My new job pushed back my start date another 6 weeks due to not having enough appointments to get new hires cleared for work through employee health services, physical exams. So I'd be out of work a total of 3.5 months by this stage. I wasn't on any verge or a mental breakdown or anything, but something started to close in when I realized how many people I had to disassociate myself with. Bills still coming while my savings were dwindling, attorney fees racking up, and I was missing my son a lot with no court order in line, and until one was in place, I only got him whenever his mum would let me. In trying to pass time and also trying to find some financial gain, I started to frequent the only place that never closed, the casino. I quickly found myself playing there daily for hours on end, and ended up racking up play points getting offers for meal comps and free room stays, but I always went home at the end of the night in anticipation of maybe getting my son the next morning. Most of the time, I'd leave around 2 or 3 in the morning when the table action from Baccarat, my game of choice, would die down. Some days I was in a casino psychosis, I guess you could call it, where I would leave, not cash out any chips because I knew that I was coming back anyway. I'd get some sleep, a little, and then I'd get back up and check my phone to see if I was getting my son for the day, and touch base with my attorney, shower, get back into my car to head back to the casino, 40 minutes away, all while the sounds of the slots were still ringing in my ears from the nights prior. One night I came home at around 1 a.m., and I had to be up early. The woman that I was dating at the time lived 2 hours away in San Jose, California, and I was severely neglecting the relationship, and so we made some plans. 1 a.m. was early for me, and I was pulling up to my house. My porch light wasn't on, but turning into my driveway, my headlights shined in that direction, and that was when I saw a boy, probably around maybe 8 to 10 years old, I would guess, by my door, and I hopped out of the car quickly thinking that he might be in trouble. When I got up to the door, though, there was no one there. I was certain that it was a boy, and I wasn't seeing things from being tired because, I wasn't. I experienced paranormal things when I was younger, but never in this house, so I automatically thought my house may be haunted. And it's the first time that this ghost, or whatever it was showing up now that nobody else stayed there besides me, perhaps. Still though, I checked around the house, inside, sat still waiting to hear anything, any creaks or cabinet doors closing, and eventually I just went to bed. I drove to San Jose the next day and stayed there, and it was then that I learned that it wasn't my house that the boy was staying in because I saw him again while in a whole different city. My ex-girlfriend lived in this type of townhome, I guess. That's 3 stories with the master bedroom being on top. It had a living room, a kitchen in the middle level. Garage and front door entryway was on the first floor. We'd ordered DoorDash at the end of the night, and when the food arrived, I looked down outside the window to see the Dasher leaving, so I ran downstairs to grab the food with my car keys in hand, since my car was right out front. I bent down to grab the food and unlocked my car, and held down on the unlock button, accidentally rolling windows down. And that's when I saw someone sitting in my passenger seat. Just grey skin, black eyes and black hair, hardly able to see over the window of the 2018 Camaro. I ran up to the car, and when I did, nobody was in it. I got in to roll my windows back up, and quickly ran back upstairs with the food, not saying anything about what I had just seen. I didn't see him again the next couple of days while staying there, but I got back home and did my routine again, making my way to the casino, and this is when I started seeing the boy more frequently. Whoever he was following me around everywhere. I'd see him at home, in parking lots, in distances behind crowds. He was short, but weirdly, he looked, dead. There was one occasion that I saw him, and he didn't even seem to have a face. For 3 weeks, he followed me around, too. I wasn't scared of him, I guess. I felt like so much was going on, and some days I was only caring about hitting on the tables that he sort of annoyed me more than creeped me out. One night, though, I definitely got sleep paralysis, and I could see him in the corner of my room, but his voice was in my ear telling me that he'd help me win, just take him to have fun. I fought it off and got free and eventually fell back asleep. Growing up being raised a Thai Buddhist and having experienced things when I was younger, I knew generally that you aren't supposed to give in to what the spirits want or test them in any way, as things can get much worse. That same following day, I hit a $40,000 run on the baccarat table that happened fairly quickly too. I couldn't bet a single hand wrong. I doubled down every time, in fact. 500 to 1,000 to 2,000 to 4,000 to 8,000 and so on. It was a huge rush, but I went home and there he was again by the front door. This time grinning ear to ear like he was taking credit for it or something. Anyway, the next day I went again and I got up to about 17,500, betting 2,500 at a time, and I saw the little boy laughing at me in the distance. It was then that I lost everything in 4 hands, trying to recover everything from the first lost hand, and eventually I just left in a rage. I had attorney fees to pay for, and really I could have just used that money on that. I was contemplating deeply grabbing more cash and going back to try and win it back, but I had an argument with my girlfriend from San Jose about not spending enough time together, and it stopped me from going anywhere. The little boy appeared again in the darkness when I was in bed, about to go to sleep that night. And ignoring everything that I had learned growing up, it was that night that I challenged him. Gambling had me double down on him, and I told him that if he was going to be following me around like this, then he's going to be stuck with me, that he's going to be miserable. Do I look like the type of person that has anything to offer you? You're going to starve following me around. And it was at that very moment that I was done yelling at this dead kid. It's like he understood exactly what I said, and clearly it wasn't what he wanted. He let out a huge ear-piercing scream, and honestly it felt like it shook the house. And he just faded away. His eyes were the last thing to go. After that, I never saw him again, and haven't experienced anything paranormal since then too. In the following weeks, the courts started opening back up, in personal litigation and all that, and I got a court order to get my son. Things got into motion towards finalizing the divorce with his mum, and I ended up listing the house for sale for us to split the money instead of buying her out. I moved and I started work at my new hospital and was finally able to focus on working and spending time with my son. I split with my ex-girlfriend that I was dating at the time. Also, it's like everything bad had just gone away all of a sudden and left with that little boy. I never mentioned a word of this to anyone else besides my wife, just because we joked about my divorce and wishing that we had met during the pandemic when people were forced to stay home together. I opened up to her about what kind of year that was for me. I obviously don't have any proof to show that this has actually happened. Maybe that's why I don't really speak about it too, but I mean, I have no reason to lie about it, or even draft up this long-winded storyline with so much background information. Looking back, I'm realizing that maybe I was being haunted by something for whatever reason, but when it was happening, it just didn't feel that way. I mean, sure, there were moments I jumped or was startled, but the way that I was reacting to it, it felt like I was being burdened, not haunted, if that makes any sense. In any case, I'm glad that it's all over now. I don't know really why any of this happened. I mean, I was under a lot of pressure at the time, so who knows. Maybe it was in my head, but still, the whole thing felt very real to me. And I've never had anything happen like this ever again, or previously, so I don't know. I don't think it was psychosis or anything. Like I said, looking back on it all, I really do believe that I was being haunted. When I was like 6 or 7 years old, I was sleeping in the den of my grandma's house while my parents were having a bonfire outside and drinking. It was definitely sometime after midnight, but I woke up suddenly for some reason and started looking around the room in the dark. It was then that I saw a little person dressed in all black, and he had a little hat and like a little cape on, but then I realized that it looked like a shadow, like it was completely black. He then ran across the room and into the closet, but the closet door was closed, so he ran through the door. I got so freaked out by that I screamed for my mum. She heard me and came inside. I told her what I had seen and she believed me. Apparently my grandma's house was crazy haunted. And now, I'm not sure if it was the same night or a different night, but my mum told me about this years later when I was older. My mum was telling her brother, my uncle, what I saw, and she said that I had seen a midget in all black, and my uncle cuts her off and asks, did it have a newsboy hat and a cape? She said yes, and he says, I've seen him too. He was sitting on the wall behind the avocado tree one night, and he was smoking a cigarette watching me. He said that he had seen the cigarette light up when he was taking a drag, and then he just suddenly disappeared. It was super crazy, and honestly, I don't know what to make of it all these years later. If he was able to smoke a cigarette, is that even a shadow person at all? Was it a demon? It's like it was sentient, maybe. So, what could it have been? This was like 25 years ago now, and the whole thing still troubles me. This happened to me when I was around 9 and my little sister was 3. It was nighttime, around 10 p.m, and I was playing computer games on my desktop that was in my room. My desk faced the wall opposite of my door in my room, and I heard something hit the wall beside me. I turned around and there was nothing there. Now, as a kid, I just figured that I was tripping and got back to playing my game. But then it happened again. I turned around again, but this time when I did, I saw my sister walking down the stairs. Mind you, the stairs were literally right next door to my room. I couldn't see down them from my room, but I could see when someone would go to walk down them. My little sister was so small at the time that our parents would give her one of her big t-shirts to wear when she went to bed sometimes. And when I saw her, I called out to her, but she didn't answer. She just walked down the stairs. Now, I know 100% that I had seen a small figure in an oversized white t-shirt walk down those stairs. So I got up and I went to the stairs, but I didn't see her. I figured that she must have run down, but it was weird because she was scared to go downstairs by herself at night. I quickly ran downstairs to see what she was doing, but all of the lights in the TV were off. The only light on was a little sculpture case that my mum put ornaments in. I checked the kitchen and living room, but she wasn't down there. I ran back upstairs to find her in our parents' bed, asleep. My mum was at work that night, and my dad was in the shower. Me and my sister and dad, we were the only 3 home. As a kid, I just shrugged it off and got back to my game, but now as a 26-year-old man, it honestly scares the heck out of me to think about it. I mean, what the heck was that I saw that night? There is a strange old energy throughout Georgia Piedmont in the foothills of the Appalachians. The geography of the area, that which has not yet been consumed by Atlanta's limitless growth, can be characterized by dense forests, rolling hills, and shallow red clay valleys punctuated by small grassy meadows. Silty rivers and small streams crisscross the landscape, often filling up the valleys to form lakes and marshes. You're never alone in these forests too, which are densely populated with wildlife of all strata. The region also hosts a large human presence, with booming sunbelt suburbs sprawling endlessly into the ancient hills. As there are so many people in a relatively small region, it can feel difficult to escape the hustle and bustle of it all. Well-known trails close to the population centers are often crowded, especially on fall weekends when the plentiful trees bloom with autumn color. I've been around long enough to know what hikes to avoid at certain times of the year, as solitude is one of the most enticing benefits of wilderness to me. Plenty of state and natural forests, as well as expensive county nature preserves, go relatively unnoticed if they're not among the top search results on all trails. My Labrador puppy loves to accompany me on any hike, and after work one day, I loaded him into the cab of my tired old pickup and drove us out to a close-by nature preserve that we frequent. A small gravel parking lot was totally empty when we arrived. The trail that we took led straight from the parking lot and was one of the most popular. It was midsummer, and I knew that there would be at least 90 minutes before sunset, but under the tree cover, the landscape was already beginning to darken. As we got on our way, the roar of cicadas immediately drowned out the soft percussion of our footsteps. After crossing a whitewater creek and proceeding through a thicket of tall pines for not more than 2 miles, the view suddenly opens up to an expansive, untamed meadow. Markings on trees along the right-hand side clearly indicate where the trail resumes on the opposite corner, several hundred yards away. The majority of the meadow slopes down gradually to the left, dotted with occasional dogwoods, and is sliced off sharply by another wall of old-growth pines before the bottom of the hill. Now, although I was familiar with the trail, I suddenly found us cutting swiftly leftward through the tall grass and down the hill toward the grove at the bottom of the meadow. Both my pup and I were drawn with urgency to this off-trail area of the preserve. Soon enough, we were at the trees and taking our first steps into the dim woods. Through the branches ahead, I could see a crumbling red brick chimney standing alone in the brush. It didn't appear to be far away, but as we continued to advance toward it for several minutes, it seemed that, for whatever reason, we just weren't getting any closer. Suddenly, a large black snake stopped us in our tracks, positioning itself as if to block us and staring with a raised head. This is highly unusual behavior for black snakes, which are normally furtive and keep away from people. This slight shock snapped me out of my almost trance-like state, and suddenly, everything felt very wrong. I took it as a sign that we were not welcome in that part of the forest, and no longer wanted to investigate the chimney. It took much longer than I expected to get back into the meadow. At this point, I was drenched in sweat, and my pup was panting hard, whereas not long ago we were enjoying the relatively cool summer evening. The meadow, too, was now dark, and when I checked my watch, I saw that we had been off the trail for nearly an hour, apparently. Also, everything was now completely silent, no more cicada chirping. None of that made sense, but I've had similar encounters throughout the region, where the laws of space and time seem to be somehow suspended in certain areas of the backwoods. I've considered looking for the chimney again when I'm sure to have more daylight, but then I think about the snake's warning and the feeling of existential dread that I felt that evening. I don't know. Perhaps some things are just not meant to be investigated. Of all the unexplainable things that I've witnessed throughout my life, I'm female and in my 30s. I only saw an apparition once, and I am sure that I saw what I think I saw. I was about 10 to 11 years old. My grandma was babysitting my younger sister and I. My sister was 5 or 6. She was watching TV in the living room. My grandma and I were at the kitchen table. Her kitchen window was located directly above her sink, and from where we were sitting, we were facing that window. There is also a sliding glass door to the right side of that window that exits out to a deck, and it was surrounded by a fenced-in yard in a densely populated suburban neighborhood. It couldn't have been any later than 2 or 3 in the afternoon. It was a nice spring day and slightly overcast. One of our favorite things to do was to have tea together, and so she made the best iced tea, and I always wanted it when I visited. We were sitting at the table, chatting and drinking said tea, when out of my peripheral vision, I noticed something appear in the window. I looked up, and clear as day, right in the window looking directly at me, was a man. He was dressed in what looked to me was 1920s attire. He had a tall black top hat on, piercing blue eyes, no facial expression but grey sort of bushy eyebrows, and one of those creepy handlebar moustaches that appeared to be curled with gel or something. Now, I had an active imagination as a kid, and I was in somewhat of a daze as I was looking at him through the window. I didn't feel scared for some reason, but I must have had quite the expression on my face because my grandma gently tapped my arm and said in almost a whisper, not to scare my little sister, "But do you see that too, sweetie?" With that, I looked back at the window, and he was gone. My grandma and I went outside and inspected the deck and yard, but there was nothing. I asked my grandma what she saw in the window, and she told me that it looked like a middle-aged man from the past who she did not recognize. I asked if he had a mustache, and she said yes. I asked what kind of mustache she saw, and she said that it was big and curled. Had my grandmother not been there to validate what I saw in that window that day, I would have gone the rest of my life thinking that I conjured that image up in my mind. But the fact that she saw it too, well, again, I know what I saw. I want to preface this story by stating that I'm a very analytical person. I'm actually a technical business analyst, so my livelihood is to analyze and find reasoning behind every situation. But it's to the point where I just cannot deny that something is living in my family home and it imitates my mother. So I live in Queensland, Australia, and in about 2004, we moved into a very old Queenslander home. Google Queenslander home and you'll see the type of house that I'm talking about. It was a big fixer-upper, with very high ceilings and a beautiful deck that caught the summer breeze perfectly. It was the first house built in the entire street over 150 years ago, and used to be a celery farm. Random, I know. About 15 years ago, my cousin was sleeping over one night. We were very close, and she told me all about her paranormal experiences. For context, she grew up in Indonesia, and her mother was apparently into black magic, so she has seen and experienced a lot of things. "Is there anything in my house?" I asked her. "Yes," she replied. "She sits on the windowsill of your mum's room," she said. "Is it bad?" I asked. Not too sure if I wanted to actually hear the answer, to be honest. "Just don't bother it," she said, shutting down the conversation. Fast forward a few years. I was sitting on my bed studying with the door open. I then see my mum walk down the hallway with the washing basket, about to put on a load of laundry. About 5 seconds later, I see her walk down the hallway with the washing basket, going the same direction that she was before. I was baffled at that. I mean, how could she walk the same direction twice? I tried to shake it off, thinking that it must have just been my tired mind playing tricks on me. After all, I was studying and it was pretty late. About a year passes and I had forgotten the spooky incident of my mum walking in the same direction twice. It was a Friday afternoon and I had my best friend over and we were hanging out in the kitchen talking to my mum. Mum was cooking dinner and me and my friend were just chatting away. My brother then appears from his room. "Where's dinner?" he asked. "Still another 30 minutes away," Mum replies. "But you just came into my bedroom and told me that dinner was ready." We all froze, silent. Chills ran up the back of my spine as I remember the incident that happened a year prior. "No, I didn't," Mum responded. Yes you did," my brother exclaimed. "You knocked open my door, walked into my room and told me that dinner was ready." Now, I can vouch for my mum that she definitely didn't do this. After all, I was with her the entire time. My brother shook his head. Perhaps I'm imagining things? And then walked back to his room. It was then that I knew that he wasn't imagining things, though. From there as well, things got weird, but only for me. My brother never had another experience after that, and neither did my mum. My placid dog, a big fat golden lab, would jump up from her sleep and growl and bark at the corner of the room. Doors that I closed would open up behind me, and I always felt like something didn't want me there. Fast forward a few years though, and I had moved out of home, and was asked by my mum to dog sit while she went away for the weekend. I did. It was a hot summer night, and I was in the spare bedroom with the air conditioning on freezing cold. Then, at the exact same time, the air conditioning turned off, my phone went to Do Not Disturb, and the bedroom door flung open. I don't mean that the door just creaked open. I mean, it absolutely swung on its hinges, like somebody had pushed it. I jumped up and ran out of the room, called my boyfriend, freaking out. He calmed me down, and for whatever reason, I stayed at the house. As a horror film fanatic, I know that this was a dumb move, but it became time for bed, so I went to take the dog outside to go potty before bringing her back in. She is a stubborn old thing, and so I have to physically go outside and stand in the backyard with her, otherwise she just will not go. Whilst we were outside and the dog was sniffing around trying to find her toilet spot for that evening, I suddenly felt something. I don't know how to describe it because I didn't actually see anything, but I felt something that looked like my mother at the end of the backyard, standing and looking directly at me. I know that sounds really weird, but the feeling was so strong. People will say that it was your mind playing tricks on you, but I swear that it wasn't, because I have never before nor since had a feeling like that before. It was like I was seeing something without actually seeing it. I sort of sensed it, I guess, and it sensed really strong. She was in a nightgown, blonde shoulder-length hair, looking just like my mother, except cold and emotionless and angry. I rushed the dog back inside and I went to bed. Needless to say, I didn't sleep well that night. But whatever it was imitating my mother, it didn't seem to like me. It never showed itself to my mum or brother, but for some reason loved to torment me. That was until recently. You see, I was over at my mum's for dinner, and the topic of ghost stories came up. I brought up all the experience that I'd had at that house and how I found it so strange that Mum never experienced it. Mum looked at me with a blank stare, almost as if she was trying to hold something in. "What is it?" I asked. "Well, the other week, something happened." She began to tell me the story, which finally made her realize that I was telling the truth. Except this time, it imitated somebody else. Mum was with her friend on the balcony, having some afternoon tea or whatever. "Where's the bathroom?" her friend asked. "Just down the hallway," Mum replied. Her friend then got up to go to the bathroom. From the balcony, you can pretty much see everything from the house as it looks straight down the hallway. Mum looked down, eating her afternoon tea, and when she looked back up, she saw her friend walk out of the toilet and into my mum's bedroom. My mum shouted out her friend's name, and then, "What are you doing?" But there was no response. My mum shouted a bit more, getting up from her seat to go and see why she went into her bedroom. And just as she was about to walk down the hall, there appeared her friend, walking out of the toilet. She quickly darted into her bedroom upon seeing this, but nobody was there. I don't know what this thing is that imitates people in my mum's house, but I know that it's not nice. It's not friendly, and it doesn't want me around. All I can say is that I'm glad I moved out when I did. And I guess my question for all of you guys is, has anyone else experienced anything like this? And if you did you ever get rid of it? So, I had a roommate named Adrian Michaels. We were very close friends, and she needed a place to live, so we moved in together. I was pregnant, and we celebrated every aspect of my pregnancy together. She made an appointment to freeze her eggs because she was in her late 20s and she didn't believe her eggs would be good by the time that she was ready to have a baby. I'm giving these details so that you can see what situations we found ourselves in. Anyway, a few days after my due date, her service cat alerted me and I was going to be sick. Sure enough, I was, and I went to the doctor just to be safe. For reasons I won't get into, they illegally held me there and coerced me into having an unnecessary C-section, which was my greatest fear. 3 weeks later, I was in a spiral of depression and unable to do my usual tasks. I usually cooked and cleaned for her. She also spiraled into her ED and lost a lot of weight very quickly, and she quit exercising as well. Another thing I won't go into a lot of detail is that she had a very bad day that day, and unfortunately, that night she died. So after that, we had to move. Our first day looking, we found a 2-bedroom house on the lake for $750 a month. Similar houses were going for like $1,400 plus at the time, so we felt extremely blessed. We were the only applicants, and the owner said that his wife couldn't handle living in the house but wouldn't explain why. So we moved in, and within a few days, the place started feeling unsafe. We felt like we were being watched, and the place really obviously wasn't under surveillance, but it felt like a weird spiritual thing almost. I've always been kind of sensitive, I guess, and here was definitely no exception. It started pretty benign, I guess, like feeling like I wasn't alone in the kitchen or the laundry room, and that was fine. I mean, it didn't bother me too much. We just figured that maybe Adrian was stopping by. I would talk to her sometimes and tell her that I'd miss her, but it was around then that the dreams started. Pretty standard dreams usually. Feeling like my daughter was in danger, feeling like I was falling, seeing shadows in my lucid dreams, but I had a dream about Adrian, and she was sitting drinking tea, and after a tearful reunion, she told me that it wasn't safe to be where she was and she had to leave, and something kept lurking in the shadows. She told me not to look for it because it's going to cause me even greater pain. When I woke up, my baby was screaming in her crib, and there were really huge ants just all over the place. She'd been bitten a few times as well, but it was winter and there were no ants in the house usually that we knew of. I mean, we kept the place really clean. We put out some ant poison though, and we never figured out where they came from, and we never really saw them again after that too. They just seemed to vanish. Also, my chinchillas would bark a lot when they'd normally been quiet before. Soon after this as well, I was cleaning and I found what looked like a bloody handprint in the closet. I took photos, but they were on my old computer, which I can't turn on anymore. But the handprint was very clearly that of a child. When we moved in, I put all of Adrian's stuff in the spare room, and I never went in there. Her parents took only her photos and her cat, so we had the rest of her life in this room. I was organizing in the room when I opened the closet and saw an attic bolted shut and painted over. I could see that it hadn't been opened since it had been repainted, but in the back corner of the closet was a tiny chair built in. I got spooked immediately by something falling off of the table in the other room, so I went out and took care of that, shut the door, and I didn't go back in there. And that night was the first night that I saw something. My husband was in the bedroom changing the baby and we were talking. The kitchen has a view into the laundry room and I saw him in there and was talking to him. I went into the bedroom to put something away to find that he was actually in there. I was extremely unsettled by this. I mean, I'd never seen anything pretend to be someone that I loved. After this experience, though, I had my very religious mother go through with some church friends and bless the place. It still felt like I was being watched, though, but I was able to ignore it now for the most part. By the time that my baby started walking, I spiraled again into depression. I always kept the blinds closed, and I practically lived in the dark in those days. Seldom did I even have the TV on, and my husband worked 12-hour shifts 5 days a week to keep up with the bills and things. My mum was over a lot, but I quit cleaning and I can't remember a lot of it, honestly. I felt immense guilt that my roommate died because I couldn't be better for her, which rationally I know isn't correct, but I was really messed up during this time is what I'm getting at. Anyway, it was deep winter when I felt this extreme chill, like all the doors were suddenly open at once. My scented candles flickered and almost went out, but all of a sudden I just couldn't move. I was holding my sleeping baby and out of the corner of my eye, I saw something crawling on the floor. It was large too, like a man size, but the proportions were off and the arms were way too long. It was walking towards us and everything in me was screaming not to look at it. I could see it coming towards me, but the entryway door opened and my husband came home early to surprise me with dinner. At that, I quickly shot around, but when I did, nothing was there. I told him about it later when I could think about it, but I saw the figure several more times, but there was just nothing that we could do. I mean, at least it didn't end for a few more months, so we just sucked it up and dealt with the fear. Eventually, I looked into the history of the house, and one of the people who lived there was the police chief who was jailed for abusing his daughter, apparently. It was a trap house at one point as well, and someone had been killed nearby. There's probably a lot of experiences that I had in that house that I shut out of my mind, but this is everything that really stands out to me, things that I'll never forget. But the house just felt suffocating at times and like I was being pushed out. The landlord had a second house available for only $450 a month, so we moved out the day after we found out about the other rental place. No one stays living there very long. Most people have stayed for about 4 months before everyone always leaves. Since the events of this story, though, my life has improved incredibly. I haven't had a single bout of depression since living there, and I have 3 children who are all very happy and healthy. My oldest sees ghosts and has past life memories that she tells me about, but I'll save those for another time. I've been meaning to share this for over 6 years now, and if you've listened to all of it, then thank you. I appreciate getting it off my chest because it's been a very, very long journey. I work at an oil refinery or chemical plant in the southern US. I won't give the company name for obvious reasons, but I work primarily around the rail yard, but we do handle business throughout the whole eastern portion of the plant. So about a month ago, I will not give the exact date as you'll be able to find my place of work pretty quickly. I had completed my work for the night and had taken the company truck to a part of the refinery that I was more likely to go unnoticed by my supervisor should they be driving around. This has been my go-to spot to hide from the boss and sleep away the remainder of my shift for the past 2 years or so that I've worked here. This part of the refinery, where there had been a relatively localized explosion that tragically took the life of a woman that had been employed directly by the owners of the refinery for about 5 years. She was attempting to fire up burners to restore power to the refinery during an emergency power outage. This took place around 10 years before, on the same day and round about the same time in the morning. The area of the plant where this happened is still taped off and shut down to this day. Anyway, on this night, while sitting in the truck, it had begun to rain very heavily. We had been in a relatively severe drought for the past several months, so the poor weather was actually welcomed by all, especially with the notice the plant had sent over the radio stating that there was lightning in the area and to stop work and find the nearest substantial shelter. I was watching a movie on my phone and finding it hard to stay awake with the sound of the heavy rain on the roof of the truck. Sometime in the very early morning hours, though, although I can't be exactly sure on the time, I was awoken from my half-sleep by a huge orange glow that completely engulfed me. It was so intense that I couldn't open my eyes past a squint due to the brightness. I could only describe it as being very similar to staring directly into the sun. I immediately recognized that I was in the middle of an explosion. However, there was absolutely no sound, no heat, and no fear. For a moment, I questioned if I was still alive, but as the orange glow died down, I saw a woman completely engulfed in flames, running for about 5 or 6 steps before falling to the ground. Since that day, 10 years ago, there have been a number of pipes installed that run horizontally just above the ground in front of the furnace and meant to bypass it, and whoever this woman was, she ran straight through them. I mean, she ran straight through them like they weren't even there. Then, just as soon as I saw it, it all just disappeared. The fire was gone, she was gone, the whole space was just as empty as before, and I was back to sitting alone in a truck, listening to the rain. I obviously couldn't believe what I had just seen. I, like everyone else at that plant, was familiar with what had happened on that day, and I knew exactly what I had just witnessed. I just couldn't wrap my head around how I had witnessed an event that happened a full decade in the past. I drove back to our shop, where I promptly clocked out and went out to my personal truck. I sat there for at least half an hour trying to come to terms with what I had just witnessed. After the initial shock wore off, I felt very indifferent about it, I guess. It didn't freak me out or anything. What I saw was just, I guess, very matter-of-fact. Even still, though, I kept the story to myself because I figured that there was very little benefit to telling anyone. And an event like this is obviously hard to forget, especially in the only 3 or so weeks since it happened, but I have tried not to dwell on it too much because I know that I'll drive myself crazy trying to comprehend exactly why I was somehow able to witness such a well-known and tragic event from like 10 years in the past. But then, last night, it happened again. We have a very small loading dock that sits in the back of the rail yard and hasn't been manned or used in years. Last night the weather was very foggy, to the point that you could only see lights from the refinery for about 100 yards, and could only see objects for maybe 25. I was driving the work truck down to a storage tank that we have, and talking on the phone to my wife about the trip that she had taken to visit her mum in the next state over. As I turned the corner near the rack, my phone dropped the call. I didn't think too much of it because service can be spotty in parts of the refinery, although this area usually has a pretty strong signal. Nevertheless, I figured that I would just call her back after I had arrived at my destination. I happened to look to my left to glance at the rack. I never had the opportunity to use it, and it had different equipment than I'm used to using. I have to look at it when I pass in an attempt to picture how it all worked. It sort of sits about 30 feet from the road, so it's close enough that I was able to still make out the details pretty well. As I looked over, I saw 2 men up there. They were wearing the old company uniform and seemed to be hooking up a large white rail car. These white cars are uncommon in our yard, but not unheard of. However, if we had one staged in this area, there is absolutely no way that I would know about it. Nor is there any way that I would not have seen it any of the other 10 or so times that I had passed that area during that day. I could make out their faces well enough to know that neither of the men were anyone that currently works here. I also noticed the rack didn't look nearly as rusty and neglected as it usually does. It still had paint on it and didn't look overgrown or abandoned at all. That being said, everything was a little blurry and, instead of being in the fog, it was more like they were in the fog, I guess, or were the fog. They were sort of part of it almost. Then, as I reached the next turn, they were just gone. The people were gone, the large white car was gone, the rack was back to its rusty normal self. Interestingly, the fog started clearing up very shortly after this as well, although I can't say that they were really connected. Once again, this took me a minute to process, but I wasn't really freaked out or anything. I actually just thought that it was really cool that I got to sort of witness this time slip 2 times now. I asked a co-worker that has been here nearly as long as I have been alive when the uniforms changed, and he said that it was sometime during 2015. I don't know if I also saw them 10 years in the past or if it was a different, more random amount of time. Our company had been here since the 60s, so there really is no telling. But one thing that I did notice is that both events seemed to move slower than normal time. Not slow motion, just a little slower than normal, I guess. I don't know if this was actually time moving slower or if my brain was just taking longer to process what I was seeing. These are the only times in my life that I've never experienced anything like this. I don't know if it was something to do with the plant, the area, or me. I will say, though, that the city where this took place is where one of the most well-documented UFO sightings or abductions took place. Maybe this is just a place where odd things happen. Who knows? Anyway, I'm sorry if my thoughts are a little bit jumbled here. Reliving this while sharing it has proven to make it difficult to keep my mind on track. I would love to hear of anyone else that has had similar experiences to this, though. I am really desperate to know I'm not the only one that has seen something like this, because if you've ever experienced something like it, then you know that it is something else. This takes place in the rural farmland of southeastern United States. For those from around the area, you will know that there really isn't much around except for old farmhouses, fields, and the occasional subdivision. When I was around 17 or 18, I was dating a girl who went to the same high school as me. Being teenagers, we needed a place to be alone, and what better than the front seat of my F-150? Often, it was hard to find a place to park that was away from the road and was far enough away from everybody else. One evening, as the sun was getting ready to set, I remembered an abandoned house with a long driveway and a tobacco barn off some old back road with no other houses around. I had been there before and explored the property. The house's roof had been abandoned long ago and currently had been used to store lumber, apparently. The house had no doors or windows left, and the rest of the property was clearly in disrepair and didn't appear to be used at all. I figured this long-forgotten property would make a good spot, so I drove my truck up into the driveway, far away from prying eyes. I put my truck in park, lifted up my center console, and put on the radio. As my girlfriend and I were talking, she suddenly stops with her eyes glued to the rearview mirror and says, I think somebody is there." I initially blew her off, as I was fairly confident that nobody was around for miles, but I glanced in my rear view to see a very beat-up looking Ford truck had pulled directly behind mine, and the door instantly flew open. Out jumped a tall, dirty-looking man, holding what appeared to be a gun with a weathered wooden stock. As I put my window down, the man advances yelling all types of obscenities from the side of my truck. As he walks up, I hear the distinct sound of the safety clicking off of an older rifle. I froze as the world stopped around me. I had never been held at gunpoint before. As soon as the shock wore off, I threw my hands up and I see the man had his sights aimed on me through the rear window of my truck. I looked over to my girlfriend, who was frozen in shock and somewhat cowered into the passenger door. I remember feeling helpless and reaching for my pistol I usually had between the seats, which I quickly realized that I had left at home. This was probably a blessing in disguise, as the strange man was clearly belligerent and under the influence of something, and I'm sure that him seeing my pistol would have just sent him more over the edge. As my hands are up and my girlfriend is shaking in fear, I eventually mutter out, "What's going on, sir?" The man, through rotten and missing teeth, shouts, "You come out here tearing up my field and ruining my crops?" He clearly had mistaken me for some of the ATV riders around the area who would often wander on the private property and tear up the land like that. Looking at the man, he didn't look like any of the farmers that I had known around the area, having lived here 15 years at this point. I was pretty familiar with the local farmers. This supposed farmer looked maybe in his early 30s and looked to me more like a junkie that I would see downtown. I replied to the man that I had never been here before, nor was I responsible for destroying his crops, trying desperately to defuse the situation. He wanted to hear none of it though and continued to mutter, while still holding me at gunpoint. I waited for a break in his incoherent babbling to apologize profusely and say, "Sir, if I had seen a no trespassing sign, I wouldn't have dared step foot on the property." The man advanced from behind my truck to open my window to yell, "Didn't you see the sign?" He didn't believe me. As I studied him, he continued to grip the rifle tighter and mumbled to himself. I apologized some more and offered to leave when I noticed that he has me completely blocked in at this point, which means that there was nowhere to go. As soon as I mentioned leaving, he perked up and dropped the rifle ever so slightly, putting us out of immediate danger. My fight or flight briefly chose fight, but I knew that there was no way to jump out of the truck and get him before he could shoot. Time seemed to slow, and I felt like the silence that ensued lasted hours. He started to yell obscenities again, but started to walk back to his truck. As he passes my rear bumper, my girlfriend and I exchanged glances. I had never seen a fear like that in somebody's eyes before, let alone somebody that I loved. I knew that I had to do whatever I could to get away from this unhinged stranger, so I fired up my truck and put it in reverse as he does the same. The beat-up Ford backed up into the road and stopped, waiting for me to exit. I backed into the road as well, my eyes never leaving the rearview mirror. As soon as there was enough space, I threw that truck into drive and stomped the gas pedal down as far as I could go. My tires squealed and the truck roared as it ran through the gears. I was familiar with the roads and was confident that I could outrun him if I needed to, as his truck looked like it was on its last leg, to be honest. As the speedometer flew past 60, I could see the man following us, but enough distance from my truck that it would be hard to put a hole in my tailgate. My girlfriend is calming down at this point and is trying to rationalize what had just happened to us. I drove and drove for several miles, constantly looking behind to see if he was following. I briefly remember doing over 100 miles an hour at some point. The mood in the cab changed to utter disbelief as we talk about how crazy the supposed farmer looked and awkwardly laughing off our near deaths. I never saw the man again after that, and I never did return to that abandoned house, except for the next day to leave him some ruts in the front yard of the rundown property. Looking back, I haven't the slightest idea as to how the man knew that we were there, as we weren't visible from the road, nor where we followed. I personally think that he was just some tweaker, as I knew most of all the farmers in the area, and being in a small town like that, you know pretty much everyone. I had never seen this man in my entire life, nor have I seen him since. I certainly was in the wrong being on private property, I'll admit that, and had heard horror stories of people running from crazed farmers as bullets flew over their heads. However, a couple of kids parked up in what was clearly a forgotten property, several hundred yards from the nearest field, shouldn't have warranted a firearm pointed at me and my girlfriend, who was sitting in a clean truck that obviously hadn't been tearing up any fields. Coming from a farming family and being close with farmers in the area, the last thing that you would catch me doing is tearing up somebody's livelihood. Regardless, I put my girlfriend's and my life at stake just to park up somewhere and fool around a bit. But trust me though, I never made that mistake again. For context, I'm a highly skeptical but no stranger to the paranormal. I'm the type that believes that demons exist, but most ghost stories are overreactions of easily explained phenomena or simply hoaxes. About 3 months ago, I had just started working security for a hotel that was built back in the 1920s by a major hotel chain that has changed hands multiple times and is now owned by one of the biggest hotel chains. I won't say which it is though, so that I don't get sued or anything, but from what I've been told, paranormal activity is not a common occurrence in the hotel, but some years back, the Make-A-Wish Foundation started sending some children here because it's a major resort at one of the most popular beaches on the East Coast, so why wouldn't they, right? However, the hotel was not informed of this and didn't realize what was happening until several children died in their rooms over the course of a few weeks. And supposedly on quiet nights, you can hear children playing with a ball in the Northern Tower ballrooms at night. For years, guests complained of children playing ball loudly next to their rooms, even when security would check that there would be nobody there. This has not happened in a while, mind you, but going into this story, you should understand that my opinion on the cause of what I've seen may be warped by being told this story. Now, every shift that we do a floor check, especially on night shifts when I work. At first, I never noticed anything strange. I got a little creeped out by the quiet of the floors at night, but nothing supernatural by any means. The hotel has 2 separate towers separated by a restaurant and shopping area that connects them. About a month into the job, and suddenly I started feeling like something was following me on the floor checks, especially in the south tower, which is the biggest and tallest, and where I understand most jumpers choose because of all the rooms facing the ocean, having a sliding glass door with a short rail in front of it as well. And, well, you can put the rest together from there, right? Anyway, it got really bad in October. Maybe the spooky season had an effect on me, but this feeling of being watched and followed just never really went away. As the weeks have gone on, I started seeing distorted faces in windows as I passed by, to the point that I no longer look at them. The floor pattern sometimes reflects on the glass, and the mind could easily make a face with the pattern, I know that, but some of these faces were up further on the glass where this really shouldn't have been possible. When I focus up there, I can almost hear whispers in the back of my mind, urging me to, well, finish myself for the mistakes that I've made, or even telling me insecurities I have about myself. I've really never told any of those things to anyone, too. In the last few weeks, some strange physical and auditory phenomena have occurred as well. So part of what we do on floor checks is close doors that we find open, and some of the doors lately have been more difficult to close. One in particular I had to use all my strength to slam shut. The ice machines, too, on each floor sometimes make a sort of banging noise while in operation, so I usually attribute any noise that I hear from the vending area to that, but sometimes it almost just sounded like someone was rummaging in the garbage cans. And when I would go to investigate, I'll hold my keys so they wouldn't jingle in case it was a person, and as soon as I do, the rummaging noise always will stop. On a couple of occasions, I felt what I can only describe as hands touching me while closing certain doors. Sometimes it's just a tickle, and other times a sort of brush against the back of my hand, and even a feeling like someone on the other side of the door is pulling it in the opposite direction against me. And because of all this, I now dread the floor checks, especially after 3 a.m. I'm not trying to make this seem scarier than it is, but these things intensify the closer that it gets to that hour for whatever reason. Whatever they are, they aren't friendly, and I think that they know that I can sense them. They really don't like that I can sense them too. Like some nights, that watched and followed feeling is more like a burning hatred directed towards my existence, like being stalked by an enemy or a predator. I'm pretty religious too, and whenever these things happen, I always pray to God, and when I do, it usually goes away, or whatever it is. The scariest thing, though, is the last time it was that intense that I heard something growl next to my ear. I've never been hurt by them, mind you, so my assumption is that they can't actually hurt anyone physically, but they try to communicate often, and they want their presences acknowledged. Almost as though there's a power that comes from it. My grandmother told me once that demons truly have no power. They're only capable of whatever we believe them to be capable of. So I guess my mounting fear is feeding them, whatever they are. Now, I know that my experiences could just be me seeing things or looking too much into something completely explainable. I don't know, but this is just what I've seen and heard. Whatever it is that's haunting me at night, my co-workers don't know about it, or at least they aren't telling anyone, like I don't too. Maybe I'm just crazy and seeing things, but if that's the case, well, why am I not having any other signs of manic episodes or psychosis or something? And more importantly, why am I only seeing things in that one part of the building? I had something weird happen when I left work today at around 4 a.m. So, there's one stretch of road that I take home that's usually especially devoid of people at that time of night. It's a 4-lane road with a turning lane down the middle. All that's on this road is a small airport on one side and essentially a swamp on the other. So I turn onto this road, driving like normal, fully paying attention because sometimes deer like to jump out around there. It's completely empty, no other cars in sight, totally straight road with no curves, and in the best way that I can describe it, a man just materialized out of thin air, walking in the center turning lane about 10 feet ahead of me. Now, there is no way on earth that I wouldn't have seen him sooner. I mean, with my absurdly bright headlights and absolutely nothing else around, it would have been impossible to miss him. I didn't get a great look at him since he showed up so suddenly, and by the time that I even registered all of that in my brain, I was already flying past him. All I could tell was that it looked like a middle-aged or older black man with a red jacket on, and he had maybe one of those wheeled suitcases or bag things that he was kind of dragging behind him. I hit the brakes and was looking for him in my mirrors because he was very, very close to my car, and I was scared that I'd hit him or something. But I suddenly didn't see anything or anyone at all behind me. As fast as he appeared, he was gone. I ended up pulling a U-turn because I wanted to make sure that I wasn't losing my mind. Keep in mind, there's absolutely nowhere for this guy to have gone in the 30 seconds that it took for me to slow down and turn around like that. On one side of the road, there's a fence around the airport runways, and on the other is an empty gravel lot and a ditch. And I mean, there was just nowhere that this man couldn't have gone that quickly where I wouldn't have seen him. Anyway, either I lost my mind that night, as I first thought, or down that road, there's a ghost hitchhiker. This happened a couple of weeks ago. I don't have any pictures or video or anything, just the story that happened to me. And now I think that there's a demon following me wherever I go. So if anybody has any advice to give me, then please do give it. Alright. So my room has a layout in such a way where when I lay down and I look at the end of my bed, I can also see the doorway, which leads into a dark hallway with a ceiling at 6 to 7 feet, which is important. I was home alone on an average Tuesday night. My family was out shopping while I was staying home. I usually stay downstairs and watch TV to pass the time, but at around 7 o'clock, yes, my family shops pretty late, it was getting dark and I was pretty bored, so I decided to head upstairs and take a nap. But when I passed by the slightly abandoned room across from mine, I got a weird feeling like somebody was watching me. I ignored it, thinking that it was either my 2 cats or my dog, as they like to play in there a lot, plus the litter box was in there as well. So I went into my room and turned the lights off, plopped on my bed and fell asleep. I didn't have any nightmares or weird dreams or anything, but I did wake up in a weird cold sweat. It seemed like I was scared, and that feeling from before was way stronger now. I looked at my TV, which was still on. I wasn't surprised because I left it on for a bit of light, but it doesn't cast light into the hallway, and so I decided to play on my 3DS for a bit. But then, suddenly, I heard something. I don't really remember what the sound was, but I remember hearing something, and I looked into the hallway, and when I did, I froze. Because there, in the hallway, was a really tall girl with a hat on. The girl was crouched. She had really long hair. I couldn't see her face, but she had a dress or kimono on and also a hat. I wanted to hide under the covers, but she could have moved if I wasn't looking at her. But soon after watching her for quite some time, she then went downstairs. I grabbed a baseball bat and ran into the bathroom, which was the only room in the house with a lock, and I called my family. They had to do a lot of grocery shopping and were also pretty far away, so they told me to call 911. I called the police and they eventually arrived and checked my house out, but there was no sign of forced entry and nobody anywhere. My mother had actually put up some cameras around the house, and when my family checked the footage, the only motion caught was me running to the bathroom. I felt scared walking to the bus stop alone after that. I also felt that thing's presence again following me, the same feeling that I woke up in a cold sweat with. Right now, I don't know what to do or what to think of any of this. I've finally decided to share this story in the hopes that someone out there might be able to help me. When I was young, I grew up on the outskirts of a small town in the Midwest, close to the Great Lakes. The town had a population of about 8,000 at the time and was established in 1833. We lived well outside of town, in an area that was mostly either forest or farmland. There was a small trailer park fairly close on the other side of the railroad tracks, built on a sort of raised mound, so high that you couldn't even see the trailer park from the second floor of our house. But to give you an idea of just how remote we were, the half-of-a-mile stretch in the other direction only had 3 other houses total, and only on one side of the road as well. After that, there was a 2.5 stretch of pretty much nothing but trees or crops before you reached the town proper. At that time, I would have called the farmhouse that we lived in a mansion, but I was very small. But we lived there for about 5 years, moving in at about the time that I just entered kindergarten. In retrospect, and looking at it on Google Street View now, it was a fairly small farmhouse, probably built in the early 1900s. While this isn't directly related to the events that I'll later tell you, it occurs to me that it might be relevant, so I'm going to include it. So we owned 6 acres of land, and even then I knew I was fortunate to have so much room to explore and play in. The property was much longer than it was wide too. The house sat fairly close to the road, and the mass of the land that had been cleared I now assumed to be used as farmland for crops. There was also a ring of trees around the perimeter, and a well-worn walking path adjacent to that ring of trees. Outside of a very small grove of apple trees directly next to the house, towards the front of the property, the rest of the land was an empty field full of just tall weeds. So, while I spent most of my time playing in and exploring the closest half of the property, I would never really go back in the back acres alone. The stretch of the trees to the north didn't bother me, nor did the patch of trees in thick forest to the northwest. The patch to the southwest, however, for whatever reason, just terrified me. I would never go anywhere near it alone, and even if I ventured that far with friends or adults, it made me extremely uncomfortable being near that forested sort of corner there. I occasionally still have nightmares about that patch, and for whatever reason, it just freaked me out. Closer to the house, right at the start of the path to the back acres, was a massive woodpile that I spent a good deal of my time playing in. It was easily 5 feet tall, if not 6 feet, as tall as, if not taller than an adult, and I'm pretty sure larger than our house as well. It was composed of irregular shaped planks that were made by cutting the slightly rounded edges off of a tree. I'm no woodcutter by any means, nor do I know the process, but it always hit me as odd that that much timber was just left behind like that. While the planks were too rounded and irregular in shape to be used for construction, that much I could see. It seemed like a lot of timber that could have been ground up to make particle board or something. I assumed the woodpile was the byproduct of clearing the land for farmland or whatever. Again, I'm no woodcutter, but I will mention that there were no tree trucks to be seen, nor were there any stumps left in the woodpile. They obviously must have been pulled up in the clearing process, but no idea what happened to them or why they were hauled off while the irregular planks were left to rot like that. I can only assume that this mini sort of logging operation had happened a number of years before, probably even decades. The planks were extremely old, whatever the case, and weathered from the elements and very, very brittle. Even though many had sections as thick as 2x4s, they were prone to breaking under the weight of my small frame, and if I put my mind to it, I was capable of breaking them in half with my 5 to 10-year-old strength. Now, I only bring all of this up to establish that the land was not being used for what it was intended to be. In fact, Pulling it up on Google Maps, to this day, those 6 acres are still not used for farming, even though nearly all of the surrounding plots now are. The house, though, was completely square. On the bottom floor, half was divided between a dining room and a front room. The other half split between a master bedroom, with remaining space divided between the kitchen and the 2 flights of stairs. One of which led down to an entryway, which included another flight of stairs down to the basement, and the other leading upstairs. I don't think it was ever remodeled. I think the upstairs was designed to basically be a livable attic. You went up half a flight of stairs to a small landing, then had to turn 180 degrees to another half a flight of stairs that led up to a sort of long alcove. From the alcove, you had 2 doors on either side, one to a small bedroom and one to a slightly large L-shaped bedroom. Both bedrooms were equipped with 2 insanely large walk-in closet storage areas. They sloped due to the roof, but they were large enough that my older brother used one as his bedroom, so he had enough space for couches in his bedroom, proper to hang out with his friends and all that. The slightly larger bedroom, that eventually became mine, was large enough to fit 2 double beds in comfortably, plus a large chest of drawers and plenty of floor space to play in. Closets are scary when you're a kid, large ones even more so. Mine was large enough to fit every conceivable monster my mind could imagine in it. More than enough room for Dracula, a wolfman, the boogeyman, and plenty of room for a Bigfoot or 2. My parents, they weren't much for the mollycoddling, and I was expected to go to bed by myself every night. Now, there was a small window on the stairway landing that allowed some light from the yard security light, but when you made that 180 turn, you were staring at a flight of stairs leading up to the pitch darkness where the next light switch could be found. I'm not too proud to admit it, but most nights I made that ascent crying in fear. I also have a large family, but my siblings were all much older, and every year saw another one striking out on their own, and a number of those of us dwelling there getting consistently smaller. One might come back to visit or stay briefly when times were tough, but we went from like 6 when we first moved in to eventually 2 to 4. My father traveled for work, and my older teenager brother spent most of his time out running around. So, by the time that I was 9, most nights it was just me and my mum. Putting this as politely as I can as well, my closest brother was much older than me, a high school jock and, well, kind of an idiot. Even for brothers, I can't say our relationship was good at that point. Most of our interactions went between him ignoring me to tormenting me for his own amusement. I tended to avoid him as much as possible because our time spent together was never enjoyable and usually ended with me crying and our mum screaming, "Leave your brother alone." Now, honestly, I still have almost no idea when this happened. I couldn't tell you what season, and only slightly comfortable in guessing it was probably about the time I was 8, maybe barely after I turned 9 years old. The only thing that I can say for certain is that my father was away on business at the time, and while I'd shared my bedroom with my older sister for the first few years, she'd moved out and I had the bedroom to myself. Now, old houses creak. They creak and moan as they settle. Most nights I'd lay in bed terrified, listening to these sounds trying to convince myself that it wasn't a monster coming to get me. Eventually a train would pass by, and the motion of it shaking the house would always put me to sleep, which is a bit weird, right? So I assume it was a night like any other. If I'd seen a scary movie or read a horror story, I would walk up the stairs in fear and lay in bed listening to every small noise, wondering what it was until a train rocked me to sleep. Barring a nightmare, I almost never woke up in the middle of the night, usually sleeping until the sun came up or my mum woke me up, whichever came first. I didn't have an alarm clock, and I have no memory of there ever being a clock in that room. Total stab in the dark, but sometime after midnight, I was awoken to a sound outside of my bedroom door, in that little alcove that I'd mentioned before. I'd have to say that I was a fairly sound sleeper back then, because I don't ever remember being woken up by my brother coming home, or any other sound for that matter. But for whatever reason, this time, I was woken up by a very slow, very long creak of the floorboards. The first immediate thought was that it was the house settling, and I turned over to go back to sleep, but this time it didn't stop. There were no sound of footsteps, and each creak just sort of took forever. I wasn't actually scared at first, just sort of curious, trying to figure out what it was. But then there was way more noise than the house would make. But if it was someone out there, they were moving just insanely slow. No sound of footfall. If there was someone, they'd just about have to be barefooted or in socks maybe. Just the slow sound of one floorboard groaning in protest of pressure, followed painfully slowly by another floorboard groaning in relief as pressure was removed. At that, I sat up in bed, just listening and arguing with myself. Something has to be there. There's no way anyone is there, though. It must be the house making noises. It was so slow that it wasn't even scaring me, I guess. I was just listening to it intently. It went on forever as well, easily 20 or more minutes. Long enough that eventually I was convinced that it sounded nothing like maybe my brother creeping home late and trying not to wake anyone up, or even someone breaking in and trying to steal things in the dark without making a sound. It seemed very much like the sound of something, though, pacing very slowly, back and forth directly in front of my door. The noise would very slowly move left for a while, and then oh so slowly move back in the opposite direction, like it had no destination in mind. Eventually I was convinced, okay, this is absolutely not my imagination. Someone has to be there, and I suspected my brother was trying to scare me or whatever. I went to call his name and found my voice frozen in my throat. My mother was sleeping directly below me and could absolutely hear me if I screamed, and if it was my brother pranking me, yelling would definitely put an end to it. But I don't know, I've just never felt such terror in my life at just the thought of yelling. At that age, yelling chases everything bad away and brings your mother to your rescue. But all I felt was pure dread at the thought of releasing a scream. And then I heard the sound of the doorknob moving, and any doubt that I wasn't alone was immediately erased. I dove under the covers and balled myself up. Just like the creaking, the sound at the door was painfully slow, like a 3-year-old trying to open a door, unable to get a good grip. I could hear it turning slightly, then stopping, an attempt at turning and then release again, just forever as well. I had a mental image of my brother in a sheet trying to scare me, but even at the time, it just seemed so weird. I mean, why was he doing it anyway? Like, I could see him pretending a few minutes, wandering in the alcove, moaning like a ghost at the top of his lungs until he was sure that I was awake, then jumping on the bed to make me cry and laugh at me. But this style of dramatics seemed unnecessary and really unlike him. After easily a dozen clumsy attempts, the doorknob was finally turned enough to open the door, just barely. I could now hear the door barely moving away from the frame, not nearly far enough for anything to fit through, and now came the sound of something pushing on the door without enough force to open it. The door would sort of creak slightly, open a bit, then fall backwards to a near closed position over and over again. And like everything else up to this point, whatever it was, it took forever. Me shaking under the blanket the whole time, mind you. Even allowing for a child's perception of time, I can say with confidence that we were at easily the 30-minute mark at this point. Probably much, much longer. Minimum of 30 minutes from the first time that I heard the creaking of the floorboards outside of my room, to the time that the door was finally pushed with enough force to finally swing completely open. And that was when the groaning started. Let me stress that this was not the high-pitched, ooh, sort of stereotypical, look at me pretending to be a ghost moaning sound. This was sporadic, an elderly person trying to get out of bed sort of groaning. When the door opened, I was expecting or hoping for the grand finale of my brother running around, making ghost noises at the top of his lungs. But what I got was a continuation of the slow creeping on floorboards towards my bed, now accompanied by what I can only describe as a low groan. Like everything else so far as well, it was insanely stretched out and was just painful waiting for what was going to happen next. By this point, I was completely balled into the fetal position, trying my best not even to cry or breathe, terrified to make even the slightest sound. Spoiler too, this went on for hours. I'm finally aware time moves slower for kids, but this would extend until just shy of dawn. So even if it started as late as 3 in the morning during the summer, when nights are shortest, and I'm pretty sure it didn't happen in the summer, I don't remember feeling overheated under the blankets or anything. We're still looking at least 2 or 3 hours minimum. In any case, the entity, or whatever it was, circles the bed in what felt like forever, and somewhere I guess about an hour in, it began touching me. I could feel a barely there brush that would eventually really slowly become a very light poke. At this point, I was absolutely petrified. I lay there feeling this for an hour at least, and somewhere before dawn, all of a sudden, everything just stopped. While I allow for my eventually falling asleep, I just cannot imagine sleep taking me when I was so frozen with fear and quivering violently, and I don't remember falling asleep either. Whatever it was, it just stopped. The touching and poking came at a snail's pace, and when I went 5 minutes without being touched, it honestly felt like it was just looming over me. I never did hear the sound of leaving. No slow departure, no creaking of floorboards, nothing. It just stopped. I waited until the room was completely illuminated, not even feeling safe to come out from under the covers when I could tell the sun was breaking, and scrambled down the stairs as quickly as I could to tell my mum exactly what happened. I'm fairly certain that it was a Sunday morning when this happened as well. Didn't have to go to school that day and wasn't worried about watching cartoons or whatever, and started babbling to my mum about seeing a ghost. She was irritated. She didn't get a lot of days to sleep in and wasn't willing to give up her extra sleep for my imagination. She wasn't interested in hearing about it, so I caught a few hours of sleep in her bed with her at that point. For years, I'd tell all of my friends about the night that I saw a ghost, but as I got older, I realized that it was probably just my older brother playing a trick on me. Now, my brother is still a bit of a jerk, and that's just his way, I guess. When I reached adulthood, we got closer and formed a much stronger bond. He's certainly got his own way of doing things, but he tried to be a big better brother after I hit my teens than he'd ever did when I was a kid. But he still revels in the various pranks that he pulled on me. He very frequently feels a need to remind me that at one point he held all the cards. If I playfully or sometimes resentfully bring up some of the terrible things that he did, he'll gloat about it with a big grin, as if remembering better days. So, one holiday when I'd hit my 30s, I stayed late after the family dinner, and it was just the two of us drinking coffee and talking. He, as always, brought up something that he did to me when I was young, tricking me into eating dog food when I was 3, I think, making me lick a 9-volt battery, tricking me into thinking on accident meant intentionally, so it was harder to snitch on him. Take your pick. It's a bit of a long list, but I realized that we'd never talked about what happened that night, so I threw out dressing up as a ghost to scare me that night, and he countered with, "What?" I figured that this had to be the biggest jewel in his prankster crown after all. Without a doubt, it was the most elaborate and time-intensive trick that he'd ever pulled off on me, and I figured that he'd laugh heartily and brag about how scared he got me. You know, and gave him details to jog his memory. But he then said, "I never did that." Now, considering he remembers every terrible thing that he had done to me, and when he was like 8, 10, or 12 years old, I cannot imagine something this big just slipping his mind like that. Like I said too, it just never seemed like it was his style or anything as well. He wasn't big on subtlety, I guess, but way more of the quick scare type, make you cry and laugh in your face type sort of thing, usually very low effort for a quick payout. I don't think he forgot at all. I have no reason to believe that he's lying. I'm not admitting that it's not his style at all, but I really don't think it was him in the end. Which begs the question, if it wasn't him, then what on earth happened that night? This past year, I hiked the Pacific Crest Trail. There was about 600 miles of trail that I hiked or camped alone. One of these sections I was alone was in Northern California, slightly north of Shasta. I got to a beautiful spot and knew that it was the best spot to set up camp. It was gorgeous too, 360 views of woods in the valley below and mountains everywhere. I could see it raining on Mount Shasta at that point, probably my favorite campsite in North Cal. I still remember the exact mile and have some footage of the site during the daylight too. But I set up my camp and after admiring the sunset, I went to bed. I could see the outside below the vestibule when I was laying down in the tent, and as I was trying to go to sleep, I saw a white light in the valley, maybe about a quarter to half a mile away, I guess. Not right near my tent or anything. I wasn't close to any towns. In the Sierra Mountains, south of the area, I would see an occasional remote cabin in the woods, so I figured that it must have just been that. But there were no access points or dirt roads up there. No forest clearings, just thick woods surrounded by mountains. I looked at the light for a bit and tried to think about what it could have been, but this was pretty remote, so I just couldn't come up with an explanation. I was tired from hiking all day though, so I didn't think too much more of it. A little later, I looked out again and noticed another light though. It was an orange light slowly circling the white light. It was also slowly morphing into a shape as it circled. I watched it for a long time, trying to understand what the heck I was looking at. It had a very calm sort of motion, and it was almost mesmerizing. It wasn't like a lot of other people's orb or UFO experiences where it sort of darts around and then just vanishes. I watched it for a little while, and eventually I fell asleep. It started raining around midnight, and I looked out of my tent and still saw both lights, one white stationary light and one orange morphing light. I woke up again at around 4 a.m. to go and pee, and walked outside of my tent, and it was still there, same motion. I tried to get a video, but due to the distance and the darkness, it looked like another terrible video that didn't show anything, so I forgot about it. In the end, I woke up at around sunrise and looked for it, but at that point, both lights were gone. I didn't see these lights around sunset or sunrise, only ever in the darkness, and I know that these would have been visible during the sunrise and sunset too. They were pretty bright. I'm sure that there's an explanation that I can come up with eventually, but I genuinely have no clue what I was looking at, and I'm still trying to figure it out. Now, unrelated a bit, I guess, but near the area that I was walking and to the right of the trail was some thick brush at some point. Maybe 5 to 6 feet tall, I would guess. This was near the Shasta Trinity Forest area, maybe 1 or 2 days after the lights of the woods. I was hiking alone, like I said, and I noticed about 100 feet away from the brush was being sort of flattened by something, and whatever it was moving very quickly. It was approaching the trail and was going to end up right next to me if I had continued my pace. I couldn't see what was flattening this brush, but whatever it was, it had to be very strong. It reminded me of something that you'd see in Jurassic Park almost. I instantly assumed that it was a bear. I still kind of think it was, but I didn't want to surprise the bear and have a close encounter or anything. So I yelled, "Stop!" And it stopped, completely. I remained still and waited to see what was going on, but it was completely still. And it was also really eerily quiet everywhere, like total silence in the woods, which I'm not really used to. I got pretty unsettled by that, and I started talking to whatever it was while I walked by. I just kept saying things like, "Hey, I'm gonna walk by and be on my way, friend. I hope you're having a good day." I kept walking and kept looking back, but nothing moved from that point onward. Like I said, probably a bear, right? Black bears are generally like big raccoons, and they don't want to interact with humans by any means. But I've encountered a few bears before, and they always run away when I told them to get lost. Like they get spooked and they leg it. Whatever this was, if it was a bear, it didn't move an inch. In fact, it just sat there and seemed to watch me. Anyway, after speaking with some other hikers that I'd met, a few people said how North Cal was a little bit unsettling. The SoCal desert is very windy, and the Sierra Mountains have tons of flowing streams. NorCal doesn't have as many streams or as much wind, so there is just a sort of silence that pervades it, which can feel ominous, especially in the dark. And really, that's my best explanation for the feeling, at least. But after going through the SoCal desert, Sierra Mountains, NorCal, Oregon, and Washington, NorCal was the only section that was definitely a little bit unnerving to me. And I did portions of each of these sections alone too. Anyway, I still have no idea what those lights were. I don't know if they're related to the sound or the thing that was in the brush that day, but part of me thinks that somehow it's all connected. Back when I was a sophomore in high school, I used to be very close friends with this girl called Kay. Kay and I met in middle school, and we instantly clicked. We would hang out after school pretty frequently too. Kay had a very turbulent childhood, I guess you could say. Deceased father, foster care, substance abuse mum, and Kay's family would house hop a lot too. Our sophomore year, Kay's family was staying with their step-aunt's ex-husband. My parents never really stressed about me hanging out with Kay because she was such a kind soul and a great influence on me. The man Kay was staying with, I'll call him R, was interesting to say the least. I remember the first incident that made me scratch my head was when we all went out to dinner with Kay and her family, and R tagged along. Kay and I were sat at the table with him, and he was venting to us, me 15 and Kay 16, about his dating life and showing us pictures of his Tinder bio and all the women he was chatting to. We both kind of laughed it off and engaged with him, not thinking much of it. Sometimes when Kay and I hung out though, I would have us come to the basement, and he had this room with a drum kit and he'd play them for us with the lights off and all that. But anyways, the strangest encounter I personally had with him was when I went to Kay's house to hang out for the day, and she went to take a shower. While she was in the shower, I was sitting in her room, and R just so happened to wander in and told me that he wanted to show me something cool in his room. Kay's room was on the first floor, and R's room was the only room on the second floor. Being the naive girl I was, I agreed and followed him up the stairs. When he got to his room, he realized it was locked and seemed pretty annoyed and jittery because his key was apparently downstairs. Now, instead of going downstairs, R takes a credit card out of his wallet and tries to unlock the door that way. Thankfully, it didn't work, and I think at that point something clicked in my brain, and I decided to go back downstairs and sit in the bathroom with Kay until she was done with her shower. I'm now 23, and looking back on it, I don't honestly think there was anything cool to show me in that room, and I thank the moon and the stars that he never actually got that door unlocked. I never told Kay, but as we got older, I casually asked her if she had any weird encounters with him, and she said no. I'm not really sure how to end this, but I'm thankful that I never got to see what was beyond that door, because something tells me that if I had gone in that room that day, I would have come out a very different person. This encounter happened about a week ago, last Tuesday afternoon to be exact. I, a 30-year-old female, was catching up on chores and last-minute shopping on my day off. I was actually on my way home and had stopped at a gas station to fill up, so I wouldn't have to worry about it the next day before work. But the gas station that I had stopped at is usually pretty dead. It's a decent size, with like 24 pumps, I think. Because of the direction that I was headed, I parked at the very last pump, the furthest from the building on the inside. At the time, there was maybe half a dozen other people at the complete opposite end, with about 4 pillars or 8 empty pumps between us. I honestly wasn't paying too much attention to anyone, until this old beat-up looking white panel van pulled up to the outside pump on the other side of mine. Now, I'll admit that I'm a huge true crime nerd, as in started reading true crime novels at like the age of 11, and got a lot of notes home to my parents for it in fact, but that's a story for another time. So that sight instantly put me on edge. I tried my best to remain casual, but kept my attention on the van, and tried to move in a way the pump wasn't blocking my escape route if needed. Now, I was positioned toward the side of the pump, closest to the building, keeping the pump between me and the stranger, when this middle-aged looking man walked toward the other end of the pump, and close to me to try to get my attention. I didn't get any closer, but did lean forward to listen to him. He kind of quietly asked if I could help him with some gas. I mentioned quietly because I had to lean forward more and asked him what, so that he would repeat himself. He didn't get any closer and almost stuttered asking if I could help him with gas, staying on the far end of the pump from me. My first thought was that he was asking for money, so I told him that I had no cash. He was very clean looking though and well groomed, so I thought that it was kind of odd that he'd be asking for money. He repeated that he just needed help with the gas and kind of motioned to the pump. The whole situation just felt weird. He never asked for money, just kept saying help with gas, and it was at that moment that I started to think that he was actually wanting me to go to his side of the pump. He was parked in a way that the van doors were right next to the pump, and he made a point not to stand in front of them. I also noticed that he was positioned in a way that he would likely have been blocked by any cameras, and at that moment I knew that he was trying to steal my card or grab me, I think, and I would have been completely blocked from any cameras, and we were far enough away from other people and next to a busy highway that no one would have heard me if I yelled. Honestly, I was almost thinking that I was kind of just being a jerk and that what if he really did need help? But I couldn't shake the feeling that something felt wrong. I took 2 steps back in the end, making it obvious that I was putting distance between us, and flat out said no, and went back to looking at my pump. Any guilt that I did feel instantly vanished when he got back into his van and drove away. Mind you, there were still half a dozen people on the other side that he could have asked. He could have gone inside to ask someone there for help, so why only ask one person and then leave? I'm convinced that it was a grab-and-go attempt that failed, and so he bailed before any more attention was on him. I can't think of any other reason, especially if he needed to gas up a van. Why waste gas driving away before exhausting your chances of asking other people? And I know that he didn't come to me last because I watched him pull in. Now, I do know that there's a chance that he could have really needed help and I was just being a jerk. But as a lone woman, I'd rather be a jerk than dead. I'm posting this here as a PSA in a sense. If you're out and about on your own, do not put yourself in situations where you are alone. I have always tried to go to the quiet, empty places because I hate crowds, but I can see how that can be dangerous. Just bite the bullet and deal with the crowd is my advice. The more witnesses, the less likely someone will try something like this. About 10 years ago, I, a 17-year-old female at the time, had just got out of a really abusive relationship. I won't get into it, but it was a bad situation. He threatened my life, and I shrugged it off, to be honest. I'm still not sure if it was the individual who was involved, but it would make sense if it was. So my father is a tradesman and used to store an assortment of ladders beside our home. We lived in a 2-story home in a suburban neighborhood, and my room used to be on the 2nd floor. One night, shortly after the breakup, I woke up late at night and heard strange noises outside. It was a windy winter night, and I live in a place where the winds can get pretty strong, so I didn't think much of the few knocks or scratches against the house. I woke up in the morning and I went to open the curtains to let some light into my room, and that was when I noticed a perfectly cut square out from my window screen. Shivers instantly ran down my spine. I always wonder about what would have possibly happened if my window wasn't locked that night. I was paranoid for a long time after that too. Also, a couple of years later, I received a phone call from an inmate from a prison, and the automated request recording included my ex's name. I didn't answer for obvious reasons, but that was the last that I've heard from him. When I was in high school, my mother was married to a man named Donald. Now, Donald was a drunk. He worked a good job and made some good money too, so he provided for us well enough. But he filled his free time chugging vodka like water in his underwear on the couch. Donald wasn't always aggressive when he drank. However, after a day at work, he would come home, drink a bottle, and try to pick fights with me for anything that he could think of. Very often, these fights would turn physical, and while I was no lightweight, in high school on the first occasion that I fought back, he called the cops on me. As a result of this situation, once he was about 3/4 of the way through a bottle, my mother took to packing an overnight bag, having me load up and going to stay in a hotel for the night. I always stayed in the same hotel just down the street from my house, since it would allow me to go back home before school the next morning, after Donald had left for work to get ready. It was a nice place with a huge open foyer that all of the rooms surrounded, going up about 5 stories. I knew the ladies at the desk really well, as I was there 5 to 6 times a month as well. And on this occasion in question, I had gone over fairly late in the evening. The hotel had 24-hour booking at the front desk, but the girl behind the desk mentioned that they were booked up for the night. I breathed an exasperated sigh as I relayed the news and mentioned that I would just catch a bus a little ways uptown to go to another hotel. The girl behind the desk mentioned that there was one room that she could put me in, at a discounted rate no less. She was, however, hesitant to do so, saying that the owner of the hotel had taken it out of service for reasons unknown to her, but that she knew that I would be gone before the owner would arrive in the morning, and she could fudge it into the system to look like the room hadn't been occupied. I thanked her for this and accepted, not caring for the other options that I had available to me at the time. So I got the key and I went into the room, got undressed, showered, and settled into bed. I noticed too that despite her reservations, the room was immaculate. I simply couldn't fathom why a perfectly good room like this wasn't being rented out, but decided not to look a gift horse in the mouth. The room was pretty standard as far as hotel rooms go, I suppose. A single queen-sized bed, a TV on the wall to your left, a desk to your right, a mirrored closet door across from the bed with a table next to it, and a ceiling fan just past the foot of the bed. I must have fallen asleep sometime around 11 o'clock to the sound of the TV playing. Some late-night cop drama, I think. Quite comfortable in bed. Until around 2:30 in the morning. I wasn't awoken by a sound as much as a lack of sound, I think. You never realize just how jarring silence is, too, until it occurs suddenly in the night like this. As I sort of rolled to sit up, I took note of the time on the alarm clock and noticed that the TV had turned off. The room was illuminated by the light of the parking lot pouring in through the blinds, and as my vision sharpened a bit and the room properly came into focus, it was then that I noticed that I was not alone in the room. At the foot of the bed was a woman. She was wearing a hotel bathrobe. Her hair was darkened by water as if she had just gotten out of the shower, and notably, she was quite tall too. The top of her head was just 2 feet or so below the ceiling fan. She just stood at the foot of the bed with her head cocked to one side and stared at me. She didn't say anything. She didn't move either. At some point during this exchange, I convinced myself that I was just dreaming and there was no woman in my room. So despite her standing there staring at me, I wasn't really afraid, I guess. You see, I'd had some hyper-realistic dreams before when I was a kid after all. So I simply laid back down on my back and watched her stand there, my head tilted so that I could keep an eye on her, knowing that if I waited, she would simply disappear. And eventually she did, which gave me confirmation that it was just one of those terrible, hyper-realistic dreams. I fell back asleep, and I slept through to my morning wake-up call. Now, the lady at the front desk sounded a bit nervous when she called, so I quickly got dressed and headed out to the front desk, thinking that her boss may be coming by sooner than expected or something. And I was not expecting the conversation that I had at the front desk as I checked out. When I walked up, she started apologizing to me. I was confused, so I sort of calmed her down and asked her to explain what had her so stressed out. She took a deep breath and said, "I found out why that room was taken out of service. I came to find out, 2 weeks before I stayed in that room, a woman had stayed there while on vacation with her husband and 2 kids. She stayed behind while they went to grab breakfast one morning, and she took a shower, put on her bathrobe, and, well, hung herself from the ceiling fan with a bedsheet. Her husband found her there when he got back. The room was removed from a service as a matter of good taste until the services were held, and I didn't know any of this beforehand, and it definitely makes me wonder, did I actually see her in my room that night, or was it really just a coincidental dream?" Back when I was younger, I lived in a really big house, and in my room, there was always this dark, dusty closet that I never used. To get to it, you had to crawl through a small door about a little smaller than half the size of a normal door, and I never went in there for a reason. For one, the room was covered in child's drawings all over, words, pictures, and other disturbing and unexplainable stuff that I don't really want to talk about right now, but the quick note is that I was not like 16 in this story. I was like 8 or 9, so I was young. For the first years in the house, nothing ever really happened though. It was peaceful, but eventually we had to take off the door for a reason that I forget. But when my dad first took the door off, it was fine. Sure, it smelled a little bit dusty in my room, but nothing really happened. However, that night, I just couldn't sleep for some reason, and all I could smell was this terrible smell of something rotting. I kept smelling this too for another 3 nights, and I didn't want to tell my parents as they were busy all the time while this was happening, so it would just be a hassle for them, and I knew that. But I could only ever smell the rotting during the night, so I decided to go and take a look for what it could be. I looked all over my room and found nothing, and the last place to check was the closet. And inside, there was a pile of dead, rotting rats, at least 8 of them. I screamed and my parents ran in. Eventually they cleaned up the rats, confused on how they had actually gotten in there. And to be honest, we all thought that this was the end of it. But the next night, I was hearing creaking floorboards and something sort of, I don't know, like mushy moving in my room. I tried to ignore it but couldn't fall asleep. And the next morning I found all of my dolls had black paint on them and holes in their faces. I ran to my parents asking if they did it, and they said no. I asked my cousin as she had been over a few days before, and she said no. I didn't really have friends at the time because we lived in the middle of nowhere, so there was really nobody else that could have done it. The next morning I had a smudge of black paint on my face. Our paint is still in boxes in the storage room, mind you, so I was really confused by that. Once I got the paint off, I realized that underneath the paint, I was also bleeding a little bit. Not a terrible amount, but more than the amount from a paper cut for sure. The next night, I decided to go into the closet, and I found a small whiteboard with a heart on it. And that, for whatever reason, was the last night that I ever heard stuff from in there. It was weird and uncomfortable, and for all I know, it could have been a prank, but there were some things that I don't think that you would do in a prank, like make me bleed at night. Either way, I just recently remembered this, and I just wanted to share it with all of you guys. It's a really weird part of my life and a strange story, I know that, but I don't know. What do you guys think it was? When I was younger and just got into online college, I got my first apartment. I had 3 jobs and one was third shift, but I was more than ready for the independence, so I didn't mind. While I had a great time there, I did have one problem though, my new downstairs neighbor. So the other tenants are a bit older than I am, with one of them being an old man who lived there for like 20 years. The other was an older woman with a small kid, probably been there for 3 to 4 years, and an empty apartment downstairs. I keep to myself pretty much, so I never really spoke to any of them before, until I noticed that there was a new move-in, a man that seemed close to my age, maybe a little bit older, black, greasy hair and a little overweight, but in my experience of living here, people seemed nice enough, and I was happy to possibly have someone to say hello to. That possibility turned sour though really quick when a casual hello turned into "that trash stinks" remarks from him when I was taking out the trash, and other snide remarks under his breath when I've done nothing, even remarking on my sister's lack of a bra when she came to visit me. Naturally, I was grossed out and annoyed that he had to comment on anyone, especially my sister, and told the landlord. Nothing came of it, of course, but one day I was asleep and someone came banging on my door. I had no idea who it was, and my anxiety was beyond strong. I'm alone and never expect a knock that wasn't planned, so it was weird, but it was the neighbor saying that I was being too loud and I need to stop harassing him. I explained through a closed door that I was asleep and that I was not making any noise. He left and stomped down the stairs while muttering and calling me names. My heart felt like it was beating out of my chest though, and I went back to bed, only to hear him coming back up the stairs and bang on my door again. When I addressed him again, he said that I was harassing him and that he's calling the cops because I'm still making noise. I told him to ask the other neighbor because there's no way that I could possibly be making noise when he's on the other side of the building. He thanks me politely before stomping off and cursing and calling me names yet again. I tell the landlord right away that one of his tenants is acting hostile and I don't feel comfortable or safe, and he tells me that he'll look into it. I hear nothing though for a whole week. But it turns out that it was the old neighbor hitting the floor with a stick like one of those classic cartoons because the rude neighbor was playing music too loud. I swear that he should have known that too, as I'm on the other side of the building. It was like he wanted an excuse to come and speak to me almost. Anyway, the following months it got even worse, and one day I walked out in a snowsuit so that I can play in the snow. Big kid at heart. He had to remark on my clothing being unnecessary, even when there's 3 feet of snow out. I forgot what I said in response, something like it's not his business, but he basically just swore at me. I just walked off to go and play in the snow. It gave me little enjoyment because of the earlier interaction, so in the end I just went back home to get ready for work. The snowstorm, it got worse though, and I had just come back home from my night shift. I see him alone in the parking lot with the car on and the windows up. I was on high alert as I carefully walked around and up the alley to my apartment. But the second that I closed the door to go upstairs, I hear loud, wall-shaking music. It's him. He's blasting his car music at max volume in a snowstorm at 3 in the morning. I was surprised and confused because what was his reasoning? He did it until 8 o'clock in the morning, and I found out later that it was to spite the old neighbor for telling him his music was too loud. Soon, it all started getting pretty serious though, cursing in the hallway and playing the music louder, with the police knocking at our doors asking us about a noise disturbance, and now a mutual hatred amongst the neighbors as this guy who just kept us all up all night. But that's not the worst part of it. You see, I just got back home from my night shift and it's 3 in the morning yet again. I'm dragging my tired feet over to the mailboxes that are right inside the townhouse's door, and as I'm looking through the ads and the letters, his door opens at the top of the stairs. My stomach tightens, hoping that I don't have to interact with him, but drops when he starts speaking unintelligibly. At the top of the stairs, he's gurgling and mumbling something. I asked him what, but he repeats the same weird sounds again, only more aggressive. I felt something was more than off at this point, and I noped right around and out the door heading back to my car. I thought to myself that I would rather sleep in my car than possibly be attacked in the hallway. And as I'm having this thought, I hear the window above slam open. I freeze and then spin back around to the edge of the corner, and it's him. He's looking for me out of the window. I stand there for a moment listening to him, and he's speaking gibberish and yelling. I thought to myself that this was my chance to sneak upstairs, past his door and into my apartment. I quickly sped up the stairs and past his door to the second flight of the stairs, and right as I reached the top of the second flight of the stairs, his door swings open with a big slam that makes me jump, and I hear him muttering and gibberishly speaking loudly while walking up the stairs. My heart is beating out of my ribcage as I'm simultaneously walking and fishing my keys out of my bag. Like a classic horror movie, I kept fumbling the keys, looking for the correct one in the dark hallway as I hear him walking up the last couple of steps. I'm mentally telling myself not to panic as I spot the correct key and slide it into the hole on the first go. I swing the door open and practically launch myself inside before slamming it shut behind me. I pause and hold my breath as I hear him just 5 feet from my door, muttering gibberish and calling me names again, before walking back down the stairs and out of the building. I watched him through a crack in my window, blind, sort of pacing back and forth, muttering, cursing, and at one point screaming before walking off into the night. With a little bit of relief, I head to bed hoping that he doesn't come back. The next day, I get a text from the landlord, and he says that apparently this guy got arrested and won't be coming back. Seems he was off his meds again, and attaches a link in the text. Of course, I raised an eyebrow to that comment, thinking, now you tell me. But the link showed that there was a mugshot of him and a description of his nightly activity, to include stealing from a turkey hill, threatening cops that he's going to shoot them, punching one of them, and previous to all of this said earlier in the night when he dropped his pants and rubbed himself against a window, then ran down the town square while yelling and screaming. I never did see him again, just his family coming in and moving his stuff out. But man, I am so glad that I got into that door that night, because if I hadn't, I shudder to think what might have happened. So my girlfriend and her friends, they invited me to stay at a small cabin, Airbnb, in the Appalachian Mountains near Seven Devils. The idea was to just go up there to enjoy some snow tubing, and then do some light drinking, hot tub and board games in the cabin afterwards. The cabin was pretty high up in the mountains, and the drive up to it was honestly kind of scary. Single car length road for the most part, no railings on either side of the road, so if you were on the side of the truck, which we'd rented a 4-wheel drive to make the drive up, thank goodness, it was a sheer drop on that side. Sure, if we drove off the road, we'd likely be stopped by some trees on the way down, but still, it's a bit nerve-wracking for sure. Another thing was some of the trees on the trail had faces on them for decoration. I think that they were supposed to look cute, but they just kind of looked unnerving for most of us. I really should have taken pictures, but I was too anxious during the climb, so I never did. The cabin itself, though, was almost at the top of the mountain, and fairly small. A small living room with a very tiny and narrow kitchen and 2 bedrooms. Hot tub on the lower porch because the cabin itself was basically on the 2nd floor, so you had to go up to a stairway to get into it. Key to the cabin was in a lockbox, so no special door lock option, just an old-fashioned cabin. We came back after snow tubing and dinner. The others drank enough to get buzzed, whilst I only had a glass of wine since I have a condition that makes it dangerous to get too much alcohol in my system, so relatively sober. I enjoyed the hot tub as planned, witnessed a beautiful shooting star, then played board games after that until around 1 in the morning, when we all went to bed. Now, I woke up a little after 4 a.m. because I was suddenly sweating, and then I kind of felt a bit unsettled. I decided I needed to go to the bathroom, so I got up. I left the bedroom and nothing seemed amiss. I used the bathroom, and when I left the bathroom, the front door was now wide open. Naturally, I felt immediately uneasy, but again, this was a small cabin, so really there was nowhere for any intruder to hide. I could easily see the entire interior of the cabin from the tiny hallway. I decided maybe the last person through the door last night after the hot tub just didn't fully close the door and lock it appropriately, because there was no sign by the door that says close door firmly or anything, and it was fairly windy outside. I mean, the wind was howling out there enough that you could hear it. So I go over to the door and I close it, making sure that it's firmly enough in the doorway to fully lock it. I even jiggle the handle a few times and try to see if it'll open when locked. It doesn't budge, so I start to head back to the room. Then I hear the door rattle a little bit and I turn around and stare at it. I watch the lock itself turn, and then the door opens, and it doesn't slam open from the wind, it just slowly swung open. I stayed extremely still because, that was crazy. The door was huge, mind you, clear window on it with no curtains, and a big window beside it that also doesn't have curtains. And there was absolutely no one on the other side of it, that much I can guarantee. There was just no way somebody could have ducked out of view either, and hurried away from the door after pushing it open, because they would have had to have made a lot of noise, hurrying down the steps to get to the walkway. Like I said, it was an old-fashioned door as well, with a simple lock, and a simple doorknob as well. No electronic buttons or anything like that to unlock or lock by buttons or remotely or anything. Well, after getting the nerve to close the door again and locking it firmly, really, nothing else happened that night. I couldn't really go back to sleep because I was way too scared to do so. So the following morning I told the others about it, and they were pretty spooked by it too, but otherwise glad that we were only staying that one night. Before we packed up the truck to leave, there was this strange knocking noise coming from the surrounding woods. Not like somebody knocking on a wall or a door or anything. It was a deep, hollow-sounding knock that only knocked twice, stopped for a while, and then would do it again. Maybe it was just the trees knocking together, but after what happened early in the morning like that, it was definitely a little bit unsettling. So yeah, I'm from Florida, and though I've experienced other paranormal activity before, that was the most physical thing that I've experienced, and I've definitely heard plenty of stories about odd occurrences in the Appalachians. I guess in a sort of weird way that I'm glad that I experienced something, but I'll never forget the fear that I felt that night. After all, my first thought was an intruder or something, and it would have been pretty bad being up there so high by ourselves with someone like that. If we had had any reason to run, we could have easily fallen off of a cliff or something in the pitch black darkness outside. So I'm thankful that really we never had to do that. In Northern California, my family lived in an old house from the 60s. It was worn and squeaky, but livable. A charming house, really. We lived in this house for a few years, and my experience in this house was when I was also young, maybe about 13 or 14. And many of these instances had convinced me thoroughly that this place was haunted. So when we first moved in, there were many drafts, cold spots, and some strange sounds through the house, but nothing came close to the pictures that I'd gotten of the entity in the home. Leading up to the photos being taken, my family had started seeing orbs, shadow figures, etc. that were generally non-applicable to a haunting in their eyes, but I was freaked out more and more as time went on. Now one day I was sitting on my parents' bed reading an old magazine when I heard a very clear hi right next to my ear. I left the room so fast it was unreal. Another day I'd lost my phone for a week, Tore apart my room from top to bottom, couldn't find it anywhere. A week passed and I found it sitting neatly on a box in my closet. Okay, I must have looked past it, right? Whatever. Around this time, I was known for making little recordings of my child self singing and making atrocious noises because I was a weird kid. The thing is that I always named those recordings, always. The day that I found the phone, I went in there to listen to my sound clips, and there were 3 new unnamed recordings. Weird. I mean, I would have named those for sure. So I played them and was instantly freaked out. One was less than a second long. The problem with the logic behind myself making this one was that I debunked myself from pocket recording because to hit start and stop, the phone was too slow that it takes about 3 whole seconds from start to end the recording. The first one was short and wasn't dissimilar to the sound of a horse galloping. The second sounded like a pocket recording, so I shrugged that one off. Okay, strange. The third recording was fairly long and hosted a loud crunching or marching noise with children in the background like a party. I hadn't been to any parties, nor was I in school for the spring break, but you can clearly hear an adult male voice say the word name Fallon, but the rest is muffled. Okay, cool, whatever, I forget about it. But a week or 2 later, my phone disappeared once again. I searched and searched my closet for days to no avail, only to find it a week later in the exact spot that it was last time. This time, I instantly directed it to the sound clips and, to my surprise, found 3 more recordings. 2 short ones and 1 long one. The first 2 were just static noise, but the third one brings chills to my arms every time that I listen or think about it. It was a very little girl singing into the phone like I would have, but I definitely did not sing that. It was hard to make out, but it was something about going to the edge, then something else I couldn't quite make out, and then it just ends. Don't get me wrong, I know it's heaps unlikely that there's a ghost who can record themselves singing into a phone, but I have no idea where these came from. I'm the youngest in my family, and nobody could tell me where those came from either. Nobody would play a prank like that, and my young cousin, pictured in the picture that you're about to see, didn't have any knowledge of how to navigate a phone yet. Sometime later, I was woken up really late at night one time for some reason. I've had terrible insomnia problems my whole life, but I could hear my dad in the kitchen. He must be coming home from work, I thought, checking the alarm clock. But it was 3 in the morning, and there was no way that he was home that late. Then I remembered, no, he didn't work today. Heavy bootsteps started walking from the kitchen towards the hallway. It walked from the laminated floor into the kitchen to the carpet, just down the hall, and eventually stopped in front of my sister's room, and I was awake for a few hours afterwards, not hearing anything else for the rest of the night, scared out of my mind, for sure. So, now to the pictures. I was babysitting my younger cousin by myself one day for a few hours. We were coloring and playing with Play-Doh. Pictured is me in front of them taking a picture of them, and I didn't see it when I took the pictures, and I didn't know it was there until years after we moved out, but the timestamp stated that they were taken within the same minute. And behind my cousin sat with the china cabinet with a mirror in the back. The figure in the mirror would have been standing just behind me in the kitchen. You can sort of see the cabinet of the kitchen, right, and the fridge to the left, and the window just past it if you look carefully. The figure, it had no facial features. The first picture was taken with the figure, and the second is without it. And you cannot tell me that this place wasn't freaky. Anyways, that concludes my story, and I would be happy to answer any questions if you guys have any. Thanks for listening. Early on in my relationship, I'm 24 and female, I frequently spent the night at my boyfriend's, 23 and male, his condo. He lived alone on the bottom floor. His neighbor above him was kind and usually a quiet guy. I rarely noticed noises coming from above. For context, almost the entire condo was hardwood flooring, with the only carpet being in the family room. My boyfriend was working a pipe fitting job and commuting a couple of hours away, so he would usually leave at about 4 in the morning, if not earlier. I would usually stay in bed for a couple of hours after he left, then would hit the road around 7 or 8, depending on my work schedule. The first time that I noticed something, it was just a bit of a dream, albeit a very vivid dream. This took place after my boyfriend left for work and I had fallen back asleep. In the dream, I was walking through his condo and, as I passed by the bathroom, an old man came out and started yelling at me, saying something was wrong with the water. He had no clothes on, was shorter, rounder, bald sort of fella. When I went to look in the tub, the water was coming out of it dark brown, almost black in color, and the old man started telling me that I needed to get out, still yelling at me. I didn't think much of this dream. I figured that it was my mind being silly and remembering that the building used to be an assisted living facility. A week or 2 later, though, is when the weirdness escalated a bit. My boyfriend left for work as usual, but this time I had a harder time sort of falling back asleep. I gave up after about half an hour or so, settling on scrolling through social media, until it was time to leave. As I'm laying in his bed, I hear what sounds like wet footsteps coming down the hallway. I can hear each individual step squish as it comes down the about 20-foot long hallway, until it stops outside of the bedroom door. There was no shadow that I could see, and the sound was so clear that I initially assumed my boyfriend had forgotten something at home, or that he had been sent home from work. I waited and waited for him to open the door, but I never heard the footsteps recede and nobody came in. I stayed frozen in bed and ultimately chose to ignore it. I waited patiently for the sun to come out and promptly left without even making the bed. Do you wish that a thrilling fantasy lived rent-free in your head instead of your endless to-do list? Well, with Dipsy Stories, you can trade mundane thoughts for spicy narratives that will make you feel like you're living in a romance novel. Dipsy is the female-founded app for spicy audiobooks and more, created by women for the female gaze. Their app has over 1,000 spicy audiobooks, all crafted by a team of professional writers and top-tier narrators. And if you're anything like me and a bit of an insomniac, then you're going to love their section for sleep. I personally really enjoyed their section with ambient sounds like winter rain, and actually ended up falling asleep that one night, which was really nice. And with their easy-to-explore app, you can search for your favorite romance genres like contemporary, historical, dark, sports, western, romantasy, sapphic, and more. New chapters are released every week, and you'll always find something new to enjoy. And right now, listeners of this show can get an extended 30-day free trial. Just go to dipsystories.com/scared to start your free trial. That's DIPSEA stories.com/scared for 30 days of full access for free. Visit dipsystories.com/scared. I'm certainly no stranger to the supernatural and paranormal. It's not uncommon for people in my family to experience these things, but it has been a really long time since I've experienced this particular reoccurrence, and life has gotten a bit better since it stopped years ago. Now, for the longest time since about the age of maybe 6 years old, I've experienced sleep paralysis. Before it started happening, I experienced a really terrible dream of a tall humanoid-shaped monster that was fully black. Not a shadow figure, not a person shrouded in darkness. This thing was made of, like, void. Basically, in the dream, I heard a loud roar from outside my 2-story bedroom window. I looked outside and saw this thing standing underneath a corner street lamp. No visible features, beside it being tall, like maybe 8 foot. humanoid in frame, and the roaring noise was coming straight from it. I would then run downstairs, and my family would surround me like they were trying to guard me from this thing. But each time I turned around, a family member would vanish, and then once they were all gone, everything would go back as the roaring got louder, and then I would wake up. I would only ever experience this dream once, but it got followed first by brief bouts of what I feel is maybe like astral projection or an out-of-body experience, which only occurred in my grandma's house for some reason. I would wake up and see myself in bed, and then feel this sort of pulling sensation that would lead me to the front door, and I would stare at them and feel this sensation that something was on the other side of that door and wanted me to come outside. Nothing ever spoke. There was no noise, but I felt this draining and foreboding sensation when I stood looking at that door, and I would wake up extra tired the following day. This was a reoccurring experience, only ever at my grandmother's house, which I fully believe was haunted, and I can explain that later. The sleep paralysis was far more random though, like once a year I would guess. At first I wouldn't see anything. I would just experience the horrible panic of being unable to move, my heart racing, my chest feeling heavy and feeling really hot and uncomfortable. Then eventually I'd see that void creature in the dream that I had when I was 6. It never did anything. It was silent this time, but there was a fuzzy crackling noise coming from it, like static, and again it looked as if my hand would disappear if I were to try and reach out to touch it. Each time I would have sleep paralysis, it would be closer to me as well, like it was just inching closer each time that I had an episode. The last and final straw that I saw it was when I was 21, and it had actually been a couple of years since I experienced anything. So I brushed it off for the longest time, but one night I woke up feeling extremely hot, and the void figure was just standing directly next to my bed, looking down at me with bright, burning red eyes. The room itself was also a hazy, deep red, as if it was in a photography dark room or something. The static noise was pretty loud, and it sounded like this thing was speaking, but I couldn't make out any actual words. Its voice was deep and kind of had a vibration to it. Oddly enough, I didn't feel fear as I stared up at it. I just stared at it for what felt like maybe a minute, and then I closed my eyes and went back to sleep, almost as if I just couldn't be bothered with it. I didn't even remember it as well until midday the following day, and that was when I actually was scared. But weirdly, nothing further ever happened after that. At least for a while it didn't. No sleep paralysis, no void figure in dreams, nothing. It just stopped. It wasn't until I was about 30-something as well that something happened that shaked me up pretty badly. Though I was married at the time and my husband worked overnight, so I'd be at home by myself and sleeping. I need some kind of white noise in order to sleep, and that usually comes in the form of a fan being on. I woke up because the fan turned off. It isn't actually uncommon for the power to go out randomly in our area for an hour or so in the middle of the night, so I merely sat up in bed for a moment out of confusion. For a split second, though, I thought that I heard what sounded like a quiet growl under my bed. I didn't have any pets at the time. I brushed it off because it was so quiet, and I figured that I must still be out of it from sleep or whatever. But I got up with the intention to go to the kitchen to see if the oven light was blinking, because that usually indicated that the power simply just went out and was now back on. But the second that I opened the bedroom door, there was that deafening roar from the nightmare when I was 6, and everything in the house suddenly turned red. My only thought was to run out the front door, but when I did, I ran right out of my bedroom again like I was caught in some sort of a loop. I couldn't leave the house. The roar was suddenly getting louder, and I was really starting to panic. I began screaming, and I kept repeating, "Wake up and let me out," when I finally stopped by the front door and just held the doorknob. I could feel sharp claws dragging down the back of my neck when suddenly I woke up. I was drenched in a cold sweat, and I was stuck in bed for a while because I was just afraid to move. But eventually I found the courage to get up and turn on every light in the house. And that definitely was the most vivid nightmare that I had ever had. I'm almost 34 now. I got out of a toxic, unfaithful marriage and currently am doing a lot better on my own. There were a lot of negative people in my life before and have since cut them out of my life. And who knows, maybe that plays a part in all of this, because I haven't had anything like that really happen since then. Then again, I've had years of dry spells before, and I don't get nightmares quite like that anymore. None involving the void being, at least. Who knows, maybe my cats play a role since they sleep right next to me every night, and in a way I feel like they ward off bad things. I fully believe that I had been haunted by something that preyed on me when I was most vulnerable in my life. I just really hope that I never experience it again. My childhood home, I lived there from maybe ages 4 to 14, always had a somewhat thick negative energy to it. I remember my parents having family and family friends over as a child, and a few of them making verbal comments about how the energy felt dark, observant, and that they'd get the creeps if they stayed the night for any sort of reason. In my experience, as I aged through the elementary school period, the parts of the house that felt the darkest and most ominous were basically the whole upstairs, the game room, my bedroom, and the bathroom, and downstairs, and it was the laundry room that felt particularly dark. In general, the other parts of the house felt okay enough, but as a child I experienced significant fear around sleeping in my bedroom alone or at all, even if my mum accompanied me to my bed. Even during the day, if I was playing with my toys, I'd eventually get the creeps, and it felt like something was just lurking, observing me, slowly making its way, most of the time after some time playing in there. That creeping feeling that would make the hair on my arms stand up, and I'd look around my room. My eyes would always lock onto my closet door and stare at it in fear. Eventually, I'd find the courage to rip my attention away from it and flee out of my room. Now, on one particular day, I was playing with my toys on the floor of my bedroom before dinner. I was excited about the toys that I was playing with because I had just gotten them for my birthday. No one else was upstairs but me, and I get called downstairs for dinner. I go down and I eat, and after dinner I come back up pretty quickly as I was excited to resume playing with my new toys. I walk into my room and I freeze, as my toys were in completely different positions and locations than where I'd left them. Action figures that I previously had sitting were now stood up straight and feet away from where it was sitting before. Toys that were on a piece of toy furniture were now taken off of the furniture, etc. In fact, almost every toy was moved. I was about 6 or 7 at that time, and I really could not understand it. In my rational brain, I asked my sister, who is 2.5 years older than me, if she went into my room, and she said no. And I just couldn't wrap my head around it. For years, every night, I would sleep in my parents' bed. That was the usual, really. I adamantly would not sleep in my bedroom. It was more than a childlike defiance as well. I was petrified to sleep in there. So much so that I had an unfortunate bedwetting issue well into 2nd or 3rd grade. And one night, my mum was able to get me to lay there at night alone. I had full body shakes from fear, and I remember so vividly not being able to sleep at all, and getting so scared that I hid myself under my blankets, where I hid awake for what felt like at least 2 hours or so. I remember how badly I was sweating, getting so hot from being tucked under my blanket. My shirt and pants were wet with sweat, and under the blanket, I felt like there was something looming over top of me outside, like the vastness of the dark in my room housed an energy that I could not look in the face, like the dark corners were swirling with an energy waiting for me to come out from the covers. Eventually, it was so hot under there that I just had to come out, otherwise I would have started to have trouble breathing, more than I already was. So I whipped the covers off of me, felt the colder flow of the air grace my skin, and immediately darted my eyes all over my room to analyze. I started sobbing, bawling in fear. I feared my closet, that was cracked with light on as a nightlight. I felt exposed and vulnerable to the veil which was thin in my bedroom. I remember getting up quick, running out of my room, closing the door as an energy shut off, and sitting in the hallway hugging myself, just crying. Now, as I got older, I was able to handle sleeping in my room a little better. It was in the 4th grade, about 9 years old, when I was able to kind of sleep in there. And on one of the first nights that I slept in there alone in the 4th grade, I fell asleep in my bed but woke up on one of our living room couches, which faced the laundry room. When I awoke, it was about 4 in the morning. It was dark in the living room, only some moonlight coming in from our tall windows which faced our dark backyard. I was laying on my side. My field of vision in front of me included the living room, which flowed into the dining room, and the laundry room as well. Initially, I was incredibly confused why I was on the couch. I didn't feel tired about waking, but I just felt awake, and as my eyes adjusted on the darkness of the laundry room, I realized that I was being watched. I will never forget the face of the entity standing there looking at me with an unwavering, sinister gaze. Again, in my rational brain, I tried to imagine what could have been in the laundry room that could have just looked like some seemingly demonic entity. I couldn't think of anything that was in there that could have caused that illusion. In there was just the washer and the dryer and the cabinets on the wall, really. Nothing else. No clothes or towels, no posters or artwork. Nothing. But I stared into the darkness of the laundry room that, as my eyes further adjusted, seemed to illuminate this creature. More pale white skin, big circular black darkness around the eyes which peered upwards at me from a downward pointed chin, hair that was long, black and stringy. Its pale white fabric skin seemed to disappear vertically into the darkness, and I instantly felt frozen in fear. It wasn't moving, not even an inch. It didn't move a single muscle. I must have been breathing half of what you normally breathe in a minute, as I didn't move, or more that I didn't even need to move. I was hardly blinking, and I definitely wasn't going to go back to sleep. For some, I know that this sounds a lot like sleep paralysis, but I know for a fact that this was not that, because I was 100% not moving on purpose. I was not trying to move, and I couldn't. I was deathly afraid, and would not allow myself to bring any attention my way from this thing. I stared at it until the sun came up, and my parents' alarms started going off to get us ready for school. When the sun rose, I remember how stiffly I moved when I stood up. I kept my body back pressed on the wall next to the couch as I made the corner into my parents' room, never turning my back towards the laundry room in this face. Minutes later, when my parents were up and I needed to get ready for school, I ascended the stairs to my room and I found my bedroom blanket strewn down the stairs vertically, which would symbolize it falling off of my body as I maybe sleepwalked out of bed and down the stairs earlier, leading me to waking up on the couch. I don't remember what ensued following that, though. All I know is that around the same time frame, I had another sleepwalking episode where I wound up on the couch after falling asleep on my bed. This time, when I woke up on the couch, I also had articles of clothing taken off of me that would put places that would not have fallen onto naturally. The places that I found them almost appeared purposeful. Before or after these two sleepwalking events, though, I have never sleptwalked otherwise. I started experiencing other things too. In my room during the day and at night, toys in my closet would start making a sound out of nowhere. I wasn't as scared as I used to be when I was younger, so I was able to handle these happenings and feelings of fear better. They never diminished the dark feeling in the corners, though. But one night, I generally was having a hard time falling asleep, so I laid awake in the quiet of the night, everybody else asleep. I was staring at the little sliver of hallway ceiling that I was able to see from inside of my room, which was slightly illuminated due to a nightlight or something from far away in the bathroom. For hours, the silhouette of a man's side profile was on that ceiling. To compare how it looked, unironically, it looked how people online described the Hat Man. It looked like it had a top hat on, a big brow bone, big nose, and a strong chin. At some point, though, it must have disappeared because I looked back at some stage and it was gone. I could continue on about the energy in my house and all of the little things that happened. My main experience was what happened in that laundry room, though. I have always hesitated to tell people about it too because of the Hollywood-esque nature about the way the entity looked. I get that. I've only ever told a few people, in fact. And even then, I feel like they think I'm conjuring up something that I'd seen in Hollywood. As an adult, I've spoken to the same family friends who used to visit when I was a kid about the energy in that house. Now, one family friend who is particularly sensitive to energy and was spiritual for the time said that one night she stayed the night with her husband. Side note too, it was often my parents' family friends who would stay the night upstairs. But my parents were not shy partiers or anything, so often our family friends were too drunk to drive home and they'd stay the night. And if needed, my parents would offer my bed. These family friends have always been safe and trusted adults in my life. Shared with strangers here, I know that this could sound a bit strange that my parents just let their drunk friends have my bed. However, this particular family friend was like an aunt to me, and I don't recall being at home this night when she slept in my bed. Anyway, she told me at some stage in my adult life that this night she slept in my bed, which she never had before. She said that she woke up many times in the night to feeling my bed shaking erratically. Not super strong shaking, but enough of an erratic movement that the entire bed frame woke her up many times in the night. Now, as an adult, I don't think too much about all of what I'd experienced. I remember in middle school when I first watched the first Insidious movie, connecting really deeply to that movie. I resonated a lot with Dalton, as he seemed to be the target of what was going on and having these confusing things happen to him. I definitely feel that I experienced more in that house than my sister or my parents ever did. I felt exposed constantly in that house to, well, whatever it was that was there. I live in South Africa and am now 22 years old, but when this took place, I was about maybe 8 to 9, I think. My family and I had gone camping in a popular dam for what was meant to be 2 nights. It was my mother, my older sister, and myself pitched up in a tent. On the first night, sometime pretty late, I had gone out to go for a pee, but on the way back, 2 older men, maybe in their 40s or so, they were sat at a fire and they called me over. I'll admit that I was a pretty brain-dead child at that time who didn't heed the wisdom of stranger danger, and so I obliged. They were busy braaiing and offered me some meat, which I happily accepted. But we started chatting about stuff, and in hindsight it was mostly them just giving the usual small talk conversation points, but after a few minutes I remember I started to feel extremely dizzy. It was like the world was spinning, but everything was going in slow motion, if that makes any sense. Now, using drugs quite regularly, I definitely think that I was high under some sort of influence of some sorts. My memory becomes a little fuzzy at that point, but I remember them offering me to take me for a ride in their car to show me something at that point. A little late, I know, but I realized something was up and I started to cry, and I tried making my way back to my tent, but these guys just kept insisting. I must have made a decent amount of noise though, as another camper came up and began asking them what was going on. They told her something about trying to help me back to my family or what have you. My memory is really fuzzy here as well, but she ended up bringing me back to my mum, and they were talking about something outside the tent while I went back to bed. The next day, all I remember was it was a nightmare of nausea, and I pretty much ended our camping early as we went back home after this. As for the two men, I never did see them that day, but it's not like I was looking either, so I don't know if they left or not, but truly I was just glad to be going home. When I graduated college, I was about 24 years old. I really wanted to get out on my own and try living alone at that age. I mean, bit of a late bloomer, I know, but luckily for me, my grandma had asked me to move in to an assisted living center about a year prior. I had asked my parents if I could live there. They talked it over with my grandma, and she agreed that it would be nice to have someone there after a year of it sitting empty. This was in a kind of up-and-coming area, but still, it had its rough spots for sure. Regardless, I was really excited until, well, I got there to do a walkthrough to see how I was going to set up my things. The house was a shotgun-style sort of home with a cellar that could only be accessed from the outside. While I was walking through the house, I swore that I was hearing noises, though. Finally, I realized that they were coming from the basement, so I called the police and they came out and escorted out 6 people from the cellar. They were apparently squatters that had been living there, and after they left, I went down there to find, well, all kinds of stuff. The cops took all the drugs and anything else illegal, but it looked like someone had spray painted the walls just all over the place. It was just a concrete cellar where the water heater and the HVAC were, so I wouldn't have really cared, except it seemed to be kind of, well, satanic, I guess is the best word. I don't know anything about that stuff, but there was a couple of pentagrams and a chalk circle on the floor. The cops didn't really have anything to say about it. They didn't know either. So I poured some water on the floor to wash away the circle, but the walls I just left as they were. Well, fast forward a few months of me living there. Honestly, I had forgotten all about it. I had started dating my future wife, and she was over a lot. But we were getting ready for bed one night in the bathroom brushing our teeth when a knock came from the back door. I ignored it, but it came again. It was 1 a.m, mind you, and this was my back door as well. I mean, someone had to have come into my backyard by opening the fence gate. So I grabbed my gun and went to the door, keeping it out of view, and some guy was standing there on the porch. I opened the interior wooden door, but kept the outside storm door shut and locked. I asked what he was here for since it was so late, and all he said was, "Is Christina here?" I told him that he had the wrong house, and all he said was, "Oh, so you don't want me to leave?" I told him that he better leave and not come back, and he just sort of stood there, staring at me. I'll admit that I was getting very nervous at this point, and so I shut the door. He walked down the steps and just stood in my backyard, staring at the house. And then he tried to open the cellar doors. I had them padlocked and he gave up eventually, but I opened the back window and told him to get out of here before the cops show up, or he gets shot, or maybe both. But again, he just stared, and then finally he left. I didn't sleep that night. Again, though, a couple of months later, my girlfriend told me that the guy came back, just standing in my backyard staring at the house. This time it was in broad daylight, and I called the cops this time, and he tried the cellar doors again, but left before they showed up. The next day I went down to the cellar to see if maybe there had been something left behind that he was trying to get to, but I genuinely found nothing. It was just a damp, disgusting cellar with a dirt floor, and I have zero idea why he wanted to be in there. I highly doubt the satanic stuff had anything to do with it, but it certainly just made it a whole lot creepier, I guess. I unfortunately had to move out sometime later as I could no longer afford it. We never saw the guy again, but the whole situation was just really, really weird. So about a year ago, I smelled cigarettes in my home. I don't smoke though, never have. The windows were all closed. I walked downstairs and it was the strongest in the living room. I should mention too that it was around 2 in the morning since I'm a bit of a night owl, and I didn't think much about it because it could have been my neighbors at the time. I didn't turn on any lights. I walked into the kitchen and grabbed some cereal. I sat down at the dining room table and I ate my cereal in the dining room. As I scrolled through my phone, I heard a noise in the living room, like somebody moved something heavy across the coffee table. I'm still surprised I didn't wet myself from fear, but I looked up and I saw this silhouette of a tall and bulky man sitting on the couch. I immediately made out the camouflage uniform in the dark, and he looked at me. I looked at him, and we literally just stayed like that for a while. I eventually got up and flipped on the dining room light, which shined into the living room, and he immediately disappeared. I went upstairs feeling like I had actually gone crazy at that moment. Over the course of the next week, same thing. With the strong smell of cigarettes, I'd walk down the stairs and he'd be just there, chilling on the couch in the complete dark. As the next month went on as well, things kept getting weird. Things started moving a literal tiny inch from where they should have been, but only ever in the living room. I never had any experiences with him during broad daylight until I was in my kitchen doing dishes that afternoon. I had headphones on like usual as I did the dishes, and I suddenly felt someone press right up against my back. And I don't mean like somebody grazed me by accident. I mean that they literally stood right up against my back. Being a female who lives with no men, I literally whipped around so fast that I almost broke my own neck. But there was nothing. The kitchen was empty. Small things like that kept happening at random times. When I was sitting watching some YouTube videos, when I was doing my makeup, even when I was lying in bed. It was nothing severe, just small things, like my hair was moved, feeling like somebody pat my shoulder or the top of my head or something. But the only thing that I could really come up with is that it was him. He had never caused problems exactly. I feel like he could be causing actual chaos and purposely scaring me, but he seems very laid back and almost sweet, I guess. So I bought him an ashtray. Obviously, he can't use it, probably. I don't know how ghosts work, but I bought a vintage one and I put it on the coffee table in front of the couch. And every time that I would pass that table, it's always moved around. If I'm in a different room downstairs, I even hear it slide around the coffee table sometimes. I guess he seems to like it. That's been my normal for the last several months, in fact. I guess I'm here though because, well, you see, the last 2 weeks I've really been struggling with depression, and I've noticed when I'm upset I always get slammed with that smell of cologne. That same cologne every time as well. I brushed it off the first time, but it just keeps happening, and I'm pretty convinced that it's him being nearby. I've never smelled a cologne like it, and I don't own any cologne at all myself, but anyways, I guess I'm sharing this not to ask for explanations, but just to have this somewhere to say it. Because I'm scared if I told somebody else in my real life that they'd probably think that I'm going crazy. This happened when I was about 12 or 13. For important context, I lived in an apartment complex that was 2 sets of rows, each row with 4 apartments. I lived in the apartment closest to the street of one row, and had 2 cousins that lived in the apartment at the very end of the row, in the back. I would hang out with them just about daily. We were very into soccer at the time, and we would walk to the park about 4 or 5 streets away, along with some of the neighborhood kids, and play some soccer there. Now, I say neighborhood kids, but it was a big group of about maybe 15 kids total, and the ages ranged from 10 years old all the way up to 17. One of my 2 cousins was the 17-year-old, which is why my parents allowed me to go without any supervision in the first place. So on this day, like usual, we made our way back to the park. Some of us would walk, some would ride scooters or skateboards. I had my bike that day. We get to the park and we start playing. About halfway through our game, my parents drive by and they call to me from our car. They tell me that they'd be going to the store and to wait at the park for them. Okay, no big deal. I figured that they must want to go somewhere else afterwards, and it's just easier to pick me up from the park than for me to wait back at the house. Of course, this doesn't make sense because it's a 4-street distance, but at the time, to my 12-year-old mind, it was perfectly logical. So we keep playing for about another hour, and then as we get closer to sunset, more and more kids start making their way back to their house. When my cousins wanted to leave, they asked me if I was ready, and I said that my parents told me to wait for them here. So they left and I stayed behind. Eventually, too, it was just me. Honestly, though, that was not really a big deal for me. I'm familiar with the neighborhood, and I have my bike, and the energy of a 12-year-old. So I start riding my bike up and down the street, just sort of killing time. At this point, it hasn't occurred to me that if my parents wanted me to wait for them at the park, they wouldn't want me to wait past sunset. But eventually I get impatient and hungry. But not wanting to get grounded for disobeying my parents, I kept waiting. Except instead of waiting at the park, I crossed the street and was waiting there instead. After a few minutes, a car drove up and stopped next to me. Nothing scary yet because there is a stop sign there, so I don't really pay it much mind. Except when it drove away, I realized that the car looked a bit weird. It was old and boxy, like an 80s car, but what really stood out was that it looked spray-painted grey. What I mean is that it was definitely not real car paint, or done by a professional at least. I don't know if someone who stole a car would be dumb enough to draw that much attention to it, or if the look was intentional, but you could tell that it was just spray-painted all over it. Anyway, it drove away and I kept waiting, annoyed now. Then the car comes back from the other side of the street. I noticed it because it was hard to ignore it at that point, but my survival instincts are still not kicking in. Maybe they were lost or just wanted to turn around without doing a U-turn. And since the park is a big square, going around it and coming back is easy enough to do. A few minutes go by, they drive up again and stop at the stop sign again. This time I'm starting to get a bit nervous, so I look at the car. 2 men are inside, very scruffy looking, unkempt beards, unkempt hair, dirty faces, stains on their shirts. They look at me. They both smile at the same time. They look at each other, smile even bigger in the creepiest smile that I've ever seen someone do to this day. And then they drove away. Their smile creeped me out so much that I was now on high alert. In particular, I was watching the other side of the park, where they would come from if they went around again like they did the first time. And sure enough, they did. This also means that they were now on the same side of the street as me. So as soon as I saw that car, I jumped on my bike and I rode as fast as I humanly could. I could hear one yelling something, but I honestly don't know what it was. I was too busy riding for my life, and I could hear the car catching up, but I was too scared to even turn around. I somehow made it to my street and ran into the building, but I didn't want them seeing where I lived since my apartment would have been, well, the one visible from the street for the most part. So I went to the back instead, behind my cousin's apartment, and I hid there. My reasoning was, if they followed me inside the building, they would see me knocking on their door and get me before anyone answered. Worth noting too that, if it wasn't obvious, this was definitely before cell phones. I waited for what felt like a few hours to my 12-year-old brain, but was probably only 20 minutes or so in hindsight, before I got enough courage to make the short walk down the row of apartments to mine, and I tried the door. It was unlocked, so I went inside and my parents were there, sitting on the couch watching TV. They asked me how our game was, completely nonchalantly, and I instantly questioned them and asked them why they didn't pick me up. They both looked confused. They asked me why they would tell me to wait there instead of home when it's a 4-street distance and I had my bike. Once they said that, it did make a whole lot more sense, but to this day I swear that they told me to wait for them there. They even told me that they were going to leave the door unlocked for me in case I got home before they did. In my excitement of the game, I must have just completely misheard them or something. I simply went to my room after that, never telling them about any of it, because as a dumb kid I knew that if I said something that they wouldn't let me play soccer anymore, and that was clearly more important than my physical well-being at that stage. I never did see those guys or that car ever again. I look back on it now and it doesn't matter how fast I was pedaling my bike. I mean, they were in a car. They should have and could have caught up if they wanted to, so I really don't know what their intentions were, if they were just having a laugh at my expense, if they were trying to scare me, or if they actually had something darker in mind. But I do think back on that day now and then, and get chills every time that I realize just how much different my life would be right now if they had actually caught up to me. So I'm 24 and male, and branching out a little bit in my dating practices. I've got a transgender date under my belt, and honestly it went really well. My second, however, made my intuition scream, get out of there. I was out Ubering food late one night, and when I was done I decided to try and hook up while I was in the city, away from my rural home. My attempts on Grindr for a meet were unsuccessful. I wasn't quite ready to give up yet, so I went to Tammy and started swiping. The first swipe of the day was a lucky one as well, or so I thought. At 4 a.m. I get a few messages that go like this: "Come chill, I'm bored, we can go with the flow and get to know each other. Number and home address, McKees Rock, Pittsburgh, PA. I was unnervingly forward, but I thought that I'd take a chance and texted the number. "Hey, are you still up?" I said. "Yeah, come and talk and chill," she said. "Have you had coffee, breakfast yet?" "No," she said. "Okay, would you like to get some?" She said, "I don't know, maybe." "It's gonna be a 30-minute drive, would you like to talk over the phone instead?" She says that she's going to take a shower and after that she will. I get within 10 minutes of the address and I get a text. She says, "I need 15 more minutes, why don't you bring something with you?" That's obviously fine so far, but I didn't get to talk to them and get a sense of who they were, so I take my knife and carry it, appendix style. I circle around the block to scope and find a parking spot, preferably close in case I need to nope the heck out of there. Someone had just parked out on the street in front of the location and they were just sitting in their car, it seemed. I waited out a bit and they just never come out. I then gained the courage to go to the door, mentally prepared for anything to go down. I knock and the door opens. I didn't recognize the person who opened the door, but I told them who I was here to see and they let me in, directing me to the door to my left. The guy then stands between me and the exit and says, "Come on, man, what the heck?" And as if on cue, another man enters the building and they go upstairs. I thought that this was the man who was parked in the spot and never got out as well. There were 3 apartments in said building, hers, the third, to the left as soon as you enter the main door, and then one up some stairs facing the main door. I didn't pay much mind at this point to where the last one was, but I knocked on the 3rd apartment to see my date, and she answers right away. "I still need a few more minutes," she says, and shuts the door. I didn't get much more than a glimpse of her face in the process, but once she shut the door, I was in the hall alone. It was then that I heard 2 to 3 men's voices speaking to each other, almost inaudibly as music dampened this secret conversation. In that moment, my heart suddenly sank to my stomach, and it felt like I had to go before anyone noticed that I'd left. So I walked out and went straight to my car. I drove forward as I watched the man in the street, presumably from that house, walk in my direction to see where I was going. I did a U-turn as there was a no outlet sign, only to find my original path blocked with an idle car. So I quickly took a side street out of there. I pass a few lights and then see the man that never left his car next to me at a red light, looking over at me. I managed to lose him going through some big trucks at the wee hours of the morning as I drove to more familiar territory. And once I was in the clear, I suddenly realized that there was something very off about whatever the heck that was. I don't know what could have happened to me that night, but looking back on it all, I'm really glad that my instincts kicked in while I still had a chance. This experience gave my whole family chills, and quite honestly, we're looking for a rational explanation for it. It happened on last Christmas. My grandparents' house is in the middle of the woods. Our whole family has this yearly get-together kind of thing during Christmas, and we were preparing dinner and my aunt was taking a nap at that time when she started screaming, twitching, and woke up in a cold sweat. She started mumbling nonsense about seeing visions of mangled toddlers creepily smiling and walking towards her. We thought that she went crazy until it was about bedtime. My grandfather crawled into his bed to go to sleep when he started suddenly hearing a toddler's voice saying "Mama" over and over again. According to him, the voice started to progress and got louder. And there were no kids in our house, mind you. My grandfather's house is also in the middle of nowhere between the woods, which means that we don't have any neighbors close by either. My cousin, who was scrolling his phone while sitting on the toilet, started to hear the same sound around the same time that my grandfather heard it. The toilet is at the far right of the house, grandfather's room is at the far left, so really there's just no way that both of them could have been hearing the voice from different directions at the same time. My mother and myself were sharing a bed that day, and she woke up to the voice of a toddler giggling and saying "Mama." Our dog, an 8-month-old lab, was barking and growling crazily that night. It just was really unlike him. That furry dude is friendly with anyone and everything. But the same thing happened to my uncle, father, dad, and grandfather, and all of them woke up to the sounds of a supposedly cursed toddler. The weirdest part being them hearing the sound from different parts of the woods, though. Now, I'm a terrific sleeper, and I was oblivious to the situation until my cousin yeeted me out of my sleep. We all grabbed a bunch of flashlights and searched all around the area, but we didn't find anything. It resulted in a midnight family meeting with my grandmother claiming that it was her deceased son who died as a toddler coming to see her, my uncle claiming that it was the work of a thief, my aunt too saying that it was her deceased baby brother showing his rage as we forgot to light a candle on his grave last year, my grandfather saying that it must have been a wild animal, and so on and so forth. We almost forgot about this experience too, until recently when we visited the house and were awoken by footsteps and some kind of soft murmurs. My aunt and uncle were saying that they kept on hearing something rolling on the roof of the days prior to this experience. I don't believe in your typical ghost, aka the vengeful, white-robed woman with pale skin and black hair looking for revenge or anything. I really hope to just get a rational explanation for this experience, and that's why I'm here. Has anyone had a similar experience before? I would also love for you to share your opinions about what this could have been. And although I do not strongly believe in ghosts as of now, I am willing to learn about their possible existence, and I'm trying to keep an open mind. Also, I don't think that there are any supposedly cursed objects in the house, so I would pretty much rule that out as a possibility. So, if you have any thoughts or any information for me, then please do share. So first of all, I'm not from North America, middle of Europe here actually. So there are no crazy big wild animals and mountain lions who could make weird sounds, or even hillbillies with guns in this story that I experienced during a time at college, but it was definitely still pretty spooky. So when I was in college, I lived directly on campus in one of the dorm buildings, and the campus of my small college was not located in the local city, but a bit sort of outside from it, and surrounded by a lot of agricultural landscape, with endless fields and dirt roads, sparsely some woods between them as well. I really liked it there because you could go for chill walks and runs through the middle of the fields without much disturbance by city life and other people, except for some hunters and some farmers occasionally. But fast forward to one time when me and my two friends went for a walk through the fields, via the dirt paths there, at 11 p.m. on a warm late summer day. We chatted and laughed about silly stuff while making our way further and further away from campus. The only stuff that you saw were the red lights of wind turbines and some small towns in the distance, and here and there a bat flying over our heads. We had no lights on us, and only one had his mobile phone with him. When we were like 5 kilometers away from campus, we checked on the maps. We suddenly came to a crossing and wondered where we should go, to make it a loop back to campus without going the same way that we had come from. We decided on a path which went to the right, and that was when things got a bit weird. Bear in mind that we're all pretty tall guys in their early 20s, which is still kind of safe and not easily scareable or anything, but the first thing that I noticed was a shadowy thing moving in the distance down the path that we had started to take. It was barely noticeable, but definitely something was moving there. The others noticed it too, and we joked about some horror movie stuff, but we shrugged it off as some deer that was crossing the path at some point. We continued further into the path and forgot about the shadow, until we saw a high seat perch. They're everywhere for hunters here, near the path. We decided to climb on it, to take a bit of a rest and enjoy the dark landscape. In the distance, you could see the silhouette of some of the small wooded areas, like 100 meters away from our spot. As I was gazing around, my eyes suddenly catch some lights moving through the wooded area. I wiped my eyes, and when I looked again, I saw that it was a person with some kind of a headlamp running through the woods. Like, not jogging, but full-on force sprinting in a parallel direction to our spot. We also checked later on Google Maps that there really was no path through that wooded area. I had told the others, and together we followed the light all the way to the right side of the woods, when one of my friends decided that it would be funny to scream in the direction of said person. He screamed something like hello, and the light of the headlamp turned around directly in our direction. After a few seconds, it turned off completely, and we couldn't see the person anymore. And suddenly, this eerie feeling, is the best way that I can describe it, suddenly kicked in for all of us. I don't know why, but the idea of a random person in the middle of nowhere that kind of knows that we were there but we can't see them anymore suddenly scared us a bit. We climbed out of the hunting perch and we booked it out the way that we had come from, with a pretty fast walking pace. While on the way back, we kept looking behind us to see if anybody was following us, and I swear that I saw some shadow moving again down the path behind us. It was probably just hallucination because we had an eerie feeling, but I don't know. Back to campus we went, to one of the guys' dorms, downed a beer and talked about what had happened. We just couldn't find a good explanation for why a person would act like that in the woods there. I mean, hunters usually don't sprint full force forward here, especially not alone like that, only if there's like a big group to hunt, but that would be loud with many dogs and all that. And a trail runner at 11 p.m. in a random wooded area with no trails seemed really off also. But who knows? Anyway, we never found out who that was, and in the end we just kept away from that part of the path and all the upcoming walks that we went on. But still, something about those shadows and seeing that person there, it still gives me the creeps. So me and my sister were sitting in the garden at night after we came home from a walk, and I saw a small flash out of the corner of my eye, but I ignored it at first because I wasn't sure if my mind was just playing tricks on me or not. But then she goes, "Hey, did you just see that flash?" I said yes, and we kept talking for a few more minutes, and while I was facing her, I saw another flash out of the corner of my eye. She saw that too, and then we saw a huge star appear. There were no other stars around that night. Then the star disappears and reappears multiple times. After a bunch of times of this, it disappears and then reappears a couple of inches in the sky away. It did this a few times until it had moved halfway across the entire sky, maybe in about 5 seconds. We started freaking out, and I take her phone and try to record it, but the videos weren't that good. I do have them though, and so I have some proof of it. My sister runs inside the house, and she comes outside with my mum and my other sister, and my mum isn't that impressed because she can't see it moving. It just looks like a regular star at first. She eventually goes back inside, and then immediately after we see the shooting light come back. But this time, there were many of them. But they seemed almost high-tech, and they formed formations that didn't seem to make any sense. We call our mother back outside, and this time she can definitely see them. We stand and watch them for at least 10 minutes, and my mother can clearly see them, so she starts praying, and my sister is freaking out. My other sister didn't come out again. She didn't believe us because the first time she came out, she didn't see anything. My mother and sister start freaking out, and they went inside. I wanted to stay and watch though, but I was sort of scared to be alone outside after seeing that. My sister starts texting her friends, but they don't believe her, so she asks me if we can go back outside so she can try and get a good picture of it. So we go outside and we spend like another 10 minutes recording, but all the videos were pretty bad because it was nighttime. This time we stand and watch in silence though. We even saw a few things that looked like small planes maybe, which would disappear after a few seconds. I watched a small light slowly glide across the sky, and then it would disappear and reappear somewhere else. Similar to the first UFOs that we saw, but this one was far more away. It was really weird to watch because I think I was literally witnessing some sort of like teleportation. It's been 4 hours and I'm still trying to process all this. Also, when they disappeared, they'd sort of shrink and blink or shine similarly to in cartoons when characters would throw something into space. If anyone knows what I'm talking about, then do comment below because I'm not sure of the word for it, but that's what it was like. Then we see multiple lights move at the same speed, and they were making a large square formation. Then I make a joke and said, "What if it's one big mothership?" And that makes my sister freak out and she runs inside. Now my family is really scared, and my sister even asked me to stay in her room until our dad came home from work. And look, I don't even know if I've even explained the story properly, but this is the weirdest situation of my life, and there's no way that it can be mistaken for anything naturally occurring. That much is clear. A couple of weeks ago too, now that I remembered this, my mum did call my name and shout, "What is that? Look out your window." But by the time that I got into the window, it was gone. I went to ask her what she saw, and she said that it was small and black and flying across the sky at super high speeds. I wasn't really sure what she was talking about, until, obviously, I saw it for myself today. But she saw it during the day. We saw it at night, and she claims that the flying lights that we saw today look like what she saw, but she saw a black thing while we saw lights. I've only shared this story with those closest to me, but every time I go back to it, fear twists my gut and I instantly get goosebumps and tears welling up in my eyes. Before I tell you guys about it, a little bit of background about me first. At the time, I'm 40 years old, married with 2 children, enjoy walking nature in the mountains, and take photos when the weather permits. I'm not religious, but I try to hold on to Cartesian thinking. This evening of August 22, 2017, all the indicators are green to go and take photos of the Milky Way in the mountains. I'm hoping to get some nice shots with fire trees, or trees at least. At 10 p.m, I throw my gear in my trunk and head up to a village 30 minutes away. Arriving at Bullet, everything's set up, but the weather decides to play a trick on me and the sky is filled with high-altitude clouds suddenly. It's not the first time that this has happened, and after a look at the satellite animations a little further on, the sky seems more cooperative. I take to the road again, heading for Le Creux Devant, a well-known geological circa in the region where I live. When I arrive near the parking lot that leads to the path to get there, I'm greeted by numerous flashing lights. Police, fire department, ambulance, everyone is there, at the top of the mountain, in the middle of the forest. I'm stopped and questioned about my presence, and I explain why I want to go up there. The police explain that the site is not accessible, and ask me to leave. I'm getting tired and decided to go home empty-handed, but that's for another time. But then, a shiver suddenly runs down my spine. I've been driving through the forest for a few minutes. When I come to a clearing, I was driving slowly for fear of running over nocturnal animals. And there, in my headlights, there's this, well, he's there. At the side of the road, it's there. My eyes are riveted to this thing. I'll only see him for a few seconds in the end, and the time that it takes to overtake the car, but it feels like an eternity. He's tall, very tall, over 2 meters at least. He's also very skinny, sickly skinny, and his skin is white as a full sledge, completely naked as well. He has a little bit of black hair that's sort of tousled on his head. His arms are crossed over his chest, immense fingers dangling from the tips of his hands, and he's covered in what seems like maybe blood everywhere. He follows me with his eyes staring into mine. I'm overcome by primal fear. My whole body is screaming at me to flee, to get away as fast as I can. It's as if my survival instinct is suddenly begging me to get as far away from here as possible. By reflex, I mash the gas pedal and drive at breakneck speed to reach the edge of the lake and leave this forest that oppresses me. I keep looking in the rearview mirror, unaware of the danger I'm exposing myself to by driving at this speed. The tears of fear are streaming down my face, and they're absolutely uncontrollable. Honestly, I'm terrified to my core, like a 5-year-old whose light has gone out in a cellar. When I finally reach the edge of the lake, I pull over to the side of the road and try to regain my composure. Clinging to reality and the rationality that has always built my life like a lifeline, I feel like I'm suddenly going mad. I'm thinking that maybe somebody has had a car accident and was in distress and I didn't stop to help or something. I hate myself for having reacted so badly if that's the case, for having been overwhelmed by unreasonable fear. So I call the police, still breathing hard. I tell them who I am, that I haven't been drinking or taking drugs, and that they'll probably think that I'm crazy, but no, they're benevolent and listen to me all the way. I finally get home and my fear explodes in my belly, this look never leaving me and piercing me again. I tell him what happened to me and I start crying again. 2 hours later, at 3 in the morning, the police, they ring my doorbell. There are 3 of them, and they're obviously taking this very seriously. They ask me for more details about the time and the place. Luckily, I know the place perfectly well and give them the GPS coordinates of what happened. The next day, the Creux Devant, where I was heading, made the headlines in the local papers. Apparently, 2 people had died there in the middle of the night in a microlight accident. With no news from the police after several days, I contacted them and also learned that a carcass had also been found several kilometers away with no one at the wheel, but that I had done the right thing by not stopping. I'm 47 years old now, and I've been back to that place many times, day and night, because it's a place that I really love. I've always found it hard to believe in the supernatural, even though I'm convinced that many things go beyond our understanding of the world and shatter our certainties. But this one thing, This one event, it always has me questioning, well, everything. I went to a wedding of my friend Courtney about 2 days ago, and I still cannot shake my mind over what happened. For context, I grew up in a very religious household and went to a church every Sunday, and Courtney is probably the only person from my old church that I still keep in contact with. The situation started at the reception. Courtney was super excited to see me, and was definitely the only person who felt that way, judging from all the stares from the people at my old church. I sat down at my table and started playing something on my phone when some guy sat next to me. He said that the seating chart said that he was supposed to sit at my table, and introduced himself as the groom's friend, Anthony. He was pretty cute, so I spent a lot of time talking to him, and we really hit it off. He didn't seem to judge me for being an atheist, and seemed genuinely interested in me. When the dance started, they started playing Brown Eyed Girl, and he offered to dance with me. We danced together for most of the night, until he left to go to the bathroom, and a little later I did too. When I came out, I saw that my purse wasn't on the table, which was weird because I swore that I left it on there. I was tired though and thought that I had just left it in my car, so I went into the parking lot and into my car to look for it, and found it on the center console. I still brought it inside, but at that point it was pretty late in the night, so I didn't think too much of it. I danced some more and noticed Anthony was gone. I asked the groom, who said that he had gone home because he wasn't feeling too good. And pretty soon I started feeling pretty sick too myself, so I said bye to Courtney and went to my car. As I put my keys in the ignition, I looked behind me and saw something weird. It looked like something had ducked down from the trunk. I took my keys out and looked back there, and that was when I saw him. Anthony was crouched down in the trunk of my car. I started screaming and ran out with him chasing after me. I went inside and told Courtney, who immediately told her husband, who walked me back to my car where Anthony was nowhere to be seen. Courtney's husband said that he didn't see his car anywhere, so he probably left. I left, and I still feel sick to my stomach thinking about it. He could have easily gone home with me and killed me if I hadn't have looked back. Courtney said that she feels terrible that she invited him and that she had no idea that he would do that. I haven't stepped out of my house since because I'm worried that if I do, that he'll be waiting for me like he was before. The last couple of days have been a bit crazy for me, but unfortunately my address was on my ID, and as I learn now, Anthony took photos of it. Anthony and the groom aren't exactly friends, but they know each other well enough for him to be invited. After the whole fiasco, the groom tried to text Anthony about it, but got no response. Anthony showed up at my job and was lurking around the parking lot before he ran off when he saw security. He left me a note on my windshield that just says, "I'm watching." Security at my job has been notified about him, so hopefully I'm safe there. I was told by other people that went to the wedding that he was introducing himself as my boyfriend, and that he was planning on proposing. I'm currently trying to file a restraining order against him and feel horrified. He lives in my city and knows where I live, so I'm staying at my aunt's house as I speak, and if anything else happens, I'll be sure to let you guys know. So last night was the first night in, well, a long time that I'd been alone overnight, as my boyfriend went to visit his mother for the weekend. I was talking on the phone when suddenly my call seemed to have been hijacked, and a raspy female whisper with a kind of static sound began to speak in words that I didn't understand, and I quickly got the feeling that I needed to end the call, which I did almost immediately. A short time later, I hear a soft tapping, almost like someone lightly packing cigarettes, right outside of my door, and I have no idea what it was. It went on sort of rhythmically for a couple of minutes, then stopped. Obviously, I was pretty spooked by this, but went to sleep a while later without further incident. Then, shortly after I woke up this morning, I heard a male voice, but it didn't sound like a real person. It sounded like an old record. It was very high staticky, and I couldn't understand some things it said, but it did keep repeating like hey and hi right outside of my door. Neither of these occurrences are particularly worrying, but altogether it gives me the creeps. I'm wondering too if anybody else has experienced anything that you can't see but can hear like this, and that instant feeling that whatever it is, you shouldn't acknowledge it, and that it isn't good. My mum's father died when she was around 18, and ever since I can remember, she frequently visited his grave at the cemetery, decorating it, visiting, and so on. When I was too little to be left alone and my dad wasn't home, she would always take me with her too. Ever since I can remember, I have hated that cemetery. Being there always made me anxious, scared, gave me bad vibes, whatever you want to call it. I would always refuse to get out of the car at first until, inevitably, being alone sitting in the car got too scary, so I got out. The grave isn't far from where you'd park your car on the pathway thing, so I could get out and join my mum easily enough. Because of this, there's a tree nearby between the graves and the road. Getting out of the car always made the feeling worse, even if I was with my mother. I couldn't wait to get home. This went on for years too, until a few years ago, when I was around 16, I believe, my mum told me a story that literally made my jaw drop. Now, I hadn't gotten out of the car during that visit, and when she got back in, she said, "You know, you've never liked being here, and ever since the first time me and your dad brought you as a baby, it's always been like that." And then proceeded to tell me a story that made the whole thing make a lot more sense. Apparently, when I was a little baby, old enough to sit up on my own and such, I think, my mum and dad took me to the cemetery to visit my grandpa's grave. I was sitting in the grass, happy and all. They were keeping an eye on me, but weren't like all eyes on me sort of thing. I was looking up in the aforementioned tree between the graves and the road, and all of a sudden I just started screaming, like I was being actively stabbed or something. I was just completely terrified. My parents scooped me up and checked me over. There's no ants or bugs on me or on the ground where I was, but I kept crying until they left, eyeing the tree. I don't remember what I saw in the tree, obviously, or I would describe it, but whatever it was, it scared me so bad that it must have scarred me or something. After she finished, it made much more sense to me why I never liked that place and was also just so anxious to be there. I just got back from a mini vacation with my wife in Pigeon Forge, Tennessee. The cabin was in a populated area, but hidden from the road on top of a hill. My first impression was that it was a little bit eerie, but I brushed it off and assumed that it was just because of the horror movies that I'd recently watched. The energy inside felt a little bit heavy, but nothing that I couldn't handle. I'm very sensitive when it comes to paranormal energies, and I've lived and worked in haunted places all of my life. This cabin was different though. The dark energy was overwhelming, and I didn't sleep until daylight for the 3 nights that we were there. In the end, I had to sit in the living room where I saw shadows and the cord on the wall-mounted phone swing and suddenly start and stop again. There were banging noises and also the sounds of someone walking through the hallways. Also, I could absolutely not take being in the bedroom. It was filled with mirrors. My wife would wake up every morning at around 3 a.m. and be unable to fall back to sleep. The 3rd night, I couldn't take it anymore. The dark feelings almost had me in tears and an anxiety attack. So we left the next evening, taking a loss on our last night booked at the cabin. I just hope that whatever it is, that it didn't follow me home. I bought my house in 2013 and was aware that before we moved in, an elderly lady had lived there for around 4 years before passing away. But we never learned if the woman passed away in the house, but I was not worried about it at the time. This is just for some context, as I'm not actually sure to this day that anyone actually died in the house. Anyway, in June of 2013, one night before we moved the furniture to the new house, my wife and our 2 toddlers were painting and it was getting pretty late. My wife decided that she would take the kids and head to my parents' house for the night. While I was painting alone in the master bedroom, I heard the toilet seat slam down violently in the guest bathroom on the other side of the wall where I was painting. I mustered my courage up and walked around the corner down the hallway, stepped into the bathroom and turned the light on, only to find that the toilet seat was up. The second thing that happened was in December of 2013. I remember this because it was around Christmas time and we had just finished loading up the car to head out to Florida from Texas. I had just gotten into the car that was parked in the garage facing the road. My wife was inside, checking that everything in the house was set for our 2-week trip. Shortly after I had sat down and started the car, my wife sat down next to me and shut the door. And almost immediately after my wife sat down, I swear that I saw a figure of a person walk behind the car in my rearview mirror. I looked at my wife and asked if she saw that, and with a cold look of fear on her face, she muttered, "Yeah." I ended up searching the house for 15 minutes because I was convinced that somebody must have been in there, but in the end I found nothing. The last occurrence that happened was actually in 2016. It was late and I was in the office playing Minecraft on my PC. I fell asleep while playing in my chair with my shirt off and woke up to the touch of a hand on my chest from behind me. While still sort of half asleep, I started to open my eyes and felt nails digging into my skin and sort of yelped. I jumped up and went into the living room and flipped the light on and had 3 claw marks on the left side of my chest. Additionally, my wife had just been given 2 Japanese geisha dolls that were set on the mantle over our fireplace, and I got a really eerie feeling upon looking at them as I walked into the living room and threw them away. So this may have been something else, I'm not too sure. The dolls were bought at an antique shop and were a gift, but still, there was something off about them, and so, in the end, I got rid of them. This happened when I was 16. I was staying with my best friend at an old plantation house in Inverness, Mississippi. It had a very old shack out back on the property. We had been on the Ouija board earlier, and afterwards I set a video camera on the staircase, aiming at the Ouija board. After watching the recording, we noticed orbs coming out and back into the Ouija board. I didn't even know about orbs at the time, but I just thought that it was pretty cool. I didn't realize that we'd actually captured something very interesting. Really, I wish that I still had that tape too. Anyway, later that night at around 3 a.m., my friend's nephew, who was about 3 at that time, came out of his room walking in a sort of daze. We asked him what he was doing, and he didn't answer. So we asked again, but said his name. He sort of looks at us and says, "Eyes are not Nicholas, my name is Samuel. I live out back in the slave house." This was not Nicholas's voice too. I mean, he had never heard anyone speak in that sort of slang before. He then turned around and went back to his room and went to sleep. I asked my friend if Nicholas had ever spoken like that, and he just slowly shook his head. We were both pretty freaked out, but not scared. Nothing ever felt really malevolent or anything. I'm 42 now and starting to realize that my life is on a downward spiral to death. It honestly scares me, and I just want to be with my family and friends again after this life. When I start to doubt myself about it just being nothingness, after I reminded myself about what I experienced that night, I always feel a little bit better. It hasn't been religion or anything like that that makes me believe that there's something after this. Instead, it was that experience that night. I know what I experienced, and I know that someone entered back into our reality for just a couple of minutes then. So they had to be, well, somewhere else. And that is what gives me some comfort when I think about death. So back in 1995, I was 12 at the time, I finally decided to play the Ouija board with my dad. I should preface that my dad used to do a lot of seances and other occult things like tarot. As a result, he had some pretty unsettling encounters that he told me about, which I might share another time. But for now, we go through with this game and we ask the usual questions, and I distinctly remember how unusual the movements of the glass piece felt. It didn't feel like controlled, natural movements. In any case, later that night we started watching TV, and I kept seeing these little green human-shaped figures pop up in the corner of my eye, and when I tried to look directly at them, as usual, nothing was there. This goes on for about 5 minutes, and my dad starts laughing and says, "You see them too, huh?" I thought that he was trying to scare me, and so instead of telling him what exactly I saw, I said, "See what?" He laughs again and says, "Those little green guys." This comment was honestly one of the scariest things that I have ever experienced to this day, and afterwards, I have never touched a Ouija board again. That last piece of this story involves going outside with him so he could smoke, and our black inside-outside cat hissed at us and the house and jumped off the van and ran off down the neighborhood and didn't come back until late the following afternoon. He also knew that something was seriously wrong, obviously. People say that Ouija is fake, but depending on who is using it, their openness and location, I think, it opens areas that shouldn't be opened. It's been almost 30 years, and that moment still sticks with me, and I never ever considered that game ever again. So I'm pretty new here, but this experience pops up in my head every once in a while, and I wanted to share it and see if anybody else has experienced anything else, well, similar. I'm a total skeptic of all things strange, but to this day, this still gives me the chills. A couple of years ago, I was still living at home with my parents. Both of our bedrooms are upstairs. This particular night, my dad was working the night shift, so it was just my mum and I at the house. We hung out together that evening and then went our separate ways for the night. She went to her room and I went to mine. Now, my bed is positioned so that my head is as far away from the door as possible, and my feet are as close to the door as possible, so when I sleep, I'm literally facing the door. At around 2 a.m., I woke up lying flat on my back because I felt like someone was staring at me from my left side. I know that it was around 2 a.m. because after this happened, I checked the clock and this event couldn't have lasted longer than maybe a minute. I looked over, and clear as day, there was my mum standing there. I remember vividly that she had on a white nightgown with a little baby blue colored flowers on it that she wears all the time, even to this day, and was standing quiet as could be next to me. I laughed kind of startled and I audibly said, "What the heck? You scared the heck out of me. What do you want?" It's entirely important at this point to mention that my mum and I, we're best friends, so we always mess with each other a little bit. It isn't uncommon for us to have late night hangout sessions, so in my sleepy state it was entirely plausible that she had come over to wake me up to go downstairs to get a snack with her or something. But after I said this, there wasn't a peep from her. Absolutely nothing from her. No movement even whatsoever. I said something like, "Come on, what the heck?" thinking that she was going to break and laugh, but nothing. At that point, I started to worry, thinking that something was wrong with her, like maybe she was sick or something terrible had happened to a family member and she wasn't sure how to say it. Again, I said, "Mum, what is it?" As I said that, I used my elbow, the elbow closest to her, to gain leverage to start pulling myself into a sitting position on the bed and began to twist to face her. One more time I said, "Mum," and as I said that, I reached out to sort of push or touch her on the shoulder to try and get some sort of reaction from her, but my entire body slumped forward over the bed when she just, all of a sudden, disappeared. Completely. Like, absolutely was not there. To say that I almost soiled myself really is an understatement. I got up fast, thinking that I completely lost it, or she did pull something on me. I threw the light on and darted across the hall into her room, where she was very peacefully asleep with her breathing machine. I woke her up to ask her about it and was met with a lot of confusion and mild annoyance that I disturbed her slumber. I didn't sleep the rest of the night that night, and it was hard to sleep for the next few nights too. So, has anyone else ever had anything like this happen to them? I've reached the point where I can't keep it to myself, and I need someplace semi-anonymous to just get it off my chest so I can move on. So I was a part of a trio of best friends. We would hang out socially pretty regularly. One of our favorite things to do was to girls' night out at the local clubs. We always started at one of our least favorite clubs, but it had one of those inexpensive fishbowl drinks, so we typically began our evening there. And this is where it happened. We had arrived, and we're about 30 to 45 minutes into conversation and drinks, and we decided to hit the dance floor. A group of 3 guys were seated near the dance floor and joined us once we were started dancing. I was paired up with the youngest looking one. He looked about 5 or so years younger than myself, but we were having a great time dancing together. We danced and merged back together with the entire group, forming a circle. Directly across from my dance partner and myself was my friend. She was laughing and smiling, dancing and enjoying herself, and then it was like, I don't know, a hologram or shifting picture, like tuning an image. She suddenly stood well over our heads, and the guy that I was dancing with looked about 5'11" or so, and she was clear ahead and shoulders over him. Now, this is the part that I have the hardest time saying without ridiculing myself for not having the answer. Please, I have such a hard time saying it even to myself, but she was a reptile. Like a standing, scale-covered, muscular, humanish creature with a dinosaur, human-shaped head. My dance partner and I, we both immediately froze. I felt stuck, just sort of staring and willing myself to stop staring. I turned to look at him, and the color had drained from his face. I felt so bad for the fear on his face, but without a word to each other, we both stepped backwards, turned, and we fled outside. We kept walking, completely left the club. He didn't say a word, and he just walked off. He left his friends there, and he was gone. I went back inside because I thought it had to be the lighting, the shadows, or something practical. After all, I know this person. We're friends, best friends at that time. So I'm certainly the one who was crazy, and I needed to understand what had just happened. I sat at a table near the dance floor and watched the whole room, the lighting, effects, shadows, my friends dancing, and I just told myself that it had to be an optical illusion. A terrifying one, but it couldn't have been real. I know this person. I'm not prone to fantasy, so I must have been the one to have my vision scrambled enough for my brain to fill in wrong information. It unsettled me so much that I decided not to continue the evening out. I said goodbye to the other friend who was with us, and I went home. As soon as I got home, I searched the internet for anyone who had experienced anything remotely similar, and I didn't find anything. At that point, I did try, and have continued to try, to convince myself that it was the room, the lights, the strobe effect, etc., that turned my best friend into a 7-foot-tall reptile person. But I avoided them for a month after that. The next time that I saw them, though, I thought that she would find it pretty amusing that I ghosted everyone because she shapeshifted. She didn't find it amusing, though, and seemed worried about it, asking me what she looked like, etc. Fair enough, I thought. If my lunatic friend said the same thing to me, I would have questions too. I turned it into a bit of a joke and tried to move the conversation away from it. But sometimes I get reminded, and I see it again in my mind, and am still as frightened and confused about it as I was then. we all grew apart after that. But there, I said it now, and who knows, maybe just getting it out of my head will make the memory finally go away. I always had this one stuffed animal growing up. I would carry that stuffed dog everywhere I went. He was my homie and I called him Doggy. I don't remember the specific age that I was, but around that time my stuffed animals became more of a sleep buddy than something that I brought along with me, but still having a huge attachment to it. Anyways, it was one summer night and I remember Mum making me go to bed. I would do my routine of brushing teeth, turning on the nightlight and tucking Doggy in beside me. The nightlight was one of those sweet 2000s rotating fish tank lamps. Anyways, after a while, I'm still awake alone in bed just watching those fish go around and around. At one point, I remember starting to feel scared, like the energy of the room just sort of dramatically shifted. Trying to distract myself by contently studying the fish and count every time the clownfish circles back, it suddenly turns off, and my reaction was to quickly get up and turn it on as fast as I could. I sit up and then instantly get pulled back down. Suddenly it felt like my body was restrained with a massive weight, unable to move anything. Laying there motionless, I noticed my stuffed animal slowly rise vertically from the bed. I became absolutely mortified as I see him pause halfway up and slowly transcend into the walls. As Doggy was passing inside the wall, it had an almost ripple-like effect to it. I can't fully explain it, but stray visions of like crimson, orange, and metallic. It was all such an intense feeling of sadness and terror, as I thought that I would never see Doggy again. After that, he was legit gone. I got up panicking, trying to search for him and still unsure of what had actually happened. And that night, I ended up crying myself to sleep because of it. In the morning, I ran downstairs to tell my mother and I saw Doggy on the counter. My mum was angry because she thought that I'd used her razor blades to shave the stuffed animal. Doggy only had small patches of fur left and looked almost completely shaved. More like all the little fur that he had were plucked out almost. I tried to explain what happened, but it was exactly like a movie trope where the parent is completely dismissive of the kid seeing something freaky. She decided at this point that I was too old for it, that I'd crossed a boundary, and hid him away from me. I was devastated again. Now, a few days later, I get this massive pain in my abdomen, and it's actually unbearable. It gets to a point that my mum takes me to a doctor, which was kind of a big deal to go to see a doctor for my family. I end up getting an x-ray and they find massive clumps of fur in my stomach. I don't remember what the doctor said, but my mum said that they found a bunch of fur in my stomach and that was what was causing my pain. I was fine, but my mum thought that I was actually binge eating fur off my stuffed animals and took them all away. I felt so wronged for that at the time, and I'm still upset about what happened to Doggy and me getting punished for it. I had to switch rooms and slept with my older brother instead, because I couldn't actually get any sleep without another person in the room at this stage. I tell this story all the time now, and I still can't fully comprehend or express it in words that make any sense. I still do have Doggy around, somewhere in one of my boxes. He is definitely aged a bit and is a bit raggedy, but still looks pretty good for coming back from, well, hell. This is one of my first experiences with the paranormal that I can confidently say was not just a trick of the mind, and it's the only time that I've seen something so clearly. Back when I was in middle school, we had a school trip over one weekend to a camp. The class was split up to have a cabin for the boys and a cabin for the girls. Now, the layout of the girls' cabin was an open main room where you came inside, with 2 bunk beds in the left corner, with a single bed between them. and a closed-off small room in the right corner for the teachers to sleep in. There were then bathrooms to the right, and a long room to the left where there were 2 rows of more bunk beds. The rest of the girls filled up that long room, so my friend group got to use the beds in the open room, with me being in one of the bottom bunks. The first night went as you'd expect to, staying up late, laughing and just messing around, then passing out for the whole night. The second night was a bit different though. We were all asleep by midnight, but I ended up waking up sometime later. I used my flip phone to check the time, and it wasn't long after 2 a.m. I sat up a bit to stretch and turn over in bed, away from the wall, but once I was almost completely turned over into my other side, I froze. I could see someone standing in the middle of the open room. A boy, pale with short blonde hair, wearing a simple t-shirt and shorts, stood in the middle of the girls' cabin, staring at me. The moonlight from the window between the bunk beds gave me a good view of him, and he looked just like any random kid you'd see at a camp, except he had no eyes. There were just black voids where his eyes should have been. Even still, I can only describe it as he was staring at me, and so I just sat there and stared back. I must have stared at him for a good 15 seconds before I started to slowly reach for the small flashlight that I kept next to my phone on the bed. I never looked away from him as I brought the flashlight up and turned it on. The room was suddenly bright and the boy was nowhere to be found. I turned the light back off soon after, not wanting to wake anyone, but I heard my friend on the bunk above me speak up. She simply asked if I had seen him too, and I replied yeah before turning back over to go back to sleep, facing the wall again. It took a while to fall back to sleep after that, but eventually I managed. And at least we were heading back home that day. Have you ever turned around and thought that you saw something, but it turned out to be a tree stump or just some other random object? Well, this would happen to me often as an avid hiker, so I'm definitely used to it. But this time was distinctly different. This was 4 to 5 years ago now, and it just popped back up into my head. I still remember it very vividly, and I know exactly where it took place. This was on the Sulphur Springs Trail in Natural Bridge, Virginia. I've hiked it many times, and this was a typical sunny day. I was turning a corner and had one of those moments where I thought that I saw something. But this still gives me the chills today because this time it was different. I looked to the right because I thought someone snuck up on me and was trying to pass me. Except there wasn't a hiker there. The trail isn't that popular anyway, but instead, I vividly saw someone about 5 feet away, wearing a very old military uniform and holding an old rifle. Instead of seeing it disappear instantly and finding a tree stump in its place, it lingered too, just a fraction of a second longer, and there was no possible object in its place that would have fooled my vision. This was towards the beginning of the hike, which is very easy, so I wasn't tired at all or anything. Everything was well lit, and I never thought about paranormal stuff as it's not really interesting to me, and I don't believe in the supernatural. And this whole thing just blew my mind. I'm still not really sure what to think of it. I've never done any drugs, and I barely touch alcohol, so really, I just have no explanation. Me and my friend group, around the same age as me, all love one thing: sailing. So in the event of a boat race in a lake in Italy, where we all come from, we decided to participate enthusiastically. Since it was a lake hosting the race, there was a lot of green and campings nearby, and my friend suggested that we spend the night, that we would have to sleep there anyway in one of the campings. So we brought our tents and sleeping mats, and we found the perfect spot eventually, kind of isolated and with a beautiful view of the lake. There was one small issue though. The camping was more like an open space in a little forest, so we were surrounded by trees, with the only way to get out and in a narrow dirt road. We parked the camper there, and us teens prepared for the sleep outside while the adults slept in the camper. We had a ton of fun as well, joking, starting a fire, all the things that you do on a camping trip. When it was time to sleep, we all went into our tents and sort of drifted off into our dreams. Well, I hoped so for my friends, but not for me. I just couldn't sleep that night, probably because of the uncountable number of cokes that I downed just a few hours prior. As I stared at the tent ceiling, though, I started to have this gut feeling that we weren't alone in there, that there was something, or even worse, someone there with us. I tried not to think too much of it, and I tried to get to sleep, until I heard a loud sound of a tree branch breaking, and I wasn't the only one who heard it too, as my friend, who was in the tent with me, suddenly woke up and whispered, "What was that?" I simply told him that it was probably an animal wandering around and broke a tree branch on the ground, as that often occurs in forests like this. As I was explaining this, though, my friend signed for me to shut up and listen. It was then that we both heard footsteps. That's what ran through my mind as soon as I heard leaves and branches moving on the ground. And what happened next, though, was scary. We were suddenly woken up by the camper's anti-theft alarm going off. We all peeked out of our tents just to see a silhouette of a man running away in the woods and a crowbar near the camper's front right door. Thankfully, the alarm went off and scared the thief, because if that didn't happen, most likely all of our belongings that were inside the camper would have been stolen. Or, who knows, maybe something much worse. This is one of those memories from probably 23 or 24 years ago that I genuinely hate myself for not being able to remember all of the details. But I thought that I'd share what I can remember, and it'll be a little bit shorter because of that. I'm almost positive I was driving on the road where my friend's family had land that we would go camping at when this happened, and that it was either him or another friend of ours in the car with me. I thought that it was this other friend of mine, and I asked him about it, but he doesn't remember it, so he doesn't think that it was him. I truly wish that I could remember who it was with so that I could confirm this stuff and maybe get some more details. Anyway, it was late at night on a very rural and wooded road. Not a gravel road, but a narrow, older asphalt road. As we're driving 40 miles per hour or so, I noticed that there was an object on the road up ahead, and as I got closer I could see that it was glowing. I started to slow down, and once we were about 20 yards away I stopped. We approached the object, and it was a small rectangular lantern with a lit candle inside in the middle of the road. There were no cars around, and I'm not even sure that there were any houses or cabins or anything in the immediate area. I'm pretty sure both of us got the same sinking feeling at the exact same time, and simultaneously said, "Let's get out of here." We jumped back in the car and we floored it out of there. I watched the mirror, and my buddy was looking back, but we didn't see anything. We were both just like, what the heck was that? I mean, it's for sure in a very, very rural wooded area with very few houses around, like maybe one or two houses every couple of miles or so. And in that spot there was, well, nothing but woods on both sides of the road. Was it just a prank? But who and why? And in such a secluded area? Him and I both felt like it was a trap of some sort, but for what? Who knows, I guess, but We definitely were not hanging around to find out, and I'm glad that we left immediately instead of lingering any longer. My question for all of you guys, though, is, has anyone else come across something like this before? And if you have, what was it all about? So I was at a building, a doctor's office, sitting outside in the smoking section. It's the perfect spot to see inside the building, as all doors and windows are very clear. You can completely see through to the other side of the building, in fact. So, in this way, it's very easy to see people coming and going from either side of the building. While outside smoking, I happened to look up as I saw a lady leaving. I never saw her full face, and because of that, this is why I keep telling myself that it was just someone who looked similar. But from what I saw, she looked exactly like me, though. The difference was that her hair was longer, which ironically looks just like mine, except I recently cut it. She also had a sweater that I've never seen anyone own nor wear. I wasn't wearing it that day, but it was mine. And that lady who looked like me, she was wearing the exact same sweater. I even remember contemplating wearing it that very day. I was honestly so caught off guard that I sat in a state of shock for several seconds, maybe even a good minute, trying to tell myself to get up and go to the other side and see who this lady was, or meet her or something. But I had the funniest feeling that even if I ran with all my might, she would be gone by the time that I turned the corner outside. I kept my eyes locked for several more minutes. She was already gone, though, walking towards the parking lot area. I stared, waiting to see a car drive by the parking lot on the other side. I guess it was my way of confirming to myself that it was just another person, nothing really weird. Maybe someone just going on a lunch break, you know. I sat, though, for a half an hour watching, and I never saw her, never saw a vehicle drive by that could have been her. Nothing. Now, I wasn't going to share this, but after last night, it's gotten me more paranoid. My husband and I had our date night, kids with his parents for the night, and we were just drinking and watching One Piece on Netflix at home. And at some point in my drunk state, I went to take the dogs outside to the bathroom. I waited until they came in. Dogs ran into the living room with the hubby, and I decided to lay down in the laundry room on the floor. What's weird, though, is when I came back, my husband swore that I went to the bathroom and came from that direction. I started giggling, thinking that he was pulling my leg or something, and I said, no, I just brought the dogs in. I was laying down in the laundry room for a few minutes. We both end up going through our camera footage as we have cams in and outside of the home. And there is video of me going and coming from the bathroom area, but it didn't capture me going to the laundry room. And there was an extra recording of nothing, which I said was when I was on the floor. Unfortunately, you don't see or hear me there, but my husband said that I was in the room with him, and I said that that was the time that I was in the laundry room. We even see where the dogs were coming in from, and it freaked us out. We kept trying to figure out the time frame of everything, thinking that maybe I drank more than I thought and I'm just getting my time mixed up. We got tired, though, as it was late, trying to figure it out, and in the end we just headed to bed. As we did, both of our dogs went off barking in the living room and near the front door. And really, the only time that they do this is if someone is walking up or on the property. My pit is very good at knowing someone coming up into the land before they even get to the driveway. So naturally I run to the door, and my husband runs behind me to the door, and we go out to the porch, and, well, there's just nothing there. It was freaky, though, because she really never barks unless there was actually somebody there, or trying to talk to you. We actually caught someone trying to jump our fence once, thanks to her, in fact. My husband caught them as they were walking towards it because of her notifying us. Anyway, we ended up locking everything up and we went to bed, only for it to happen again. Just as we lied in bed, both dogs go off and run to the front door. This time my husband gets his gun and goes walking outside with the dogs. One was just searching and sniffing, and our pit kept standing still by the door, as if guarding it and giving gruffs under her breath, almost as if she was saying, "I know you're out there." She kept looking for someone or something, but she never took off. In the end, we found nothing, neither did the dogs. My hubby chalked it up to being random animals and her just having really good hearing. But me, I'm getting paranoid. I guess I'm hoping people will tell me that I'm making a mountain out of a molehill here, but I don't know. Something tells me that I'm not. So my girlfriend and I arrive at a remote stretch of forest around dusk. We saw two strange-looking men sitting on some rocks, but didn't think much about it. We drove 2 to 3 miles further into the forest, and eventually we set up camp. 30 to 45 minutes later, it was dark at this point, one of the two guys walked up to our camp and yelled, "Hello." I responded, and he asked to walk through our camp. I asked him why, and he said that he needed to reach the other side of the creek. He walked around our car, and once he saw my girlfriend, stopped and asked some strange questions. Eventually, he crossed the creek, walked into some bushes, and turned off his light. I stood at the bank of the creek, watching him, and he just stared back at me for around 5 minutes. He eventually walked away, and it was then that we threw everything in the car and we just left. Also, there was nothing on the other side of the creek that he crossed. No campsite, no trails, nothing. And so it was really weird behavior. I didn't think much about it until he turned off his light and stood in the bushes. And also, something that always plagues my mind is, where was the second guy? There were no other campers at this stretch of forest, and we didn't see any vehicles. We were at the very last campsite on the road, and really there was nothing beyond us. So my brothers and I were 8, 7, and 4 when this happened, and as such, my youngest brother, who was 4 years old at the time, really has no recollection of this day. I was 8 though, and I remember most of what happened because I know that we scared my nan, pop, uncles, and parents more than I'd ever seen them scared before or since. But you might be asking where the paranormal comes into this. Well, you see, my brother, who was 7 at the time, agrees with me that we weren't gone for more than an hour. We couldn't have been. Not to mention that we swear that our nan looked straight at us and even waved to us, but she swore up until her death that she never saw us that day. First things first though, there's some needed background here. 4 times a year, we spend time as a family in a cabin that we own that we call the castle. The castle sits at a man-made dam named Wyangala in New South Wales, Australia. My brothers and I, we always had the same rules to follow growing up. We couldn't go past the valley at the bottom of the castle or past the hills that the castle sat between. The day that this happened, well, we broke those rules. On this trip, we had our nan and pop, mum and dad, and 2 of our uncles. So, 5 a.m. on the day in question, my brothers and I were up, dressed and playing Bob the Builder cones and ladders. Nan was complaining about us waking her up and told us to go and play, but to be back for breakfast at 7:30. Keep in mind, this was in 2004 in the middle of nowhere, Australia. The biggest danger to us were the kangaroos or maybe the snakes and spiders. Being the big sister, my job was to watch my little brothers and to make sure that we followed the rules. But for some reason this day, we thought that it would be cool to walk past the valley and up the hill on the other side to stand up the top and watch the sun come up over the water of the dam. I confidently decided that we could watch the sun come up and be back in time for breakfast, and if we stayed on the road that went over the valley, then we could be seen from the castle at all times if someone was to look for us. So we set off on our little journey. After this, I really have no idea what happened, be it a glitch in the Matrix or a time slip or something else, who knows. Either way, we made it to the top of the hill, the sun was coming up and everything was great. We were up there no more than 10 minutes and, according to the wristwatch that I had, it was about 6 in the morning. So we set off back down the hill, we reached the valley, we stopped to look into it for about a minute. We can see the bottom clear as day and decided, as most young kids would, to adventure down the valley and back up the other side. We have an hour and a half to kill and surely it wouldn't take that long, so off we went. We sort of had to zigzag back and forth to avoid thorn bushes, loose rocks and spinifex, a spiky and painful grass here, but tried to stay as straight as possible. When we reached the bottom of the valley, I again checked the time and it was roughly 6:15. We looked up the other side and, to our surprise, our Nan was standing on the edge of the valley. She waved down at us. We thought that we were going to get yelled at, but she just sort of smiled and walked away. We thought that we were in the clear. We started on our way back up, doing much the same as before. We were laughing and talking about whatever kids talk about when we finally made it up out of the valley. Just as we walked out onto the road, Nan came screaming at us from the castle. She was demanding to know where we had been. I looked at my brothers and back at her before pointing at the valley, too scared to speak. Nan pulled us all into a hug and started crying. She started yelling at us that we needed to get into the car so that we could go find our pop, parents, and uncles. Apparently, they were all out searching for us. We didn't say anything and just followed her, and it wasn't until we were all seated in the car that I spotted the time on the dash. Apparently, it was now 7 p.m., and rather than the sun rising, it was setting. I looked down at my watch and, sure enough, it showed the same time. I remember showing it to my 7-year-old brother, who was just as confused as I was. February last year, our Nan passed rather unexpectedly, and at her funeral my dad asked if we remember the day that we disappeared. He even joked about if it was him and our uncle that he'd bet his last dollar that she wouldn't have cared, but because we were her precious grandkids, she was beyond terrified. My youngest brother had no clue what we were talking about, but my other brother and I, we remembered. We told our dad what had happened from our point of view. He told us that no one, not even Nan, had seen us that day. He told us that Nan never left the castle for fear that we'd come back and no one would be there. He then filled us in on their side of the story, which we didn't know up until this point. So apparently, Mum had gotten up at around 6:30 when she realized that my brothers and I were being too quiet. She looked around the castle and, in our little hideout, she even apparently called out to us with no answer. She then woke everyone up to help her search. Mum then went to the ranger station to get their help searching, while Dad started walking the hills, and Pop took the 4-wheel drive tracks. My uncles offered to check the other cabins, the caravan park and the boat shed. In reality, they went to fish and chip in the caravan park and then to the next town over to get some ice cream and beer. They've since stated that they knew that we would turn up, so they weren't too worried. Nan stayed at the castle though, and Mum and Dad both swear that they looked in the valley and they never saw us. Since last year too, my brothers have been to investigate the valley, and even Dad went, and they had a good look, and none of them could figure out how that we could have been hidden from sight there. And even by some chance, if we were hidden from sight, we definitely would have been heard. Our youngest brother said that even when our other brother was down in the valley, that he could hear him clear as day talking. Even if we did end up out of sight somehow and out of hearing range, there was no way that it could have taken us all day to walk back up the other side of the valley. We've walked it plenty of times since, and it's only taken us about 30 minutes at most to do it. And obviously, the creepiest thing about this whole thing is, well, who did we see if it wasn't Nan? Because it sure as heck looked exactly like her. This happened in 2013 when I was around 12. My mum moved me and my siblings in with my grandparents because we didn't have enough money for rent at the time, and she needed to save. It wasn't really a big deal though. They had plenty of room, and I got to spend a lot of time jewelry making with my grandma, which, in my little eyes at the time, was such a win that I didn't even realize that we were that poor. It was our little pastime after school, and one of my favorite parts was the trips that we would take to Michael's to get beads and materials occasionally. Michael's, for those who are unfamiliar, is a craft store similar to Hobby Lobby, and walking around in it is a little girl's dream when it comes to DIY stuff. And one day, in the late fall, we realized that we had run out of wire for a bracelet that I was making for my mum, so we headed to our local Michael's to get some more. This particular day was in winter, so it had already begun to get dark by 5 p.m. My grandma, having vision problems and a bad hip, entrusted little me to run in and grab the wire and pay for it, as we had done so many times together before. I was stubbornly independent, so she wasn't very worried about me. She parked right in the handicap spot in front of the store. The sun setting and the light from the big storefront windows illuminated her car behind me as I walked inside. Now, as I was standing by the display at the front, entranced by some Christmas decor or something, a man walked in through the sliding doors. I noticed him immediately. It was hard not to. He was tall. I think anyway. I mean, it's possible that I was just really short at the time. Maybe in his mid-30s with dark hair and wearing all black from head to toe. His clothes were a bit dirty, and I distinctly remember a big red D1 logo on his hoodie. He had his hand shoved into his pockets and walked briskly into the store, almost frantically in fact. I just sort of stood there and watched him. He made eye contact with me for a bit too long and then continued deeper into the store. I was immediately weirded out, but thought nothing else of it and went off to find that wire that I was looking for. I found my spool of wire, but getting distracted in the toy section was where I really messed up. That's when I noticed him start to follow me around. Aisle to aisle, I would be browsing and he would just appear at the other end, fake looking at stuff. He was muttering to himself constantly. You know when somebody sort of says something out loud expecting a response, but they aren't really directly looking at you? It was like that. As a kid, you don't really realize what's happening immediately, so I just awkwardly walked away from him each time, pretending not to notice him. In my little brain, I reasoned that he wasn't really following me and walked all the way across the store to the wedding aisle to look at some stuff that I had seen when I first walked in. I figured that there'd be no way that he would follow me there, but sure enough, while looking at the invitation cards, I get a spine-chilling feeling. I turn around and he is there, right behind me, back to me, doing something. Messing with something in his pants too. Doing something really vile to himself, I remember. I had never seen anything like that at that age, and the sunken eyes he looked at me with still haunt me to this day. It took me a minute to process what I had just seen, but once I did, I immediately booked it out of the store as fast as I could. Jumping into my grandma's car, she seemed startled by my sudden appearance and asked what I got. I tried to explain what had just happened when I saw him appear in the sliding door in front of us, and the dread that I felt in that moment was indescribable. He approached our car, obviously recognizing that I was with my grandma, and knocked on her window. I hadn't been able to explain myself in time before she cracked the window and asked him if everything was okay. The man gestured to me with that same crazy stare and said something along the lines of, "She's a thief, she stole from there." I was mortified. He was trying to make her suspect of me, on top of everything else that he had just put me through. Thankfully, my grandma got the same vibes I did because she politely told him to back away and rolled the window up while locking the door. He suddenly yanked at the door handle, then swung both his arms up and started banging down hard on the car's roof, causing us both to jump and me to start crying. My grandma slammed on the reverse and peeled out of there, and honestly, I've never seen her drive so quickly. I really don't remember much after that, just crying and holding a $17 spool of wire in my hands that I obviously hadn't paid for. We called the police as soon as we got home, and luckily they immediately took it very seriously and requested the videotapes from the Michaels. A few weeks later, and my grandma told me that they had actually found him. They mostly left me out of the investigation, besides taking my statement as to not traumatize me further, I guess. She got the dent in her car fixed, and really, that was that. It wasn't until a few years later that my mum finally told me what had happened to him. It turns out that he already had one battery charge and 2 sexual assaults on his record, one even being from a minor relative of his, like his niece or something. He had just gotten off work from the gas station across the street when he must have seen me walk into Michael's alone. I really don't know what would have happened if my grandma hadn't have locked her door when she did, or even if she had been in there with me, vulnerable to that man as well. So I dated this man for about 2.5 years and, well, he nearly killed me. Very physically abusive, emotionally, sexually, all of it. The last time that he hurt me was because I told him that I was moving and I was going to have a roommate. He didn't like that. He strangled me twice and punched me in the face. I escaped and called the cops, and he got arrested a few days later, thankfully. Until then, though, he was coaching me on how I needed to go back to law enforcement and state that I hit myself and he didn't really strangle me, that I stopped taking my psychiatric medication and was just having a psychotic break that night. At the first hearing, I recanted and told the judge all the lies my ex had told me to. The judge believed me, and he was set to get released from jail, but he was still under state county hold or something like that. Before he was supposed to get released, I went back to law enforcement after gaining some clarity and told them the truth again, in which another hearing was scheduled. Undoubtedly, my ex was notified the reason why another hearing was being scheduled. Now, he was a gang member. Obviously, I will not be saying which one, but it wasn't a good one. And as previously mentioned, by now I had moved into my new house with my roommate. But before he got arrested, he asked me where I was moving, and I told him which street corner the house was on. Very stupidly, I know. Well, my roommate's boyfriend at the time was affiliated as well. We were with some real winners at the time, right? And he was apparently notified that my house had been marked by the gang my ex belonged to, and that, in the end, proved true. One morning at around 6, my roommate and her boyfriend were sitting in the driveway in her car with the lights off. I was inside the house asleep, and a car then pulled up in front of my house, blocking the driveway, preventing my roommate from pulling her car out. We're still unsure whether or not these people initially knew that there were people sitting in my roommate's car or not. The mystery car, though, sat blocking the driveway for a few minutes before a man got out of the passenger seat and began walking directly up the driveway to my porch. Luckily, my roommate's boyfriend had a gun on him, and once he saw the man walking towards the front door, he got out of my roommate's car and flashed his gun at the man. The man saw it and ran back to the car, which then sped off. Maybe a few weeks later, I had driven to the gas station a few streets over after the sun had gone down. I was getting a vape or something when I was walking back to my car out of the gas station, and a man in the same car that was in front of my house pulled up next to me and started yelling something. I couldn't tell what he was saying before I just yelled back, "Shut up and leave me alone," thinking at the time that I was just randomly being catcalled. I got in my car and went to pull out of the gas station, noticing his car was sitting in front of the exit that I was going to take and he wasn't moving. So I went out of a different exit and turned back onto the street that my house was on. I looked behind me and saw him following me. He waited for me to leave before he pulled out behind me and followed me. At this, I started going down different streets and he kept tailing. Eventually, I freaked out and I sped up real fast and made a quick impulsive turn that threw him off my track. But that day, I didn't go home. Another day though, I came home from work and saw that the window in our dining room that looks out to the backyard, the only window on the first story that doesn't have iron bars guarding it from the inside, it had been tampered with from the outside. It had a screen secured to it so that the window may be opened, and the screen had been ripped off. We reattached it and tried to rip it off ourselves, and it was really hard to do that. My roommate's boyfriend was able to, but we definitely were not strong enough. It would have taken a lot of effort to get that screen off in the end. The last instance that took place, my roommate's boyfriend and his friend had left our house to go on a walk. When they came back, as they were walking back up to my house, they saw two men peeking through the other dining room window trying to see inside. They noticed my roommate's boyfriend as he started yelling at them, asking what the heck they were doing, and they just scurried away. Me and my ex's final hearing happened a few months ago, and I've gotten him locked up until 2036. I think that maybe his fellow gangbangers have realized that a man locked up for the next 12 years is not worth risking their freedom over anymore, and so I have since seemingly been left alone. So I grew up in a small town in the Midwest, where my family lived close and everyone, at the very least, knows their neighbors pretty well. On our block, my grandparents lived on the corner closest to us. On the opposite side of my grandparents' house, we had an elderly neighbor with her house facing the smaller cross street. So, between the three houses, all of our backyards connected, but part of our backyard was fenced off because we had a pool. So, to get from my house to the elderly neighbor's house, we would have to walk out our back door and cross into my grandparents' yard, and turn left, walking the outside of the fence, through a wooden garden arch into the neighbor's backyard. Now, the elderly neighbor was my best friend when I was little. She was widowed before we ever met and lived alone. She did have adult children, but I never saw them until after she passed. We would garden together all the time, in fact. We did craft projects together. My favorite, though, is when we would sit on her couch together and she would have me read comics from the newspaper to her. It drives my mum nuts, but I give this neighbor a lot of credit for my ability to read and write, well before I ever started school. While I haven't technically started the story yet, I just wanted to set the scene so that you get a glimpse into what this all looked like. This was a very peaceful town. The people around us loved us and knew us well. There was never any disturbing events prior to what follows. I had spent years in and around these three houses and beyond, and never encountered anything negative. And this started as a single event when I was about 12 years old. So, it was an early afternoon in the middle of summer. My mum and I were in our kitchen sitting at the table. She was looking at a magazine and I was reading a book. Our back door was off the kitchen. She was sitting with her back to it, and I was facing the window across the table that shared the exterior wall with the back door. It was a really hot day too, and we never had AC, so we were enjoying the breeze from the window. My older brother, about 14 at this time, had been outside mowing the elderly neighbor's backyard. The back door opened, and I looked up to see him coming inside. At first, I assumed he was just sweating, but quickly realized that he was actually in tears. He wasn't sobbing, but was whimpering, like people do if they're exhausted or defeated. He was extremely pale and just stood there, inside the doorway. My mum had turned toward him as I was still studying him, trying to process his state of emotion. He was just staring at us both, though, looking up the couple of steps to the kitchen, wide-eyed and shaking. My mum obviously asked what's wrong, as she quickly got up, moving to him. She immediately wrapped her arms around him and the sobbing started. Then his words came spilling out of him, not incoherent, but so rapidly and hysterically that it was pretty startling. I don't remember everything he relayed verbatim, but he started rambling about hearing voices, moving shadows, footsteps around him, and no one visibly there. My mum then lifted this 14-year-old, gave me a glance, and carried him, sobbing, to the living room. I honestly don't know how their conversation ever ended. I'm pretty sure at this point that she thought that he was suffering from some kind of heat stroke. I was shaken by my brother's distress, but also intrigued by what he had been saying. I was 12, it was summer, it was daylight, nothing was going to scare me. So I walked right out the back door, took the short brick path into my grandparents' yard, turned left, and walked the fence line towards the garden arch. The second that I passed under the arch into the elderly neighbor's yard, I felt instantly nauseous. It was intense, in fact. The best way that I can describe it is the sort of painful nausea that follows a heavy blow to the abdomen, minus the actual impact. I doubled over, holding my stomach. I immediately noticed the air was heavier and increasing in density, and felt very, electrified almost. It was a lot like standing inside of television static, like every atom was charged and visible to the point that you could see them move as you moved through them. I started to hear footsteps, initially soft thumps on the ground. I could feel them too. This was accompanied by a faint and very cliché sort of maniacal laugh that seemed to be coming from the treetops, like a single voice but from every tree or in the atmosphere itself. Then I kept catching glimpses of shadows that started in my peripheral vision but remained present till I focused on them before disappearing. They didn't have any discernible shape or consistent size, well, yet at least. Still clutching my stomach, I stood up slightly. The footsteps were getting heavier and heavier with every second, to the point that if I were to see a group of giants running circles around me, I wouldn't have been surprised. The laughter kept getting louder until it peaked at more of a sort of shrieking, mocking sound. The shadows were the same, the air was the same. The trees, though, they started shaking. Mind you, there was no wind this day. These were giant oaks as well, some of them almost 5 feet in diameter, and they were shaking like rattlesnake tails from trunk to the very top. As you can imagine, my head was spinning. My senses were all going crazy. I was well beyond terrified and forced myself to ignore the pain, stand up full, and run. I turned and ran back through the arch parallel with the fence and caught more shadow movement near it. I turned to look and saw what seemed to be 4 tall figures, like shadows that were cast into nothing, completely black, no transparency. They had no detailed features within the blackness, but the edges of them seemed like the outline of 7 to 8 feet tall, cloaked bipedal figures. I couldn't see any faces, but I could still tell that they were looking at me. They sort of floated along the ground too, which was the oddest thing to me at the time, moving with me, but were about 20 feet away. Then, one after another, they disappeared into nothing, behind nothing. Well, I frantically made my way back to the house, threw the door open, ran inside to see my mum back in the kitchen. I immediately started telling her everything. She gestured for me to calm and quiet down. I lowered my voice and finished sharing my experience. She asked me not to say anything to my brother because he was also very shaken and would be very upset to hear more about it. He was always the most sensitive out of us all as well. But after that was about it for that day. Within the next year or two, we had moved to a smaller town and a new house, unrelated to these events, mind you. My brother never had any other experiences. My other 2 brothers never experienced anything, and neither did my parents. Those years and beyond up until age 17 for me, though, were very different. I started experiencing this static atmosphere and moving shadow events on a regular basis, starting less frequent and increasing to almost weekly occurrences at a minimum. These events would happen randomly at any time of the day. I was alone or even sometimes in company. No one else ever seemed to notice it, though. They became so common that it mostly stopped being frightening, in fact. There was always a sense of unease, though, I guess. Like when you get the sense that someone you just met is probably not a good person. Except, in this case, the creepy or bad person is actually 10 or more amorphous shadows that move in and out of existence at random, and their presence means that you can feel every molecule around you. Then, it even got to the point where I could make them appear. I know it probably sounds stupid, like why the heck would I even want to do that? Honestly, I didn't want to, but my curiosity compelled me to try it one day. I can no longer do it anymore, nor have any interest, but in an attempt to describe the process, basically I would focus my mind's eye into a mental tunnel vision type state, like I was forcing my brain to stare through an opening in my forehead. This would switch on the atmosphere effect, and the shadows would soon follow. Once that became easy, the event stopped being spontaneous. On occasion, I would see if I could still do it. That would satisfy my curiosity, and I'd leave it alone for a while. Honestly, too, as I share this, I realize I have no idea of how these events concluded every time. I assume that it was constrained to my surroundings in the moment, and just walking away was sufficient. But then one night, whatever these things were, they forced their way back in, and it was also the night that it all ended. At the new house, we had a lot of property and outbuildings. One of those became a sort of playroom for my brothers, myself, and whoever we were hanging out with. We could be as loud as we wanted out there, and be loud as late as we wanted to, because it was far enough from the house that we wouldn't disturb anyone. I had picked up playing a guitar a few years prior, and would spend a lot of time down in that building since I could be as loud as I wanted. I had just gotten a new amplifier, so I was excited to use it as much as I could. It was late evening, early morning, and I had been playing for hours at this point. I noticed that the volume knob on my amp seemed loose and kept sort of slowly turning lower gradually. This annoyed me, so I cranked the amp all the way up and started playing as fast as I could, just watching the knob, when suddenly it twisted straight to zero, right in front of me. The moment my amp went silent, the air just exploded with the previously mentioned electricity, more intense than I had ever experienced. Since I had been leaning forward watching the amp, I wasn't focused on the room around me, and as I sat up, I realized that it was teeming with these creature things, these shadows. I was alone in a room with easily over 50 of them at that point. They seemed to almost ignore me mostly, but not as if unaware. More like I was just old news, I guess. The way these things moved was always gliding, though. They would disappear in a way that was like an object rapidly melting but out of existence instead of leaving a puddle. Then they would reappear somewhere else. In any case, I felt frozen in my chair until I saw a larger movement from my left side. I turned and saw one of them on the wall, clearly defined in form as a giant spider. This thing was about the size of a crib mattress. Again, internally formless, but I was able to discern some movements. I know that spider anatomy doesn't work this way, but I also don't believe for 1 second that this was actually a spider, wherever it was from. This was just a chosen form, I think. So I could tell that the carapace or head was slowly rotating toward me by the way of the edges of it moved. It appeared to eyelessly catch my presence, and it suddenly dropped from the wall to the floor behind a stack of boxes. I didn't know what its intentions were, so I leapt out of the chair and ran out of there as fast as I could. Running up the hill to the house for the first time, I could feel the accompanying unsettling darkness pursuing me. It was closing in physically and also in my head. I got inside and ran to my bedroom, dove face first into my bed, burying my face into a pillow, and I pulled my blanket over me. I could feel darkness invading the space around me, enveloping everything. I had prayed many times before in my life, but never like this. I really didn't know what else to do, so I just started praying as hard as I could. The only thing that I was praying was, please make this stop. I don't want this anymore, over and over again. And in a dark house with my face in a pillow, I suddenly just had the sensation of light coming through my eyelids. This itself was startling, so I sat up and looked for a source, but there was nothing. But I remembered and felt darkness again, so I went back to my original position in prayer. Light came again. Again I looked up, and again I saw nothing, but could feel the dark presence returning. Realizing that it could only be returning if it had been receding, I went straight back to prayer, and I didn't stop. The light returned and started to build in intensity. It got to the point that it should have been blinding, but for some reason it wasn't. I was also overwhelmed with a sense of warmth. I hate being warm at the best of times, but this was the most comforted that I've ever felt. As the light reached its brightest point, there was also what sounded like a soft roar that came with it, and then it just went out. Everything was dark again, but there was no foreboding darkness anymore. There was no fear, just calm. I remember sitting in my room after that, just sort of looking around and not knowing what to do. Eventually I got up and I think I went to the bathroom, and after that, it just never came back. So yeah, that's pretty much everything, and I've never really told this to pretty much anyone before, but it feels good to finally get it off my chest. One of my mum's friends rented an apartment, but she was away at college, so she allowed my mum and another one of her friends to live there while she was gone. My mum and this other friend lived in the upstairs apartment along with my mum's 1-year-old baby, my older brother. My mum was a teen mum, so would have been about 17 years old. The kitchen walls were made of tin, so it was always freezing cold, but they always felt uncomfortable around that side of the apartment too. There were some strange things that they just couldn't explain. Like, one time they saw their college friend's room looked like it was on fire. It was all lit up really strange and was glowing unlike any light would create. They would hear footsteps coming up the stairs to the house and called the police 5 or 6 times to check the apartment. The police would come, check the apartment, and never really found anything. My mum and her friend began to suspect that it was a ghost, so they would read the Bible out loud, which made the footsteps stop so they could finally get some sleep. But one night, my mum's friend called her brother, who happened to be a sheriff in a nearby town. Her brother brought a buddy over, and they came over to check the apartment following one of those episodes of footsteps, and they found that the ex-boyfriend of the friend who was living at college had been living in the attic the whole time. They think that he'd been climbing a tree into their college friend's bedroom and getting up into the attic from her closet. My mum somewhat knew this guy, and she had met him before and knew who he was, but they were just acquaintances because apparently he reacted inappropriately in social situations and was hard to connect with. After my mum had moved out of the apartment and into a new one, he once came to visit my mum's new house along with the college friend. After he had left, my mum had discovered that while he was over at her house, he had rearranged my brother's furniture in really strange ways. Everything from his bed to his toy box was completely changed. Several years later, he apparently murdered an old lady by shoving her down some stairs in a shopping cart, and it was discovered that he had schizophrenia. So, he'd been living in that attic for the entire 6 months that my mum had lived there. It's possible that he had been watching them, my brother as well, but they wouldn't have known the information since they never saw him. He had an entire room set up in the attic too. My mum also believes that the house also had some kind of spirit there because of the freezing rooms, uneasy feelings, biblical words having an impact, and the unexplainable situations like the glowing room. She also says that their downstairs neighbor had children who she hated and never wanted to raise. She would often neglect the kids and lock them in their bedrooms from the outside, so it's possible the entire house just had some residual negative energy from all of the absolute shenanigans. Who really knows? Thankfully after that, the whole situation just sort of sorted itself out, which my mum was very thankful for. But it is creepy to think about someone like that just living in your house and you're completely unaware that they're there. My house has always been a hotspot for strange things. They've been happening for 19 years now. A few family members died in the house when I was like 2 or 3, and me and my mum have seen multiple apparitions. The earliest event that I remember was when my uncle came to visit when I was like 10. He's a diehard skeptic, taking every possible opportunity to explain away any possible event. While I was watching Ghost Adventures with my grandmother, he walked into the room talking about how it was unrealistic and obviously fake. My grandmother asked him why, and he said because ghosts don't exist. He then walked over to the dinner table and a bulb from the light over the table just exploded. He had just replaced all the bulbs a couple of hours earlier too, and there were 3 other bulbs that were completely fine. It was only the bulb closest to his head, which was weird. Another time, my sister had a nightmare, so I was laying on her bed next to her, comforting her. A couple of hours later, I saw a woman walk down the hallway, stop at the door, lock eyes with me, then turn and walk into the bathroom next to the room. Now, usually I would be able to see the light turn on, or at least see the light from under the door, especially at 3 a.m., but I didn't. I asked my family the next day if they went to the bathroom by my room, and they didn't. It isn't the primary bathroom, since they have one in their room and one in a hall closer to the family room downstairs as well. So it would be strange of anyone to walk to the second floor to use my bathroom when there are 2 bathrooms much closer to everybody else. But the next one happens once every 2 or 3 years. So, the first time it happened, I was 14 during the summer, before my freshman year of high school. I had been staying up late and sleeping in, as one typically does during the summers. I remember watching Lilo and Stitch and seeing the shadow of a small child standing outside of my door. When I cautiously said hello, it just ran off. I remember a chill running down my spine and every part of my being telling me not to follow it. I've always had strong intuition, so I listened and I just continued watching my movie. An hour or so later, I heard a loud bang. I called out to see if one of my family members dropped something, receiving no response, and against my better judgment, I walked downstairs to their rooms. They were all asleep. Since I was downstairs, I took the opportunity to grab some snacks, and standing at the back corner of the kitchen was that same little boy. I flipped the light on, seeing him just disappear. At that, I booked it out of that kitchen, leaving the light on and going back upstairs. The next morning, and by morning I mean at around 2 p.m., I was making some eggs and my dad asked if I had scratched my leg or something. I said no, and I looked at my leg to see what he was talking about, and on the back of my leg, there was a long scratch with a bit of dried blood around it. It spanned about 12 centimeters just above my ankle, running pretty much vertically at a bit of an angle. It was at that we saged and salted the house that night. We repeated that too whenever I would see it. It came back last month at about 4 a.m. while I was watching Hamilton. I grabbed the jar of salt and my obsidian and evil eye necklace from my closet and drew a line of salt in front of my door and on my windowsill. I saged the house again the next morning, and that was that. I know this must sound weird to other people, but honestly, when you've lived with something like this for years, I guess it's just something that you eventually get used to. So my sisters and I have years of stories from this one kid that we babysat for over the years. The first event happened when the kid, his name was Liam, was maybe 3 or 4 years old. I was cooking for him in the basement. It was an old house, a former estate from the late 1800s, so the kitchen was in the basement, designed for the servants with a dumb waiter, etc. I heard some movement upstairs though, like people had let themselves in and were having a conversation and setting things down. The parents weren't supposed to be back for like another few hours. Not a big deal though. The voices didn't sound threatening, like women laughing and chatting. So I asked Liam if there's a maid or cleaning service that ever stops by, thinking that the parents may have forgotten to mention it. He then casually replies, "No, we hear voices sometimes, but Mummy and Daddy say not to talk about it." I checked. No one was upstairs and the front door was closed. There was also the time that he went into a sudden trance while repeating some guy's name over and over after fixating on an old painting, and was rolling around on the floor for a minute with the whites of his eyes showing, then snapped out of it and had no memory or was confused why I seemed so panicked and worried about him. I later told his parents, thinking that it's an obvious health issue or was a possible seizure or whatever, but they just sort of chuckled and said that they would mention it to their therapist. That, and the reoccurring night terrors that Liam would always have if he slept in one particular room. It happened a couple of times to him, once to his friend, but in both cases it was a sort of sudden blood-curdling scream coming from the kid in the room. I remember racing upstairs to find his friend once, as she was hyperventilating, upright in bed, and just kept repeating, "There was a man in the room, there was a man in the room." Liam also was a sleepwalker. When he did sleepwalk with me, it also started with a blood-curdling scream and him sprinting down the stairs to find me, seeming terrified but still definitely asleep and not aware of his surroundings, mumbling about a man. I was able to guide him back to bed without waking him while still calming him down in his sleepwalk state. I felt guilty telling the kids that it was just a bad dream or a nightmare when I believed that they did see something, but I just didn't know what else to do or say. And there are many other stories over the course of 10 plus years between me and my sisters working with this family as their go-to house or babysitter. And then the usual lights and electronics turning on or off suddenly, objects falling off of shelves inexplicably when no one is in the room, doors slamming shut and locking by themselves. My sister swears that she saw a woman walk through the room out of the corner of her eye once, before the TV turned on in the next room. Liam also has an early phase of frequently referencing the dead people. My friend, who used to also babysit for them, refused to even be in the house after the kids went to sleep because she hated it so much. She'd tell Liam that she'd be on the front porch if he needed anything, then would sit outside and read a book until the parents returned. Even if it was freezing, she preferred it to being in the house as the only awake person at night. It didn't help too that the house was like a mile down a dirt road, in the woods past a swamp and old overgrown tennis courts, with coyotes howling in the distance even. The property also had no cell service, and the house landlines were usually dead. The house was exclusively decorated with antiques and creepy sort of sexual art and taxidermied critters. The parents also reminded me of a couple out of Eyes Wide Shut, and seemed, I'm pretty sure, were into occult practices. There's a famous hippie New Age center in my town that they were involved in. Oh, and the infamous Aleister Crowley himself used to hang out on the estate back in the day, apparently. And there's even a documented story about him performing rituals on the edge of the estate. I learned about this history years after we stopped babysitting for them, obviously. So, overall, it was a really scary home to babysit in. But they paid well, especially when they'd come home drunk at like 4 in the morning. They'd just hand us a wad of cash, or sometimes would forget that they paid and pay again on the next day even. And the kid, well, he was sweet, when he wasn't saying creepy things. So in the end, I would say that it was worth it. I was on vacation with my family when I was about 14. I was in the pool, which had a bar attached, and I was casually talking to this group of British people. I want to say that it was all guys, but I think that I remember a girl with them. Anyway, I started drinking a bit with them. The legal drinking age was 18, but the people who I was drinking with gave me an extra wristband that they had because apparently they were leaving the resort that day and wanted to give it to someone anyway. My parents didn't know about this, obviously, and neither of them knew that I was drinking. But they were clearly a lot older than me, and kept putting drink after drink in my hand, and I was ecstatic because I was, well, getting drunk in a pool in Cancun and out of sight from my mother. They started to try to convince me that one of the guys in the group was 15, and that I should talk to him because he liked me. But even then I knew that he definitely wasn't 15. He also wasn't as old as the others who seemed to be in their late 30s. In hindsight, I'm thinking mid to late 20s. I was young though, and just thought that they were joking around with me, but they kept telling me that he liked me and I should go hang out with him. I laughed it off the first time, but they kept suggesting. Keep in mind, this whole time my dad was in the same pool talking to his friend, and he had his eyes on me for almost the whole time. My parents are very strict. He didn't know what I was drinking was alcoholic, and the pool was big enough that you couldn't hear what was being said. At that point, I was totally wasted though, and my first time actually getting seriously drunk like that. I don't even remember leaving the pool with this guy trying to tell me that he was 15, but apparently I was stupid enough to do this because I remember thinking that he was cute. The resort is huge, mind you, and I don't know how I don't remember walking through the whole thing and not remembering it. I often wonder what we actually spoke about. But the next thing that I do remember is walking and approaching a bus stop that was maybe a 10-minute walk from the resort. I know it was 10 minutes because my family and I often went to this bus stop to explore Cancun. He told me that I had a nice body and asked if I had ever had sex before. I just started laughing, and he sat on the bus bench and pulled me onto his lap at this point. My world is spinning, so I don't protest, even though I remember thinking that I wanted to be back at the pool. It was then, too, that something absolutely beautiful happened. I threw up all over him. Remember, I'm on his lap at this point, so it was like right in his face and on his chest and everything. And I just kept throwing up too, like the Exorcist level projectile vomiting. He was extremely grossed out by this, and I don't remember what was said, but we ended up walking back to the resort and I never saw him again. I do remember feeling really embarrassed though, which is ridiculous in hindsight. I wobbled back to the pool area, covered in throw up, where my mum had called the police and her and my dad were freaking out. My mum's piercing voice sobered me up a bit because I remember these parts a lot clearer, even though they're still a little bit hazy. But they saw how drunk I was and demanded to know what had happened, so I told them. Then they got furious. My mum was adamant on finding that guy or his friends who had all disappeared from the pool at this point. I didn't really see what the big deal was back then and why she wanted to find them. To this day, I think about what would have happened though if I hadn't thrown up like that and actually left with this guy. I was 5'2" and 14 years old, and he was at least a foot taller than me, and definitely not a minor. I remember when he was close to me with no one around, and even in my extremely drunk state, I started to get a bit nervous. My parents, they took me to our hotel room, and I spent hours in the bathtub just throwing up. My mum was furious, like completely livid. I wasn't too surprised at that because she yelled at me over trivial things all the time anyway. So was my dad though, which surprised me because he's always so easygoing and honestly probably would have been a bit amused at me being drunk, throwing up. Not in a cruel way, but because I was learning a lesson about alcohol that we all eventually do, right? He actually straight up told me that at some point too before this whole vacation. But now I know that his anger wasn't directed towards me. He was cursing about that guy. I was still throwing up in the bathtub, and they had both went into the kitchen area to talk away from me, but I could vaguely hear my dad cursing terribly while speaking to my mum in our native language, and I was actually scared by this. I couldn't quite focus on his voice.